Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Bon dia and welcome to day number 4 of the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're on the beautiful beach of Praia de Monte Verde on the wave-rich island of São Miguel. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we've got a full day of competition, both boys and girls, and we're going to start out with the Reprecharge heats of the girls under 18. We have the first 8 heats to get underway at 8 o'clock this morning, and then around 10:15, 10:20 or so, we're going to switch over to the boys 16 and under Reprecharge round number 1. So this is the girls under 18 Reprecharge round number 2. So the advancing surfers from this round will go into the main round number 3, and then from then on for the girls under 18, they'll be in single elimination form. Later on this afternoon after lunchtime, we'll move into the heavy round of the boys under 16 main round number 2, a total of 18 heats there. We should be finished right before 7 o'clock here local time in the Azores. Bon dia, Mike.
Good morning, Bo, and look at that. We've got plenty of surf out there on the horizon. Little bit of a jumble, as we saw yesterday morning, this early morning wind wreaking havoc with the face of the wave. But look at that, clear skies out on the horizon, and we've seen it before. When the sun comes out, it usually glasses off. So they are expecting slightly less wind than yesterday. The swell is easing just slightly, but then it's supposed to come back up in the afternoon. So if not today, we will definitely see raging surf tomorrow. So
low tide was 10 o'clock yesterday. What about today, around 11 o'clock?
Yeah, we're looking at a low tide at about 10:30, 10:35, high tide at 4:50, and it's going to be very challenging at the low tide. You can see how dumpy it is. Look at that little explosion there on your screen. Paddling out can be an issue. Surfers are going to have to sort of strategize their kickouts, believe it or not. You know, kicking out early and not going for the closeout may be well part of the plan to get your wave count today.
Already a couple of scores under the belt. We can tell you that New Zealand Brett Kendron in red, a 0.67. Havana Cabrero, surfer in yellow, has already secured a 2.83. Here's our Kiwi surfer pulling back at the last second, not going for that wave. We also have Delfina Morosini from Uruguay in white and Mathia Olin from Canada in blue. Again, this is the Reprecharge round. Top 2 advance themselves into main round number 3. Bottom 2 are eliminated from the contest. And up and riding is Mathina.
All right, well, there goes Mathia going for the closeout bash. Sure, she got riding out of that. But these 15-minute heats in particular was what I was talking about, hanging on the closeout. And, well, she pretty much, that was the end of the ride. I'd say she rode out of it.
Yeah, most definitely. She had the maneuver there. It was a closeout section that merged into her, and she was looking on her forehand. Nothing there. We have a paddle. No taker. Our first priority belonging to white, but here we go. Yellow Havana.
Well, there is Miss Cabrero out of Puerto Rico, daughter of pipeline master, practically not pipeline master, but pipeline maestro.
Pipeline Pro champion.
Well,
back when it was the HIC Pipeline Pro.
I'm calling anyone that wins a contest at the pipeline is a maestro.
Maestro of Pipeline. Carlos is a great individual. We've got great stories about him coming to Hawaii, a former winner of the HIC Pipeline Pro. In fact, we had a auction one time for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing for some charities, and Michael Ho has donated his Duca Hanamoku trophy, and guess who won the bid was Carlos Cabrero. Won its surfing history. So he owns, Michael Ho's, one of his 2 Duca Hanamoku surfing trophies.
I bet you that board's hanging in his living room. And here's Delfini Morsini from Uruguay. It's a pretty decent little ride right there. So she opts to get out. You know, girls are getting back out easier than I thought. So there are some lulls, and maybe a little less raging than yesterday. So it's looking a little calmer this morning.
Yeah, this time yesterday we were dealing with some weather, some storm front that was coming through, not seeing the white caps on the horizon, not seeing those heavy, thick clouds, the strong winds. The ocean is still coming onshore. It is still kind of jumbled out there, but more organized today than it was yesterday. Here we go, taking a look here. Red will paddle over. That's Brett Kindred. Our leader right now is Delfina Morosini with a one-wave score of a 5-point ride. Surfer in white from Uruguay in first. Havana Cabrero currently in second on a 2-wave combination of a 3.83. You break it down of a 2.83 and a 1-point ride. She needs a 2.18 to go to first. Mathia Olin from Canada in blue in third, now needing a 1.84 to go to second. And Brett Kendron from New Zealand in fourth. She needs a 3.17 to get out of fourth into second place.
Actually a little calm in the action here, so one of the longest lulls in action. I think it's been about 45 seconds since anybody caught a wave. Yesterday we saw pretty much replay after replay because surfers were up and down everywhere. This is going to give the priority rule a better shake today. I think waiting for the more open-face waves is going to come into play a lot more than yesterday, and really great new feature for the ISA to introduce that priority system. Basically, in the past, surfers would have a free-for-all. The first surfer to the break in position would get the wave, which meant if they paddled faster, they could get more waves than another competitor. Now, there's a priority system allowing each and every competitor the opportunity to pick and choose the wave of their liking, as long as they're patient enough to wait for their priority.
Here's a replay last of blue. This is Mathia Olin from Canada. She opened up with a 2.0. She's going to back it up with a same near score. She needs, let's see, a 1.84 to get out of that third non-advancing position. And let's see what the judges give her. A couple of more scores. Locked in, a couple of low scores for Havana and for Britt. You see Havana paddling back out. Beautiful flag of Puerto Rico there with her yellow singlet there. A 1.0 Havana Cabrero and a 0.8 for Brett Kindred. And they are readjusting the computer for Mathia Olin's score. We'll have that momentarily. But still, Delfina Morosini, surfer in white on screen, in the lead, a 5-point ride on her opening wave. Time check, 5 minutes, 55 seconds. Heat number 1, round number 2 of the repechage for the girls 18 and under. So a total of 8 heats. And these are all 4-man heats. So 32 surfers in this round, top 16. From these rounds will advance themselves into main round number 3 for single elimination format till our final 4 of the girls under 18. So a 2.87 for Mathia Olin, so she does improve her situation, advancing out of third into second. So new situation, Delfina Morosini in white in first on a one-wave score of a 5. Mathia Olin from Canada now assuming second place. with a two-wave breakdown of a 2 and a 2.87. Here we go. Havana Cabrero on her third wave. Excuse me, her fourth wave now. She has a 2.83 and a 1. She now needs a 2.05 to regain second. Brett Kindred, surfer in red, has a couple of waves under a point. She now needs a 4.08.
Well, this is going to be a much more substantial score here for Havana Cabrero. She was able to get a nice bottom turn off the lip combination right there. So judge is going to reward that with something much better than those ones that she's got. So she will be improving her situation.
And here's your heat leader right now. She bobbled on her first move, held position. This will be her backup wave. Let's watch the replay of Delfina.
She drops into what looks like a pretty open right, kind of tries to regain balance there on that one section, manages another off the lip and rides out of it. So she's going to improve her situation. That was her second scoring ride, so she's filled in the blanks with a 3.33. Now she's got a substantial lead.
Well, that last wave for Havana Cabrero in yellow, that was, like you said, Mike, her best wave, a 4.17, so that solidifies second place. So that puts the pressure on this young lady. A score of a 4.14 is what Mathena Olin needs from Canada in blue. And now for Brett Kindred, she has three waves all under a point. And the margin has just increased for our Kiwi surfer, needing a 6.21. 3 minutes, 35 seconds remaining in the heat. Morosini in first, Cabrera in second, Olin in third, Kindred in fourth. Kindred needing a 6.21, Olin needing a 4.14.
Well, still relatively small scores needed, but time is going to be of the essence now. 3 minutes remaining roughly, and that's probably enough time for two waves if they, get busy right now and get lucky and find those open peaks. Looks like red is paddling for this. No.
2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. So critical situations for our surfers on the bubble of being eliminated. And that's our Canadian and our New Zealand surfer. Mathea Olin needing a 4.14, Brett Kindred needing a 6.21. Kindred from Maruai, New Zealand.
There's so many little peaks and bumps and crevices out there. It might behoove the surfers that need scores to sort of paddle around and just try to dredge up a wave. As there we saw Mathea Olin catching a little wave, but you could see that just died out. It was like a wind chop that pretty much disappeared right away. So no scoring potential there. Still enough time to get another wave. She's going to be hustling, though. She has no priority. There's White getting a little slam there by that lip.
Here we go, Kindred with priority up and riding.
Yeah, well, big open face wave right there. Nice floater maneuver, but unfortunately doesn't ride back in the wave. So she rode over the top of the wave for a while. I wonder what the judges will make of that, because, she kind of made the maneuver, but didn't fall back into the trough of the wave. She kept going out the back of the wave. So interesting situation here. Let's look at it again. She drops down, gets the float, and she's still riding, maybe not long enough anyway.
Yeah, it seemed like the wave ran away from her. Different direction, was going more towards the east side.
Yeah, well, that would have been an important score for her, because she is sitting with a bunch of low scores right now. And she needs a 6.21 at this point.
Paddling. Here we go on the corner. Crucial wave for Mathea Olin.
She's got herself an open face there on that left, unfortunately coming unstuck, unable to hold on to that little cutback. So that is a costly mistake at this point in the heat.
Great takeoff, Mike.
Yeah, she has a really nice style. Comes out to she just dug a rail or something went astray right there.
35 seconds in the heat. Critical time for Olin, needing a 4.14. Kindred needing a 6.21. Our leaders are Morosini from Uruguay in white, Cabrero in yellow from Puerto Rico in second. 20 seconds on the clock. These 15-minute heats do go by fast. Here we go. Sets approaching. Yellow in position. Red and yellow holding down first and second priority, so Kindred with first priority with 9 seconds remaining. And the final 3 seconds of this heat.
Well, this is last hurrah for our surfer from New Zealand, but not in time for the horn. So that's a farewell to Brett Kindred from New Zealand. She will be out of the contest along with Canada's Mathea Olin.
So unofficial results of heat number 1, round number 2 of the repechage for the girls 18 and under. Delfina Morcini from Uruguay takes first place on the 2-wave count of a 8.3. Havana Cabrero in second place from Puerto Rico with a 2-wave count of a 7.0. They advance on into main round number 3. Mathea Olin from Canada is eliminated in third, along with Brett Kindred from New Zealand in fourth. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We'll be right back with the second heat of the repechage round number 2 for the girls 18 and under right after this.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're on the one of 9 beautiful islands of the Azores known as San Miguel. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett, and welcome to day number 4. Bon dia, Senor Lee.
Bon dia, Bo. That's an obrigado. And that's all my Portuguese used up in one sentence.
There you go. Here we go. Surfer in yellow. This is Isabel Gooden from Spain. Let's introduce our surfers here in the second heat. Sophia Bell from South Africa will be in the red jersey. Marianne Philippe from Tahiti will be in the white. Isabel Gooden from Spain in the yellow. And Kitty Brewer from Great Britain will be in the blue jersey.
Come on, Kitty. Yeah. Jersey, her favourite place to surf is Hossega, which looks very similar to this on certain days down in the southwest of France. Very powerful beach break. I'm pretty sure yourself and Mike would have gone through the forecast for today. Or it looks very similar to last night when we left.
Yeah, in fact, it looked even bigger yesterday as we were leaving the beach as we see surfer in blue. This is Kitty Brewer.
Yeah, you see that pink board cutting through that white water there. She gets one nice turn in, tries to finish with a closeout whitewater re-entry, and it looks like we're going to be playing catch-up. Well, here's a replay. Nice takeoff. See this first turn out in the open face, and then a little bit nice snap in the face of Sophia there as she passes her on that wave, and then tries to get that closeout. Rio just comes unstuck. And again, it's for these young ladies, and now we're going to Marianne Philippe from Tahiti. Oh, very right on a tail there on that cutback. Nice snap, kicking the fins, and doesn't get that closeout re-entry. So you can see the girls there. Once you get on that inside, it's a marathon to get back out the back with this increased swell. And I believe it's a dropping tide. I shall double check.
Yeah, there's a dropping tide. Low tide is around 10:30 this morning, and high tide around 4:45 for today. So just about a half-hour difference from yesterday. Sophia Bell from Durban, South Africa. She's in the red jersey. She is the current South African under 13, under 15 champion for the 16-year-old, past champion there. And great to see her on the South Africa team. And there she is on screen. This is do or die. This is repechage. Meaning third and fourth are eliminated. We saw that in the last heat with Mathia Olin from Canada and Brett Kindred from New Zealand. So they'll accrue points for their teams. More valuable for Delfina and Havana. They advance out of this round back into the main round. This is rare that the ISA has done this. Usually when surfers are in the repechage rounds, they're in the repechage rounds until the very last Final Four repechage round. And then at that point, the top two advance into the grand final. Here we go. This is Sophia Bell.
That was a nice looking wave. She just got on her heels on her front foot there and just put too much pressure down too quick and went straight over the handlebars into a face plant, unfortunately. Still some tricky waves. I think there are some gems out there if you're in the right spot. But as you can see, that wind not as strong as yesterday, and it should die throughout the day as well.
Yeah, let's go down to the beach and check in with the boys and see what's going on.
I think we're on air. Sorry, we were just like fixing this beautiful background right now with Delfina Morosini, the last hit winner, doing a great job over and over. Muchísimas gracias, Delfina. Un hit más, otra entrevista para ti. Cuéntanos, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo te pareció este hit? ¿Cómo estuvo? ¿Qué estabas pensando en ese momento?
Las olas están bastante buenas, están abriendo bastante lindas, así que me tenía fe porque yo soy regular y hay unas derechas bastante lindas. Y estuvo bastante bueno el hit.
She's super stoked because the rides are really good right now. So she's regular and she's like really, she feels nice to riding some rides. Do you want to send something to the people back in Uruguay? ¿Le quieres mandar un saludo a la gente a Uruguay?
Que muchas personas en Uruguay me mandaron mensajes que estaban tristes que no había podido competir en su 18 ayer y me mandaron muchas fuerzas y buena vibra para que pudiera pasar primero hoy mi hit y ya estoy en el evento principal de nuevo, así que estoy muy feliz. Y bueno, ahora con todo lo que viene ahora.
All right, that was Delfina Morosini. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Simone. And congratulations to Delfina Morosini. Repechage rounds. Lee, did you ever have to deal with the repechage rounds?
Oh, I loved, yeah. I was so happy there
You
was
loved repechage rounds?
Well, because it means I wasn't completely out of the contest, so that was my go-to format. But as you were saying, Bo, you know, I remember in Portugal one year, ex-pro surfer Mick Campbell, representing Australia. In the first round, he was so annoyed at his performance, even though he'd won his heat. He stood up after his heat, got an interference, went into the repechage, and still won the overall event. Sophia Bell now on her backhand. Looks like she's kind of recovered from that first face plant and gets a lip to the back of the head. So only a couple of small scores at the moment. It looks like Kitty Brewer opened up with a nice little score, our surfer in blue.
Yeah, 3.0 for Kitty Brewer. We can tell you that Isabel Gooden, a 1.07. Miriam Philippe from Tahiti, a 3.5. Also scores in for Sophia Bell, a 1.0 and a 1.2. So situation right now, first place is our Tahitian surfer Marian Philippe. Kitty Brewer in second, Sophia Bell in third, and Isabel Gooden in yellow in fourth place at this stage. Time check, 8 minutes, 5 seconds remaining.
Well, and they've given these young ladies 7 minutes paddle out, so almost half the heat to get out. Our last interview, or one of our last interviews yesterday, I spoke to young Seth from Canada, and he paddled for pretty much 20 minutes straight, apart from the time when he got to the beach, ran back up the beach, and started paddling out again. So very testing conditions, and I'm kind of wondering how many of these girls had a good night's sleep worrying about the surf today.
Or were they having nightmares of paddling back out into that that current?
Duck diving in their dreams, no doubt.
Walls of white water.
Yeah. But it looks like 3 of our girls out the back. Poor old Kitty, she did have that first wave, and it looked like she might have got caught on the inside. But at the moment, she's still in second place. Sophie Bell, she's taken a couple of waves, and here she goes again. No, this is our surfer in white, Marian Philippe from Tahiti. Nice big float over that section. She's found a little runner on the inside. Little mistimed on that second turn, and she turns around and takes a wave to the face. But this opening turn, really nice speed over that section, and then with eye in the second turn, a little bit mistimed, and then as she kicks out, she gets this second whitewater wave right on the head.
Well, that's going to be her backup score. That's just going to increase her margin. She's in the lead with a 3.5. So her secondary score there, Marion Philippe, an 18-year-old from Papeete, as we watch Sophia Bell from Durban, South Africa.
Yeah, Sophia there just trying to do that last re-entry with 0 speed under her board. She's taken a few waves. Unfortunately, her first wave, it might have put her rhythm out. She really went over the handlebars. Here's a replay. See if she gets the first turn in. Yeah, nice little cut back there. You can see her bouncing the board as the wave backs off. Got all that foam to deal with. And then no speed on that second turn. So it's probably going to be her best wave, and we're looking for a good score for Marion Philippe dropping in from Tahiti.
Yeah, definitely Sophia's best wave. Yeah, a 4.17 for Marion, so she does increase her margin for first. She has solidified that. We're on standby for Sophia's score. She's counting a 1 and a 1.2, and the 1 is dropped, replaced with a 3, and Sophia now moves into third. So there's our surfer in white, our Tahitian surfer, running back down the beach. No, those are our surfers coming up in heat number 3. Okay. So Marion Philippe from Tahiti in white in first with a 4.17 and a 3.5. Sophia Bell from Durban, South Africa in second. She is the under 15 national champion, and she's ranked number 2 in the WSL Junior Pro for South Africa. She has just backed up her 1.2 with a 3 ride. She now needs a 4.68 to go to first. In second now is Isabel Guden from Spain. Isabel has incurred a 2.5 and a 1.07 on her wave count. She now needs a 1.71 to go into second. And Kitty Brewer, don't count her out. She's opened up with a 3. She hasn't caught anything else yet, but she only needs a 1.21. Surfer in blue from Great Britain with 5 minutes remaining.
Well, you can see Kitty and Isabel there, shoulder to shoulder, trying to get through the shore break. Hopefully they've got a little gap to get through. It looks like they've got through there. Or is that the next heat paddling down? It's because the girls have now got 7 minutes to paddle out. Sometimes you can get a dry hair paddle out if you time it right. You know, like you look now at the surf and you're like, oh, that looks really good fun. And then in a couple of minutes' time, we'll have these sets breaking on the outside, and that impact zone really becomes a problem. You can see Kitty Brewer there, just come onto your screen, and also Isabel right next to her. So they did get a little bit caught, drifted down towards the second podium, but it looks like they've got a nice clear run back to the lineup now. So yeah, Kitty Brewer, she opened up with a 3. She needs to get her skates on under 5 minutes. But I'm pretty sure she's aware of the time. As some of our surfers yesterday forgot to set their watch to 15 minutes. They were still running 20-minute heats, and they're looking up going, what's going on? You're counting down to 10 seconds, and they're still over 5 minutes.
Welcome to the repertoire.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's a different format, and hopefully these guys may have been doing 15-minute drills in their preparation.
Yeah, well, you know, coming up from the amateur ranks all over the world, you know, you're trained on 15-minute back-to-back heats.
Yeah.
In a lot of amateur, you know, you'll have 4 heats an hour, and you can squeeze 4 heats in 15 minutes in every hour because there's no time in between. Here, we have 1 horn that starts a heat, 2 horns that ends a heat, and there's a gap in between each heat.
Yeah, I mean, even when I'm free surfing, even now, I still run 20-minute heats in my free surf just to see if I've still got it, if you know what I mean. You're not surfing against anybody, but in your head, I mean, I normally try and pick one of the better surfers out at Fistral Beach, and I have a little contest. They don't know I'm surfing against them, but you know, that's just me being an idiot and not giving it up.
Well, that's the competitor in you. It's always been in you.
Yeah, I guess it's a very hard thing to drop. So Kitty Brewer there was just asking for a situation, and she had a little look at that wave. 3 minutes on the clock. She's in third. She basically needs to stand up and do a bottom turn, and she'll move up into second place. But all 3 surfers have a very similar score. They've all got a wave around a 3 in their score line. And Marion Philippe has that best wave with a 4.17.
2 minutes, 50 seconds, 2:50, counting down, still no change. Philippe in first, Bell in second, Gooden in third, needing a 1.71. Brewer in fourth, needing a 1.21. And here we go.
Kitty Brewer on her backhand. There was no priority. She got given that wave by our other surfer there. Gets that first nice turn in. I do like the way she caught that wave, and she's probably going to back up her 3 with a very similar score. But at the moment, it should get her out of 4th place.
Yeah, most definitely. She could move into second place on that small wave. Smart to take that wave now instead of wait till the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, if you're waiting too long, you could get another set come through. You might get washed in. I think that was very clever surfing from Kitty. She just saw that nice little clean left-hander just pop up in front of her, and we saw this down the beach. This is Sophie on her forehand, building some speed. She's looking for this section, and you can see the body language there. She's like, come on, give me a break. And this is another angle. So we go to our surfer in yellow. This is going to be dangerous for Kitty. Look at that nice big snappy cut back there. It's a nice strong Rio. She eyed that section, another roundhouse, but unfortunately that died out. That's going to go for Isabel's best wave. We're waiting for scores for red, blue, and yellow now.
Yeah, and those are critical waves, especially for yellow and blue. They are in the non-advancing spots in third and fourth, and those are going to be keeper waves for both of the young ladies, and that could put the pressure on Sophia Bell. 1 minute, 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, after that exchange, Kitty Brewer is going to get a very similar score to her first wave. Isabel's definitely going to get her best wave, and it's looking like it could be the best wave of the heat so far.
So she could have the potential of moving in the first. Kitty could even outpoint Marion, and there it is, a 6.67. A 6.67 for Isabel. She goes from third to first. New situation. Philippe in second, Sophia Bell in third, Brewer in fourth, now needing a 4.68 to go to second.
Sophie Bell there goes for a big re-entry, gets hung on the lip and gets bounced off. Not going to go into Sophie's top two. Still waiting for score for Kitty. She needs a decent score now to move into second after Isabel there from Spain, just jumping from third to first. Okay, this is Sophie. Nice. She sees the lip, gets up there, but she gets stuck on that kind of roof. Doesn't ride out of it, so it's going to be a throwaway.
So our Spanish surfer has now moved into the lead with that beautiful wave score of a 6.67. Here we go, the answer back from our Tahitian surfer.
Marion Philippe there. Just had to wait for Kitty to paddle past, pumping that board through. She's going to change direction onto a forehand. Gets a little reform there, check turn. And Marianne trying to get rid of a 3.5. Currently in second place after Isabel with that high score of a 6.67, jumping straight up into the lead. But it looks like we're going to run out of time, Bo.
Yeah, just a few seconds here on the clock. The horn's going to blow. There it is. This is a replay, so this is not live action. So that was Isabel Gooden. So a 3.03 register for Kitty Brewer on her second wave. She does move up to third. She was trying to move up to second, but our Tahitian surfer will survive here. This is Marion Philippe.
Yeah, she was just trying to close the door on third and fourth there and found this wave. It's not going to go into a top two, and it doesn't really matter.
So here are your official results of heat number 2, Reprecharge round number 2 for the girls 18 and under. It's Isabel Gooden in first with a 9.172 wave total. Marion Philippe from Tahiti with a 7.67. Eliminated is Great Britain's Kitty Brewer in third, and Sophie Bell from Durban, South Africa, also eliminated from the Reprecharge rounds. When we return, heat number 3 of the Reprecharge round number 2 for the girls 18 and under, you're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. Stick around, more exciting surfing action coming up with the ladies next.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful islands of the Azores off the coast of Portugal for the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from Praia de Monte Verde in the island of São Miguel, Azores' main island, and in the water is heat number 3 featuring Brazil's own Carol Ribeiro, Valeria Pecconi from Mexico, Jolari Carreras Maceira from Puerto Rico, and Roma Belliori from Barbados. This is the repechage second round of the girls under 18 division. I'm Diogo Alpendre, along me Lee Bartlett. Good morning, Lee.
Good morning.
And we're excited about this one heat coming up next. 15-minute heats to this morning, as it always is in the repechage round. We have already some waves surfed, a 0.57 and a 0.23. And hopefully we will have some more scores this morning and in this heat to really bring the heat to the water.
Well, we do have a dropping tide, so conditions are going to get even more testing. The forecast is for a second swell to kick in later on today, although we have been blessed with lighter winds this morning. Yesterday when we got down here, it was a little bit stormy. You know, it's kind of overcast. We had a bit of rain through the morning, and that stronger north-northeast wind, which is cross onshore or from right to left as we look on our screens. So yeah, today hopefully a lighter wind, but a building swell, which is going to be the biggest swell we're going to see in this event, with the swell tapering off and more lighter offshore winds as we go towards the weekend and our finals. So today it really is a fight to get through these waves. Quick up and down there for Jolari from Puerto Rico, just a throwaway score for her. And now red, you can see these girls surfing this really small inside reform, and that was Carol Ribeiro from Brazil. She's going to make the turn, so she's going to get a score on the board, and when there's 15 minutes you can't really hang around, so I can kind of understand why these girls are catching these reforms on the inside. Did really well to hang on to that, actually. I thought the board had been sucked away from under her feet, but it's going to come through as a small score, but we've seen anything around a 3 is going to be a keeper in these tricky conditions.
Absolutely, and forecast is saying that we might have some glassy conditions in the afternoon with the wind backing off a bit and changing for offshore winds tomorrow and the day after. So exciting times ahead of us. And we see Valeria Pecconi up and riding from Mexico.
Mexico there, I thought she was going to hit that last section. She decides not to pursue that, and possibly Jolari behind her, another goofy foot.
Yeah, this is Jolari Carreras from Puerto Rico.
Nice re-entry there, gets that second turn off. Kind of unmade, but the first turn was going to be better anyway. We have a score through for our surfer in red. Let's have a look at this replay. She gets his first turn off quite nice, up over that section. You see the arms helping the body, and then a little bit late on that second turn, and she doesn't ride out of it. So it's going to be another one maneuver wave.
Scores dropping for these last waves of the surfers in the water. 2.33 for that one wave we saw from the surfer in red from Brazil, Carol Ribeiro. But it looks like the best score so far is going to be this wave from yellow we just saw from Jolari Carreras Maceira, 3.17, and yellow is in the lead. And meanwhile, I believe we're going straight to the beach where we have last heat's winner, Simon, with Isabel Gundin from Spain. Take it away, Simon.
Hey, thank you, Diogo. Right now, this girl from Spain, we had it in the Spanish booth. You need it in that booth. She's doing it great right now in the repechage round, doing a great heat, just kind of slow, but at the end, just keeping it up. Isabel, muy buen hit, un poco lento al final, conseguiste una buena ola. ¿Qué estaba pensando al momento de que ya iba pasado la mayor cantidad de hit, ¿no? Y no habías podido encontrar una buena ola.
Sí, la verdad es que estaba bastante nerviosa porque había pasado bastante más de la mitad de la manga y todavía no había cogido ninguna ola buena, pero al final conseguí coger esa y colarme en el main event.
Yeah, she's just like getting that wave to make it through the round. Thank you so much, Isabel. ¿Le quieres mandar un saludo a toda la gente ahí en España que fijo te están viendo?
Que un saludo a mi familia y a mi compañero Bruno Martín por apoyarme siempre y bueno, un beso.
All right, you hear it. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you so much, Simon. Thank you also to Isabel Gundin. Team Spain, always so supportive of their teammates. And Isabel with a 6-point ride, I believe, making it to the next round. Now up and riding the Busrialo.
Yeah, we've had a couple of waves ridden. The best wave so far was Jollery. That one turn she did on the wave before, she gets a 3-1-7, takes an early lead. Still waiting for our surfer from Barbados to catch a wave. Roma, just been caught on the corner, just to the screen there. And now we're going to Red Carol from Brazil. Nice snap off the top. It's going to be her best wave. Just the one turn again. She's already got a 2-3-3, so that's going to help her cause a jump back into the lead. Bottom turn, hook off the top there, lots of spray. Doesn't get a connection after that, but damage is done, and she's possibly going to jump into the lead.
Yeah, letting her fins free for a little bit there. Carol Ribeiro, she needed a 188 to move to first, and hopefully we will see a good score or a decent score coming for Carol. 483, that's the score Carol got on her last wave, and she jumps into the lead. And now 483 for Carol, she's in the lead. Yellow is Jolari Carreras Maceira needing a 4-point ride to go first, and Valeria needing something more. And this is Jolari once again.
Puerto Rico, nice re-entry there. She's hung on to that. That thing kind of really exploded around her. She did well. Get back on her heels, compressed with that landing. And at the moment, it seems to be a 2-horse race as Valerie from Mexico, just that 1-point wave. And Roma is finally on the scoreboard with a 0.73 from Barbados. 5 minutes, 50 seconds to go. You can see how quickly these heats go. And I was talking to Bo, a lot of these girls yesterday didn't actually realize that they were 15 minutes. Even a couple of the guys were looking at their watch and putting their hands up once we heard the countdown. So, it's not. I never used to train 15 minutes heats because it always used to be minimum 20 minutes because we never had 370 competitors in the contest I used to enter. But there we go, that nice winch there. Really did well holding on to that landing. A little bit of a mixed up swell. The wave broke on top of another wave, and she kind of rode out of it.
And that's a 3.6 for Jolari Carreras Maceira. She gets some distance between her and Roma Bellori and Valeria Perconi, third and fourth in this heat at the moment. Interesting thing about Carol Ribeiro, she was here in Azores last week for the Pro Contest too. She has been surfing this wave for the last couple of weeks, so that might be a bit of a home advantage there.
Yeah, it could be a bonus, but as we've seen since day one Saturday, I could say that this is, what is your man called? Forrest Gump. he could predict the surfing. It's like a box of chocolates. We turn up every morning and we look out as we're walking along the road, and it's like, okay, that looks different to yesterday, which is different to the day before and the day before that. So hopefully once this swell kicks in this afternoon and we do see a decrease throughout the rest of the week, and as you're saying, better, cleaner winds, then there might be more consistency in the day-to-day surfing. But at the moment, these girls, they basically turn up, they look at the surf, the coaches are going to say, right, 15 minutes, get busy, don't be too selective, and paddle.
And meanwhile, talking about clean conditions, how stunning were the views later on yesterday's afternoon when we were driving back to the hotel?
Yeah, we actually finished in daylight for the first day of the event. And yeah, heading back across the island, you had the sun setting over the volcano into the very east, to the very west of us, which is beautiful. The surf looked really nice as the sun came out in that late afternoon. And a few of the guys at the contest here, the officials went for a quick surf before dinner last night as well, just to brush out the cobwebs.
Yeah, as you do. So many hours working on a surfing event. You got to go for a rinse just to, get the blood running and get some good surfing action. And this is Roma Bellari from Barbados.
Yeah, she's been really quiet, and she's unlucky on that one. She found a nice-looking left-hander. Wave just ran off. Only 1 point for her first. It's a third wave, and she's got a 1. That's going to be a very similar wave. I think Roma's favourite wave in Barbados is Soup Bowl over at Bathsheba, which is a right-hander, a really nice, slabby right-hander, one of Kelly Slater's favourite waves in the world as well. But she does have places where she can train for beach breaks. They do have a place over there called Long Beach, which is just a long beach, hence the name, to go with some nice left-handers.
Freight's also a good wave.
Freight's really nice left-hander. One of my favourite waves over there is actually a place called South Point, which has nice little left and right peaks. Here's our Puerto Rican surfer. Nice re-entry there. She spots the landing. She stays compressed and rides out of it. So she's trying to get back in that lead. She needs a mid-range 3 to jump into first. Cal Ribeiro from Brazil still with a higher single wave. Here she is, a nice frothy takeoff. And that wave, I don't know if she was laughing at herself or just trying to keep the water out of her eyes.
2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This young lady on your screens is in the lead with a 4.83 and a 2.33, as we see Team Brazil, Team New Zealand, Team Puerto Rico, all of them supporting their athletes in the water at the moment. We're waiting on scores for the last of yellow. It's a 3.13, does not go on yellow's top two waves. Holari trying to better a 3.17. 2 minutes to go. First prio was with this one young woman, Valeria Pecconi from Mexico. It looked like she was a bit rattled by that takeoff lead.
Yeah, we just caught the end of that. She gets a 0.23. She's got a 1 as a main score. And now this is Holari from Puerto Rico. Nice tail slide there on that cutback, but I think her front foot kind of slipped off a little bit. Sometimes when you release the fins, they slide nicely. Let's have a look so you can see if her front foot slips off first or... No, she just kind of caught that outside rail as the board pivoted back around. She did it really nice. She got like a 180, so her tail was facing the direction she was traveling. And then sometimes as your board starts to swing round, if you don't keep that rail out of the water, it will just dig, and then it will be game over.
And this is Carol Ribeiro once again, now on her backhand. She has a 2.33 as her backup score, and she's definitely trying to improve on that. A very dynamic hit from Carol, just catching rights and lefts, making some interesting scores. Yeah,
she hasn't waited for the sets. There hasn't been that many in this heat, actually. This has been one of those quiet heats. Again, possibly the tide dropping out has affected the swell. You can see on your screen there, 'cause there's a bit of a set coming, but these girls have been picking these inside reforms. Very similar scores for all their best waves, you know, around a 3 to a 4 point wave. We saw in the last heat, as we were saying, Isabel got a 6 for 2 or 3 really nice turns. And now, I thought that was our Puerto Rican surfer just going to get on the corner. But you can see the girls kind of staying on the inside, but keeping busy and catching waves. I mean, if you're not catching waves, you're not getting scored. If you're not getting scored, you're not going to progress.
And Red's last score was a 3.57. That's the second best wave of the heat. Actually, a third best wave. It's her backup, and she's in a solid lead away from Jolari, Roma, and Valeri, who are a little bit behind. Jolari now needing a 4.81 to go first. Roma needing a 5.71, but there's just a couple of seconds left in this heat, and I believe things are going to stay this way. There you go. The fat lady sings, and we're over. Carol Ribeiro takes the win with Holari Carreras Maceira, advancing also to repechage, actually to the main round
back
3.
into the main event, yep.
Yeah, main event, round 3.
Slightly different format to normal ISA events.
Now on your screens, official results of this last heat. Heat 3 of the repechage round 2. Carol Ribeiro and Jolari Carreras Maceira, just like Lee was saying, they move on to the main event once again for round 3, and we will soon be back here to the Praia de Monte Verde and the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Literally just comes down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Azores Island, and also welcoming Michael Tronic to the booth. We are back in Monteverde and at the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships 2016 in the water, repechage round 2 under 18 girls, and a heat 4 with America's own Malia Osterkamp, Lily von Teufels. She's a past ISA scholarship winner. From Chile, we have Natalia Escobar, and from Peru, Leilani Aguirre. We have seen some pretty low scores already surf, but a very exciting moment here with a past ISA scholarship winner, Lily von Teufels from Germany. And how good is it for how good it is that ISA has these programs to support surfing all around the world?
Oh, it's so awesome. I mean, you know, supporting youth in their education in any way is always going to be a great move for just mankind. There was Malia Osterkamp trying to get her campaign started, so just another small score for the American. Already a couple of minutes elapsed in this heat. These repechage heats just go by so fast.
Like really, a little coffee espresso.
Yeah, well, as fast as a coffee espresso, yes. And you know, this coffee is so good and so strong in Portugal, you sort of have to have a cardio check the first minute after you drink one.
I'm sure you're enjoying the Portuguese coffee. And if you're wondering why Malia Osterkamp, who is a past medal winner in an ISA event, is doing in a repechage, just because on her first heat, main round, she did an interference. She had to surf first round repechage, but it looks, by what we've seen of her yesterday, that she's bouncing off pretty nicely of that error.
Yeah, she had a great heat yesterday. Well, here goes Natalie Escobar, attempt there, incomplete. But not just an not just an interference, she had a priority interference. Now, there's a difference because a regular interference at the beginning of the heat when everyone's jockeying around and no priority's been established will tax 50% of your second scoring ride. A priority interference, on the other hand, will tax an entire ride. 100% of your second best score will be deducted. So it's a big hurdle to overcome, and normally it pretty much signals the end of your run for that heat.
Absolutely, it's part of the game, but what we want to see is these girls and these boys surfing. That's why the ISA implemented the new priority format too, as we see these surfers just being pounded by the short break there.
Yeah, well, this low tide is going to wreak havoc on these ladies. Even the men are going to have a hard time during low tide, especially when the swell starts to fill in. We are looking at some more surf this afternoon, and from what I've been hearing, it's going to be a pretty solid groundswell. And you can see when we had that wide shot that there's a pretty long distance, a pretty stretched sandbar to get through, and with you know, these short period wind swells coming in, it's pretty much wave after wave after wave after wave, and it's really hard to battle back out there. Not to mention there's a current.
Absolutely, and hopefully the forecast says, and let's hope that the forecast is right. Our official forecaster, Surfline, saying that we're going to have lighter winds in the afternoon, with a possibility of some glass winds and glassy conditions, as we see Team Japan just doing a beautiful flag dancing to support their fellow countrymen or countrywoman. That's on podium too.
Yeah, there's a second podium. This is a 2-podium event, in case you're just tuning in. There are so many young, talented athletes and countries wanting to be involved in this event this year. The going quote is, the ISA is currently a victim of their own success. 371 competitors, all compacted into just 8 days of surfing. Normally it's 7 days. They stretched it to 8. Even on the day of the opening parade, we had to run heats. And running down the beach is possibly a good plan, because it really helps to find one of those channels, one of those troughs to paddle through, or use the current. I see a lot of these girls, you know, trying to paddle straight out. Sometimes it helps to kind of go with the current. Look at Yellow. She is all but giving up. Maybe she's coming in. Malia Osterkamp is going to come in and possibly run down the beach.
And we're going straight to the interview with Carol Ribeiro, last heats winner. Take it away, Lee.
I'm actually here with second place. Carol was too busy. She ran past. She has stuff to do, apparently. So I'm here with Jalari from Puerto Rico, who's been very kind to speak to me in my native language, English. So she's going to try and keep up, which is way better than my Spanish. So, ¿Qué pasa?
Is everything good?
There you go. Right, that's my Spanish out the way. Going back to the heat, it looked, there wasn't very many big waves. You guys were keeping very busy on the inside. Was that something your coach had told you or something you saw as you were paddling out?
Yeah, I saw that the inside was a little bit better, more open, and I tried to catch waves, and yeah, I have a lot of fun, and yeah.
So you had fun out there. That's always good. I was going to say, last night when you went to bed, were you thinking today was going to be really big or similar to yesterday?
Yeah, I thought it was bigger. It's gonna be bigger, but it's smaller and it's way fun. So yeah.
And you would have surfed a very similar heat like this yesterday. This is your second repechage round, so you're already surfing more than the other girls. Do you think this gives you an advantage where you get in a nice rhythm of surfing heats?
Yeah, maybe because I'm surfing more and I'm knowing better the wave. Yeah.
And not only that, your next heat now is going to be back to 20 minutes. 15 minutes isn't long.
Yeah, it's better. I hope I catch more waves and better ones and pass the heat.
Well, you're doing really well in testing conditions. Do you want to say hi to the folks back in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, saludos a todo el mundo, los quiero mucho y gracias a todos los que me han ayudado. Gracias.
There you go, Jen. How can you not be stoked getting through a heat like that? On to the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that is one stoked surfed individual. Thanks for that, Yolari, making our morning here. And wow, Lee, your Spanish really coming along. And I can say here is a look back at a wave that Natalie Escobar from Chile got 5.17. So she is basically laying down the law right now in this heat, the highest score of the heat. That is going to be a very important score. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Some of the surfers still not back out in the lineup.
And let's go for scores because we had a 5.17 for the last wave of Natalia Escobar, and Natalia now in the lead, and Malia Osterkamp from USA in second. We saw Malia leaving the water to do the runarounds just some moments ago, and that might be a strategy in these conditions. We heard from Jolari Carreras Maceira that she had been following a lot of waves on her while she waited, as we see live action from Leilani Aguirre.
Oh, Leilani Aguirre, smart to pick up an open face left, and she is looking energized. Couple little snaps, and now she's got 4 minutes and 45 seconds to get another wave. She's only got a .73 before this, but throwing a lot of spray there and fitting in another turn. One little last click turn here. You can see White is in the background there, so Natalie Escobar picking up another ride too.
Looks like Blue took some notes of Jolari Carreras Maceira strategy and is looking for some good waves on the inside.
Yeah, well, look at that. Natalie Escobar in the white, making her way down the beach with the current. I think that is a smart move, even though it puts you pretty far down the beach. Riding with the current is important. And here is Lily von Trumfels trying to get her campaign going.
Yeah, she needs a 1.67 to move to second. Currently in second place is Malia Osterkamp, but we are waiting on scores for Leilani Aguirre's last wave. It's a very important wave, as I have a feeling that it might change the situation pretty dramatically. Let's go with the replay.
Well, a little click off the bottom there. Didn't really get much projection, so reflecting that, didn't get much projection off the top either. That's just going to be a small score. It was enough to put her into third place for the moment. But, yeah, where is Malia Osterkamp from the USA? She is really, really finding this sandbar challenging. And all the girls, look, all three girls have not made it back out yet.
Yeah, Malia Osterkamp, I believe, left the water and tried to do the run around to get to the lineup some other way. And meanwhile, she's missing on some waves, I believe, and we're waiting on scores for the last of Blue. Meanwhile, we have the last of White. It's a 4.73, so Natalia is on a very interesting lead at the moment, and 4-7-3 for the last of Leilani Aguirre. So Leilani is in second place, and now Malia in third needs a 4-3-7 to go to second, and Lili von Troinfels needs a 4-1-7 to go to second. 1.3 was Lili's last wave that we just saw, and with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go, we don't see yellow in the lineup. Maybe to the right, you're saying, Mike?
No, I'm just pointing out to the right of the screen, you see Natalie Escobar. She's getting caught inside one more time, but her move to the right of the screen, I think, has paid off. She went with the current for a little while. She's going against the current again, but she's basically back out in the lineup after that duck dive. So if she can get through this whitewash, she'll be in clear water. And, going with the current is sometimes real important when you're trying to, sort of strategize your paddle back outs. Go with the flow would be the word.
Yeah, and with under 2 minutes to go, we saw Malia Osterkamp surf a nice heat yesterday, taking the win, unfortunately, in a dangerous situation for her team and for herself, obviously, in this heat with 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, needing a 4-3-7, but also Team Germany with Lili von Troinfels needing a 4-1-7. And on our left, we see Malia Osterkamp, and it looks like she's the only girl, both her and White, that are out at the moment. And let's see if they have a chance to improve their situation. Definitely important for Malia.
Yeah, it's huge. Just the fact that she got back out in the lineup. Here she goes on a left-hander. She paddles for it unsuccessfully. That left just peeling down there. So decent little left right there. Missed opportunity, but plenty of waves on the horizon and just 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, under 1 minute to go. And we see White paddling hard to go under this one wave, while red and blue are still trying to go out. Leilani Aguirre got that 4-7-3 some good minutes ago. That was a very important wave for her, as we see yellow paddling up and riding, going for one turn. There she goes.
Well, she needs a 4-7-3, so just on one maneuver. It was a good maneuver. We'll see what the judges say about this, but this is going to be a key moment here in this heat.
Yeah, and priority was with yellow. 10 seconds to go. This last one wave for yellow, it's going to be very, very important. She needed a 4-3-7 to move to second to overcome Leilani Aguirre. Let's watch the replay.
Bottom turn, top turn, nice click off the top, and the judges have been rewarding these one maneuver waves pretty well, so it's quite possible she'll get the score. And there it is.
Scores dropping. 5-2-3 for Malia Osterkamp, sneaking through on that last second and moving on to the next round with Natalia Escobar taking first place. Let's watch the official results on our screens any moment now. There you go. Natalia Escobar from Chile taking the win, with Malia Osterkamp sneaking through in second place with one wave surfed in that last minute. Leilani Aguirre from Peru, unfortunately, coming a bit short there with the 4-7-3, one of the best waves of the heat. And Lili von Troinfels, past ISA scholarship winner, making it in fourth. We're going on a short commercial break. Stay with us. Stay with the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, straight from the Azores.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships from the Azores. We're on one of the beautiful 9 islands of San Miguel here in the Azores. And good morning, bon dia. Here we go, heat number 5, rubber charge, round number 2. Let's introduce our 4 ladies in this heat. Top 2 advance to main round number 3. Reen Hashimoto from Japan will be in red. From Margaret River representing Australia, Mia McCarthy in white. Josefina Vidorera from from Chile in yellow, and Camille Kilt from Belgium will be in blue. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. A beautiful morning, and welcome to day number 4 of this World Championship of the best junior surfers from around the world. 371 surfers from 39 surfing nations, the largest junior contingency in ISA history.
Yeah, well, I'd like to point out that the ISA is a victim of their own success again. Everybody's pretty hyped about the thoughts of a world title and a team world title, and more surfing talent in the junior divisions than ever. So 39 teams this year, Bo.
Yeah, from 38 nations, because the United States is fielding 2 teams because Hawaii has designated their own surfing nation. But come 4 years from now in the Olympics, Hawaii and the United States will have to join as one. Here we go, our Chilean surfer up and down on the inside section. We can tell you quick rides have been ridden by Mia McCarthy at a 133, as we're watching Josefina on her earlier ride.
Well, interesting choice of waves right there. So many waves above 2 to 3 feet out there. She picked a very, very small wave. Pretty uneventful there. She did 1 snap, so she'll get a tiny score, but she is going to be caught inside now, Bo.
Here we go. Replay last of Mia McCarthy. Nice carving turn with her backhand. She is the #1 ranked Australian surfer in the WSL Pro Juniors. She won the Subway Pro over in Margaret River in her hometown. She placed 2nd last year, 2015, of the girls under 18 Australian National Championships. So a well-accomplished surfer from Yellingup.
Well, she did a good job of selecting a better wave. You know, there's a bigger wave, and she cracked it really hard, so she's going to be rewarded much more substantially. And Ren Hashimoto from Japan got a wave while we were watching the other girls.
A 6-point ride for our Japanese surfer. And Mike, let's take a look at it.
All right, well, here's what we missed when we were watching the other girls. Beautiful snap off the top. So another one of those high-scoring single maneuver waves, but just a lot of aggression on a bigger wave. So judges rewarding that.
So Hashimoto in first from Japan with a 6 ride and a 1.0. Mia McCarthy currently in 2nd place from Australia with a 4.93 and a 1.33. 3rd place right now, our surfer from Chile, Josefina, with a 1.27, and Camille from Belgium has registered a wave under a point. She's currently in 4th, now needing a 5.97 to go to 2nd. Josefina needs a 5.0.
You know, with this lower tide, I'm starting to see some potential roll-ins from the outside. That wave didn't make it, but you can see the tide is dropping out so far that the waves are now breaking about 100 yards out to sea and then reforming here on the inside. Nice peak right there. Look at that right goes unridden, right and left. And the sandbar is, let's just say, difficult to navigate. You can see this whitewash is dragging these competitors back in. Smart move to go to the side. All 3 surfers, even though they're about to get crunched, moving that direction is a good idea, going with the flow of that sandbar, because there is a bit of a current moving outward. Once you go far enough to the right of the screen, the current sort of drags you out again.
So our Japanese competitor, if you talk to her, Reen Hashimoto, you wouldn't think she's actually from Japan, even though she looks like she's Japanese. But I tell you what, we'll have more about Reen. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Diogo.
Yeah, Bo, I'm here. While we wait for a 1st place, Natalia, I'm here with Malia, 2nd place from Team USA. Malia, that last heat was a tough one, and how nervous were you paddling for that one wave? Could you hear what you needed? Did you know you needed score?
I didn't know what score I needed, but I knew I needed one, and all I heard on the beach was my team like yelling at me to go. So I was like, okay, this is my last chance, and I got to turn in, and I got the score. So.
Were you nervous? What was going through your mind there?
I didn't really get nervous at all. I just thought, well, like, if I got to do it, I have to do it now. So I just went into attack mode instead of getting nervous. So.
Excited to be back in the main event for round 3?
I'm really excited. That was my goal going through these 2 repo heats, so I'm really happy I did it.
Congratulations. Good luck for your next heat.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find first place Natalia, and I will be back to you guys, okay? See you soon.
Thanks a lot, Diogo. And a little bit of pressure. She handles it well. She was like, you know what? I wasn't nervous. I knew I had to do something. And it was a good thing her team was yelling at her to draw her to that attention.
That was a huge amount of pressure. I think she handled it excellently, and I love that she said, you know, rather than get nervous, I went into attack mode, and sign of a champion right there. So here is Ren Hashimoto.
Yeah, back to Ren Hashimoto. She has an Australian accent. She lives. She was originally from Australia. She's currently residing in Osaka, so her parents must have dual citizenship between Australia, and she was first place in the 2014 Australia Junior titles.
Curious tactic there, running down the beach the opposite direction. I thought if she stuck with the flow, you know, eventually she'd get out, but maybe too many waves on offer. The waves are expected to rise again, so, and we are approaching dead low tide.
Yeah, the girls are in that treadmill where they're catching a wave, coming in, checking where their coaches. There's Joey Baran, one of the team managers and coaches for Team Chile. He's the 1984 Pipe Master champion from California, but spends a lot of time in Chile.
Yeah, Joey Baran is no stranger to enjoying left-hand point breaks, and I'm sure he's enjoying some of the job perks down there. And here is another big right-hander for Mia McCarthy from Australia. This time goes down in the whitewash, but valiant effort. And she was able to get back out through that tough shore break. No stranger to sandbars, I'm sure, in Australia.
Mia's from Western Oz, from Margaret River. Very powerful wave over there, and banks it right off that whitewater section. Gets gobbled up. Currently in second with a 4.93 and a 1.83. She is chasing Ren Hashimoto with a 6.0 and a 1.0. 5 minutes, 25 seconds remaining on the clock.
Well, there is our lone surfer in the lineup. Camille Kint from Belgium made it back out the break. You can see Mia McCarthy, at least she's holding up my theory of paddling out to the right-hand side of the screen. The other coach is completely blowing my theory, but got to respect everybody's got their strategy. Everybody's got different theories on what to do and how to do it. And you know, sometimes it's just a roll of the dice. You can get back out really easy if there's no waves, and other times there'll be 10 waves in a row, and it's just going to send you straight back to the beach.
Beautiful panoramic shot this morning. Sunny skies. High cirrus clouds up above. You can see the low tide, how the free surfers and the competitors are walking back out. You can see how shallowing it out is getting. It's just about another hour, 15 minutes to peak low tide. There's Team Japan. Well, our surfer with priority is up and riding. This is Camille Kint. She's from Oosten, a 17-year-old, the Belgian junior national champion. This will be a keeper wave for Camille with 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, well, she's got a score on the board there above that .30, so that's important. So she can get back out quickly. She may stand a chance here to overtake advancing position.
Let's see, Camille needs a 4.44. She gets a 2.33, so she gets out of fourth into third, needing that 4.44 to take second away from Mia McCarthy.
Okay, it looks like Ren Hashimoto from Japan has made it back out. She's calling to the beach marshal, find out some information. Probably a time check.
Let's tell her she has a 6 and she has a 1, and she's in first place with 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Not a bad place to be, Bo.
Yeah. So you know she wants to drop her low wave of that 1 that was her opening ride. And then second place is our Australian surfer, Mia McCarthy. And here we go.
Yeah, well, she's got herself an open face left, doesn't see anything she likes. probably had to decide real quick there, hey, I'm going to get a closeout maneuver, but if I do a closeout maneuver, I'm going to be stuck on the sandbar again.
Let's go check in with Diogo. Take it away, Diogo.
Yeah, Bo, I'm finally here with the last hits winner, Natalia. I'm going to do it in Spanish and translate it to you guys afterwards. Natalia, estoy muy bien en tu manga, correste olas muy largas. ¿Cuál fue tu estrategia? Y después un mensaje para casa, para Chile.
Bueno, mi estrategia fue siempre que tomar olas, tratar de poner la mejor maniobra, seguirla lo más limpia que se pueda. Y, pucha, los pavones estaban fuertes, pero el canal está marcado, entonces hay que hacerla súper, hay que pensar mucho para volver a entrar en el canal. Muchas vi que pagaron demasiado y se tomó mucho tiempo para que cruzaran de nuevo. Y me gustaría mandarle un saludo a mi familia que a lo mejor me está viendo desde la casa, que lo amo mucho a todos, y darle las gracias a todo el staff de Chile porque ha sido uno de los mejores viajes, los mejores, se han portado un 7 con nosotros, y a todas las personas que nos están apoyando a través de las redes sociales también les mando un abrazo y un saludo gigante porque se nota y se siente todo el apoyo.
Muchas gracias, Natalia. We're going to translate it afterwards for you guys because I feel like you guys are in the last minutes of that heat and live action is very important. So back to you guys and thank you so much.
No, Diogo, translate for us. Go ahead.
Okay. So Natalia was saying that the ocean has a lot of power, but her strategy was to just go out and do the best wave possible, the best turn possible on the beginning of each wave. She thanked all Team Chile for all the support. She sent a message home, and that was pretty much it. Okay, boys, back to you.
Thanks a lot, and congratulations to her, and a fantastic performance from Natalia and from Malia, advancing on into main round number 3. And we did have a smasher of a wave. The Rin Hashimoto did regroup after that kick out and scoring a 6.93.
Yeah, well, big score there for Team Japan. She is going to take that one all the way to first place. Here's a look at it. So nice slash off the top, finishes with a click turn there, a little off the lip. So improving her situation and pretty much in this last minute locking in first place.
6.93, 6.0 for Rin Hashimoto. And here we go. Surfer in white, Mia McCarthy.
Well, Mia needed an 8-point ride to take over first. She's already in second place. That will improve her situation. She's going to drop that 183. That was a large section right there. Bottom turn, off the top, a little bit of aggression showing the judges that she cares. And she rides through it, so she'll get a decent score.
She's going to get a great score. That's going to drop the 183, a 5.33, her best ride. She solidifies second. That puts the stranglehold on Camille. She now needs a 7.94. Josefina needs a 9.0, and that's going to be a tough call with just 5 seconds remaining. Countdown coming from the beach marshal, and there it is. Heat number 5, round number 2 of the repechage for the women has concluded. And there you go, one of the advancing surfers from Margaret River, from WA, from Western Australia. A great performance by her, and also an outstanding performance by our Japanese surfer, Rin Hashimoto. Rin Hashimoto in first, Mia McCarthy in second, Camille Kent in third, and Josefina Eldora in fourth place. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. More exciting action. Heat number 6, repechage round number 2 coming up next.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. We're on São Miguel on the north side, and there's a shot of the competitors' tent. There's Team New Zealand. You can see their coach, Con Butler. He's the father of Kehu Butler, and he'll be surfing on later today. But our attention is now to heat number 6 of the rubber charge, round number 2 for the girls 18 and under. And let's meet these beautiful young ladies. Daisy Costa from Brazil will be in red. Gabrielle Gittens from Barbados in white. Jody de Armas Tracy from Germany in yellow. And Rihanna Rosenbaum from Belgium in blue. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett. Lee, welcome back. What were you observing? I know you really take time to study the ocean on your breaks.
Yeah, only because there's no internet, so I can't go on my phone. So yeah, I was really watching the conditions as the tide drops out. These girls are still having a bit of trouble, and one thing I did pick up on is they're still paddling out on 5 minutes. They're allowed 7 minutes. So whether the coaching and managers haven't realized that, I mean, I'm pretty sure the beach marshal tells every person that checks in, they really need to make the most of that paddle out. Otherwise, you're going to arrive late, you'll be out of breath. Sometimes if you're paddling, you miss the start of the heat, you won't be able to start your watch, and that just throws your whole rhythm then for the next, well, they've only got 15 minutes.
Well, this all comes in prior to coming to the Azores and coming to the contest. This comes in the training, this comes in the free surf, this comes in the practicing. Not only surfing you have to be proficient at, but we're seeing this treadmill here today, this morning, where these girls are running. So, you know, this is another skill that these girls have to learn, and the boys all have to be prepared for. They didn't have to do it early in the week, but midweek, with these low tide conditions, the current out there, it's best to run around the beach, and that's exhausting because by the time that you get in the water, that aerobic exercise that you're doing with your legs, and now you got to do it with your arms. As we watch Daisy Costa from Brazil on her opening ride.
That was a nice sized wave. She was a little bit late to get up for a re-entry. I thought she might try and pull in. You can see it takes off, drops way over her head, off the bottom, and then just ducks out of that. She couldn't quite get there early enough. But you're absolutely right, Bo. I mean, each heat, it's almost a triathlon because you're running, you're paddling, you're surfing. And this is our young surfer, Rihanna. And again, I watched this heat paddle out. They waited for 5 minutes before they entered the water, and there was a bit of a gap. And now she's running back down towards, she's drifted past podium 1 towards the left, towards the rock. She's now going to run in between the two podiums and try and paddle out on the right side of our screen as we're looking.
Well, that's what Mike was his theory. He thought that was a better current to go out on.
Yeah. I mean, there is a rip separating two surfing peaks, and obviously you don't want to drift into into podium 2. Because that's, for a start, you won't get scored if you take off over there, and you could incur an interference if you block someone who's surfing a wave. But yeah, I mean, again, it's one thing that the coaches and managers need to keep an eye on as the tide, we were saying earlier, it's now dropping back out. That rip is going to still change. It's still dragging you in one direction. You have to be really aware which direction it's going.
There's Daisy in red in the water. She scored a 1.23. We can see our surfer in white, our Barbados surfer. She's going back out. Here's our surfer from Belgium. That's Rihanna Rosenbaum. She's 14 from Leuven, Belgium, and she has competed in the ISA before. This is her second time at the ISA VISSLA World Junior Surfing Championship. Jody de Armas Tracy from Germany in yellow taking a look at this wave. And here we go. This is going to be Daisy from Brazil.
This is a better looking wave. She gets that first turn in, and she just slips off the front of the board there. Not quite sure what happened. I thought she was going to set up for that second turn, but it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, she's the only surfer to have caught any waves in this heat. 9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Take a look at it, Lee.
Why did she slip off? She just hits a little bobble, and then her front foot slipped to the side of the board and is off the center, and she goes down.
So she was off balance on that left rail.
Yeah, and you can see when we look at this angle, it looks like it's a straightforward paddle out. It's like you should be out there within seconds, but what you don't see is when these sets come in, it really can pin these surfers on the bank, and then you drift down out of the area. So you're not only paddling forward, you're paddling at an angle to try and get back into the competition area.
Time remaining in the heat, 8 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic.
All right, thank you, Bo. I'm standing here with Ren Hashimoto, the winner of that last heat. Certainly one of the cheeriest surfers on the beach. But when you hit the water, something takes over, some vicious turns out there.
Yeah, like, the waves are really powerful and it's kind of all straight, so it was pretty hard to surf over there, but I was happy for catching good ones out there.
I'm going to use what little Japanese language I know. Muzukashi ne?
Yeah.
So you started off with that 6, a single maneuver, and then you followed up with almost a 7, but really the challenge looked to me, it was the grindstone of paddling back out. How were the conditions in getting back out there?
Well, like, the waves that keep coming and then, like, it was really powerful and I just really hard, like I couldn't go outside and I was decided to run on the beach. That was helpful, like that was really helped me because I just spent 1 minute to paddle out when I ran. Like after run, yeah.
Yeah, definitely the whole paddle out thing looked like a big challenge. So kind of unique the way you have an Aussie accent when you speak English. I want you to say hello and give a shout out to your folks back in your home country in Japan. I'm curious, do you speak Japanese with an Aussie accent? I don't think so. Okay, go ahead, do a shout out.
Thank you for all my support, like mom and dad and my sponsors and all my friends. And then like I will do my best next round as well. And thank you.
You want to say that in Japanese?
No, thank you.
Wow, we got strict English practitioner here. Anyway, congratulations. Ganbatte in the next round. Back up to you guys.
Amazing. I love Ren.
Ichiban, number 1. I love her.
She's my favorite person to interview so far is young Ren. She's amazing.
You know, there is a brick over there by the interviewing stand. You can have her stand on the brick.
I might have to do that with some of these under-18s.
I stood on the brick to interview Thomas DeBear.
Really? Yeah.
And I was still smaller than him.
Yeah.
And he's 16.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, this is out the back. This is action. Jody, very quiet heat for some of our surfers. Only two waves ridden for our surfer in red, and it's a score for our German. She's on the board. We have 2 surfers yet to catch a wave, Gabrielle and Rihanna, sorry.
5 minutes, 50 seconds, so that is a good option there for Jody. She gets on the board. Rihanna also up and down on her attempt at the same time. Rihanna's wave's going to be under a point. It was a wipeout, and there we go. A 1.27 for Jody de Armas Tracy from Germany. There's our surfer in white, yet with a score from Barbados. Still tackling the waves. That's Gabrielle Gittens.
I think she might have done 2 runarounds because she was running along the beach just before we went to an interview. So whether she managed to get back out, I don't think so. You can see all the girls on the inside there. Surfer in yellow, Jody just sneaking through that wave on the corner of our screens, but the other 3 girls pretty much in the impact zone. And you can see how shallow it is. It's knee depth for Rihanna. And then you have surfer in front of her in red, Daisy, trying to duck dive. And sometimes your board just gets stuck on the sand. You can't get any depth. And is that a... Well, hands didn't leave the rail, or one hand didn't leave the rail.
Well, here's a bit of information about Gabrielle. She's 14. She's the Barbados under-18 national champion, and maybe she's just overwhelmed with that current.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been to Barbados many times. The surf over there, they're all reef breaks, so you kind of paddle around. You don't have to duck dive through this kind of intense ocean power. Even suit bowl that gets really big and heavy, you can have a nice dry hair paddle out if you time it right.
Well, her hands didn't leave the rail, but the judges gave her a score of a 0.23, so she's on the board. Rihanna on the board with a 0.2 and another similar type score. So situation remains Daisy Costa from Brazil in first in red. Second place, Jody de Armas Tracy with a one-wave score of a 1.27 is in second. Gabrielle Gittens is in third, and Rihanna Rosenbaum from Belgium currently in fourth with 4 minutes remaining.
And we've seen this a lot the last day or so. It's been a fight for second place. So we have Daisy out there in the lead. She's taken off and stood up. Got one maneuver in on one wave and gets a mid-range 2. Our other surfers, well, we can see blue on the inside there, just catching these whitewater waves. Our surfer in yellow probably has the best chance from Germany to get another decent score because she's going to catch a wave, hopefully with open face, a bit of green face rather than a whitewater wave. And you can see that thing shutting down just in front of our 2 surfers. One from the next heat still trying to paddle out, and there's 3.5 minutes to go.
Well, there's a shot of Jody. She's waiting for this one. She lets this one go by.
She's sitting just off to the channel, probably just to the right of your screen. There she is, just popping in there. And the two surfers in blue, we have a surfer in blue, Rihanna in this heat, and blue in the next heat as well. Stuck on that inside, and now inside on the... As long as her hands leave the rail and she stands up, she's going to get a score for that. She's currently in third. She doesn't need a big score to move into second, but I think as soon as Jodie takes off, it could be done and dusted for first and second.
Yeah, but the judges also, not only they judge the scoring, but where you catch the wave. Are you catching it on the outside?
Yeah.
Are you going for the bigger waves? Are you way on the inside, the middle? Are you on the shore break where Rihanna is? So they're going to put that in a factor in their scoring. So Rihanna Rosenbaum, a 0.2, a 0.43, and another 0.43 has her in third place. She only needs a 0.85. She needs to get a little bit out further to catch that next ride.
Yeah, Bo, you're absolutely spot on. If two surfers take off and just go straight and kick out for the same amount of time, the person who does it on the outside will get a better score. I mean, even if Jodie had caught that wave and gone straight and done nothing, she would at least get a 1, maybe a 1.5, where that's really not going to happen when you're taking off in the whitewater, standing up for a couple of seconds and then kicking out. But the girls are scoring points, and there has to be a first, second, third, and fourth. And that was one thing that a couple of heats we saw yesterday where our surfers didn't actually catch a wave, so they would have been tied for that third or fourth place. And it's all about points for your team as well.
Yeah, this World Championship is being presented by VISSLA, supported by the Azor Tourism and the Portuguese Institute of Sports, along with Azor Airlines and Sumal. Also, our media partners include Surfline, the official forecaster, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, Waves, Zigzag Magazine, and Media Luso.
So we're down to 1.5 minutes. Situation's been pretty much the same. Our surfer in red only caught 2 waves, but she has the best wave in the heat at 2.67.
That's not double vision.
No, no.
There's not 2 yellow jerseys out in the water. That is Jodie in heat number 6, and that is our surfer Nina Reynal from France coming up in heat number 7.
So we can see it's going to get a little bit mixy out there. There's going to be 8 surfers all in one spot. All on the inside there. That was Rihanna from Belgium. Didn't quite make that wave. What does she need? She doesn't need a massive score, but time's ticking away, and she's catching waves. She's sticking with it. She hasn't given up. So, kudos.
Quite a different situation between Malia Osterkamp needing a big score to get out of third into second than, what we're seeing in this competition.
Yeah, I mean, surfer in second there, Jodie from Germany. She's only got 1 wave and she's in second place, and that score is a 1.27. They're not big scores, but unfortunately, like I said, we keep saying, some of these girls have probably never surfed waves like this before. They've never had to duck dive through waves like this. And now up and running on the inside there. So Rihanna Rosenbaum from Belgium, keeping with it, sticking with it, chipping away.
You know what? She's trying her best.
Yeah, exactly. And that's all you can do. And that's all the team can ask of her, and her coach is a manager. And that's still going to make mum and dad proud.
And there's the final countdown. The sound of the horn rounds out this heat number 6. Round number 2 of the repechage for the girls under 18. And it'll be Daisy Costa from Brazil in first place. And there's our surfer in yellow, Jodie de Armas Tracy, knowing she needed a backup score.
Well, she might take the lead. She's going to get a second score on the board, so there could be a little change here.
There's our athletes area, Team Hawaii. We can see the blue team. There's Team Japan next to them. But here's your official results. They're still punching in numbers, and it looks like our Brazilian surfer is still going to remain in first with a 3.9. Jodie de Armas Tracy does catch a backup wave of a 2.43, and she does solidify second place. So our Brazilian and our German surfer go 1-2. Daisy first, Jodie in second place. Unfortunately, Rihanna Rosenbaum from Belgium third. Gabriel Gittens from Barbados in 4. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship from the Azores. Stick around. Heat number 7 coming up next.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome back once again to the beautiful islands of the Azores off the coast of Portugal. Now in the water, rapid charge, round 2, under 18 girls division, and heat number 7 with Raya Enser from New Zealand, Sanoa Olin from Canada, Nina Reynal from France, and Ben Aid Omaima from Morocco. We are at the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, presented by VISSLA, supported by the Azores Tourism, Ribeira Grande Municipality, Kia, and the Portuguese Surfing Federation. And Lee, we start off this heat with a huge score compared to what we have seen so far by Nina Reynal in yellow. I believe we have the replay, and we will soon watch the replay of the first one of yellow, surfed in the first 2.5 minutes of this heat. And let's go, the 7.83 of Nina Reynal, Lee.
Okay, right-hander. First, look at that nice check turn there, eyeing the lip, and then a nice big closeout re-entry on a decent-sized wave out the back, and that's why we're up in this 7.8 range. Last heat, you see all the girls pretty much got caught inside apart from one, and so the score's just going to jump straight up once you get out back and get amongst these chunky, sucky waves out there.
Yeah, absolutely, and 7.83, that would be enough to make so many heats this morning already.
Yeah, you could win maybe 3 heats combined with that one wave. So maybe conditions slightly changing as the tide drops out. And now this is Ria from New Zealand. Nice first turn there. Up for that big vertical second backhand turn, but not a lot of speed to carry herself back down onto the open face. Different angle. Looks over the shoulder. Gets that first turn in under the lip. And then spies the closeout Rio, but she just stalled on the top there and couldn't ride out.
Well, let me tell you about Nina Reynal. I've seen Nina surf a couple times this summer already, and there she goes again.
Right, this is our French surfer on their backhand. Nice big opening snap there. She can get down on the open. She really needed to compress there. But that first turn was really good. I imagine she's going to get a mid-range score for that.
And now Blue's up and riding. That's the surfer from Morocco. Not surprisingly so. She goes right. And look at that, driving fast.
How was that? She always did a longboard cross step to get back on her board. Now, when she takes off, her feet are really far at the board. Now, watch this. She's going to step back. There you go. And then get right on that tail just to try and get out of trouble. So that was really good surfing from Ben Aid.
5.67 for the last wave of Nina Reynal. 13.5 total. One of the biggest totals of the event so far. Girls division, and in the rapid charge round, we can expect some good stuff coming from Nina Reynal in the next heats also.
Yeah, I'd be inclined, if I was Nina, to get out. You know, you got 10 minutes to go. You could snap your favorite board. You
don't waste any more energy.
Don't waste your energy. Yeah, you know, we've seen it where people are killing a heat and then they stay out and they start trying to do airs and stuff and they snap their board or they pop a fin out. And there's young Sanoa from Canada with her sister over here as well. So it's good to see she got out back as well. You know, those two girls are chargers in this kind of surf.
Sanoa hasn't opened her account yet, but we have a 3.5 for the lady on your screens. Raya Hensar for that back hand wave a couple minutes ago was a left hand for her. And this is Ouaima from Morocco. Has her feet planted on the sand, and she's trying to see how she's going to make it out the back once again. Ben Aid Omaima from Morocco. First time we've seen a complete team from Morocco here. And I was going to tell you about Nina Reynal a minute ago, and she was second on a Pro Junior event of the European ranking this season in France, and this is Sanoa Olin's first wave.
Look at that. That first turn was really nice, and that second turn she just kind of went up. Didn't have enough speed to come out of that, but you can see she's a really competent surfer on her forehand.
Yeah, absolutely. And Nina Reynal coming from La Gravière, one of the heaviest beach breaks in Europe. Doesn't surprise me at all that she feels at home and comfortable in these kind of conditions, huh, Louis?
No, this could be, a day down in the southwest of France. I've been down there many a times, and it's looked exactly like this. Similar, you've got the sun, you've got the wind, you've got the rip. Obviously, in a contest, you've got less surfers to deal with. But as we see on screen now, a surfer in white and blue, so that's Sanoa and Benaid, just caught on that inside bank now as we flick over to Ria with a quick up and down, but it's going to be a second score.
And let me tell you something. We always ask, while we are compiling our bios of the surfers, we ask some of what their hobbies are. And I'll tell you what Nina Reynal's answer was. Surf, 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 and surf.
Really, that was it?
Those
That's
are
all
her
she
hobbies.
does.
Yeah, that's what she does. That's what she likes doing, and we can see from the score she's having on this one, on this heat, 7.83 and a 5.67. That's very exciting for a repechage round. And we're going straight to the beach with an interview. I believe David is there with Daisy Costa. Good morning, David, and welcome to the
Bom
pool.
dia, Diogo. Good morning, Diogo. I'm here with a very tired Daisy Costa from Team Brazil. First, I'm going to ask her in Portuguese, then I'll translate straight into English. Daisy, uma bateria muito difícil, com certeza. Você conseguiu chegar lá fora, foi a única competidora que conseguiu chegar lá fora. Chegou aqui muito cansada, confessava isso agora mesmo para mim. Fala um pouco sobre as condições e como correu essa bateria.
Primeiramente, quero agradecer a Deus, né, porque eu pedi muito para Ele me ajudar e dar bastante força, porque o mar está muito difícil para passar a arrebentação. Consegui passar a arrebentação 2 vezes e eu estou muito feliz porque é um sonho que eu estou realizando e eu estou muito feliz. Eu quero agradecer a todos, meu patrocinador Ricardo Marroquim, os meus patrocinadores que estão me apoiando, que acreditaram em mim e me ajudaram a chegar até aqui, ao Noélio Sobrinho, que é meu técnico, que está me dando maior força, e a equipe do Brasil que está comigo. Tamo junto.
Daisy saying thank you so much to first of all, obviously to the sponsors, but most of all, thanks God. And she had a hard time going out there. It was a very difficult heat. Conditions are really hard out there for the girls right now. Daisy, qual é o seu plano para essas condições? Vai continuar, o mar vai continuar com esse tamanho para os próximos dias? Qual é o seu plano? É manter o mesmo plano, tentar chegar lá fora, vencer essas baterias, mostrando um pouco mais de garra, mostrar também aos juízes que têm essa garra e marcarem a diferença para o resto das equipes?
Eu vou manter o foco, né, para passar a arrebentação e coragem e fé em Deus, que Deus vai me ajudar a chegar lá e representar o Brasil, Rio Pará, onde eu moro.
I was asking Daisy what's the plan for the next couple of days, if she's going to keep on going for it for the outside, trying to make a difference for the rest of the girls, and she says, yeah, for sure, I'm going to try and represent the Brazil, show how brave I am and show the judges the difference between surfing on the inside and going outside. Thank you so much, Daisy. Muito obrigado, Daisy. Boa sorte para a equipa Brasil.
Muito obrigada. Valeu, gente. Tamo junto. Brasil!
Thank you so much, guys. Back to you, Diogo.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Daisy. Good luck for your next rounds. And it's great to see some of these young surfers getting some sponsors from local government agencies to represent them in this kind of events. It isn't cheap to get here from Brazil, and we all know that Brazil has some economical difficulties at the moment, so it's great to see the government and some local agencies supporting Brazilian surfers and helping them to get here. We have seen a 0.93 for Nina Reynal, and 5 minutes and 30 seconds to go, 0.73 for Red's last wave, and Sanoa Olin in third, needing a 2.07. She has a 2.17, as we see Morocco's team manager trying to help Benaid Omaima in this heat.
Yeah, poor old surfer in blue. She's been having a hard time. She did catch that first wave and she got scored a 1.0. And now she's stuck in that impact zone, in that kind of circle where you can't get out past the breaking part of the wave and the waves keep pushing you back. And all the time you're being dragged down the beach. And I think she's already done a run around. This is Nina Reynal from France. As we were saying, no stranger to these chunky beach breaks, living down in the southwest of France. And she's out there. That first wave really opened things up. And she backed it up with a single turn. Still got a mid-range 5. Ria Enzo from New Zealand in second place. She's trying to get a backup score to go with a 3.5 just to broaden that gap, because young Sanoa there, if Sanoa gets out back again, she's a gritty little surfer. 2.17 on her opening wave for a single maneuver. But I think she might be just stuck in this washing machine type vortex, as we see just to the right of the screen there. That's where all this rip and water's meeting.
Yeah, and talking about that difficult conditions to get out the back, during Daisy's interview, she said, I'm just going to try and keep focused and resilient just to get out the back and get some scores.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the aerobic fitness comes in as well, where you try and get yourself a nice paddling pace. I mean, you're doing a lot of duck dives, and when the swell is messed up like this, sometimes you get one wave and then a wave straight behind it, so you basically come up from a wave and go, uh-oh, hold your breath and get straight under again. You don't even get a chance to paddle, and that's going to really show how fit these young surfers are.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw, one way for Raya and Sor. Let's go with the replay.
Okay, just one quick turn on this one, and you can see the chop, and she just gets out of that straight away before that wave unloads onto that sandbank there. It's going to get her second score up, and now Nina kicking the fins out there and just couldn't ride out of that. So it's going to be a throwaway for Nina. She's got 2 solid scores. She's not going to be too worried.
Let me tell you, Nina Reynal sure looks comfortable in these big drops, and coming from La Gravière, one of the heaviest beach breaks in Europe, it's not even sand, it's like gravel, little rocks, isn't it, there? And she sure looks comfortable, and a 7.83, one of the best scores we have seen today and yesterday in the girls division. Nina Reynal is very excited. Team France probably very happy for her on the beach at the moment, and hopefully we'll see some Team France shots. Probably they are not even celebrating. They're just, understanding that their surfer is doing a good job.
Yeah, from what Bo was saying, Nina got an interference yesterday, which is why she's ended up in the repechage, which is hopefully something I'll ask her about in a post-heat interview with her, just to clarify what actually happened there and if it's made her more determined. I mean, now she's obviously going to get through this by the looks of it, unless something really strange happens. So she's going to get straight back into the main event, mix it up again, hit the reset button, and refocus.
Yeah, and with 2 minutes to go, first priority is actually with Nina Reynal, and second priority with Red Raya. On that last wave, we saw a 2.33, so she's in second place, putting on some distance between herself and Sanoa Olin and Ben Aid. Sanoa third, needing a 3.67, and a 4.87. It's what Ben Aid needs, as you can see on your screen on those beautiful VISSLA graphics that our team from WT Vision and Medialuz is putting on. Thank you to them also for the stellar webcast job they're doing, as we see Ben Aid Omaima doing the run around.
Yeah, and she's got a big board there, so that kind of says to me that she hasn't been surfing that long. She's not that experienced, but she's giving it a dig. And the thing is, when you have a board that size with all that volume, it's tough to push underwater to get through these waves. So her duck diving's been affected. I mean, in Morocco, she probably surfs nice little point breaks, so you can paddle around. You don't have to go through them. It'd be like us trying to duck dive a mini-mal.
And there we see Nina Reynal up and riding on her backhand once again, just trying to find something. Nothing there for her.
No, she's got the 2 best scores of the heat by a long way at the moment. So maybe just trying to feel out, her board, and let's see what happened here. She takes off. It's quite a wally one. She gets over that first little section, and then she's late to the party. Decides not to give it a good go. 40 seconds on the clock is not going to make any difference. She's going to progress through quite easily.
And priority is with Ben Aid Omaima with 30 seconds to go. Second with Sanoa Olim from Canada. And I believe next it's starting to get ready, get the blood flowing, get some warm runs in there. Not rum, that's for sure. Warm runs in there so they hit the water. Although the water here is pretty warm.
Yeah, when you first touch it, you're like, ooh, that's got a little chill to it. But once you start paddling, it's always get that first duck dive out of the way. I surfed the other day in a full suit, and I was cooking.
As we hear the horn blowing, and that heat is over. Congratulations, Team France and Team New Zealand on surviving, on a team member surviving one more day. We're going to see official results in our screens. Just about now with Nina Reynal with a 7.83 and a 5.67, and making a 13.5 total, making it to third round of the main event. Congratulations, Team France. Congratulations, Team New Zealand with Raiha and Sar also going through. And unfortunately, we say our goodbyes to Sanoa and Ben Aid. We're going on a short break, and we'll be right back with the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships off from the Azores.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful Azores Islands of Portugal for the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live from São Miguel. Praia do Monte Verde is where we are. In the water is Heat 8, featuring Vain Fierro from Tahiti, Candelaria Rosano from Nicaragua, Evelyn Gontier from Argentina, and Belen Barreiro from Uruguay. This is Repechage Round 2 Girls Under 18 Division. And now welcome back to the booth, Mike Latronic. Mike, how was your break? How was coffee? And how are the waves at the moment?
Well, I couldn't do another coffee. The break was great, but you know, 2 of those Portuguese coffees in a row could lead to some kind of hyperventilation. So I'm great.
And it looks like we have had some action already.
Yeah, and you've been giving me so much help on the pronunciations of the Spanish and Portuguese names. I'm going to go and tell you that is Vahine.
Vahine Fierro.
And that actually means woman. The Hawaiian word for woman is wahine, but still they kind of pronounce that with a V as well, like vahine. And Tahitian, very, very close to the Hawaiian language.
And I'm going to tell you that her surname, Fierro, is very close to how you say iron in Spanish, which is ferro. Just a quick trivia there for you. And Mike...
Trivia is good.
Oh, absolutely. Adds color to life, I believe. And
you know,
tell me, let me know.
Well, I was going to say, you know what's good was she got a 4.33 for that snap.
Yeah, did you like that snap? It was a decent turn on a meaty wave.
Yeah, really looking to see more from her. She's got a strong style. A lot of good waves in Tahiti, so no doubt well-versed in powerful conditions.
And in Candelaria Rosano, in white, coming from Nicaragua, we have one of the youngest and smallest surfers in this year's edition of the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Both her and her sister are among the smallest and the tiniest and the youngest, but they are sure are some feisty girls with a lot of will to perform and do some good surfing. And this is Blue up and riding.
Oh, big wave for Blue, but she has to go lobster diving right there. No room to breathe on that wave. So Barreiro from Uruguay has a little bit of a whitewash to contend with right now.
And I was just telling Lee some heats ago that the drive back to the hotel yesterday was the best one so far. The views we had from the bus with the sunlight going over the mountains, that was beautiful.
Did you have a little like red wine after that too?
I did not. Should I have done that?
No, but you're right. The landscapes here and the seascapes have been stunning, even with these onshore conditions. Just a lot of beautiful colors, and I love the way when you drive down these streets, you see all of these buildings have these little like mini terraces. And I just imagine a ticker tape parade with, you know, all these families standing outside these little terraces and watching the parade. Of course, my imagination's running wild, but I just love the whole European vibe on this island nation.
We definitely saw a bit of that during the opening ceremony and the parade of the nations. Everyone was very interested, not sure what was going down, but as soon as the presentation started and we said everyone to the locals, to the local people, local folks, what was going down, they sure showed some interest. There was some loud noises coming from the local band, just trying to build up emotion here for this event. Not that we don't have enough emotion. I mean, representing your country, that's emotion enough for you to be pretty ecstatic over the coming days.
Yeah, well, here is Belín Barrero from Uruguay still dealing with that whitewash. Just a treacherous paddle back out here at São Miguel. This particular beach is putting out some challenges, but such beautiful conditions the first few days of competitions. Hoping to see those offshore winds return. I think you know, should we had offshore wind right now, we'd be watching some serious barrels. And another little section there for Vahine Fierro from Tahiti. It's not going to be much. Let's see if she can make it back out without too much trouble. Small score, bottom turn, off the top. Barely a little click there off the top, so it's not going to be much of a score at all.
That's a 173 for Vahine Fierro, and she's in the lead for now, with Evelyn Gonquia from Argentina in second, Candelaria Rosano in third, and Belén Barreiro in fourth. And I'm very excited to see a Tahitian girl surfer here, because we have seen some Tahitian surfers making it on tour and doing some great careers in the past. I obviously remember Vetea David, for example, or Michelle Perez, and it's great to see that the women's surfing there is also developing, and hopefully Vahine Fierro will enjoy a beautiful career in the coming years.
Yeah, well, I think Hira, I can't pronounce his last name very well, but there was a surfer from Tahiti named Hira.
Hira Terina Tufa?
Yeah, that's the one, and I think he actually won the junior some time ago.
Oh, that's very true. He sure did. There was a good team then, with Hayati Williams also.
Yes, I remember that name as well.
Let's go with interview of that last heat winner. That's Nina Reynal from France. She did a beautiful performance with a 13.5 total. Take it away, Lee.
Thank you, Diogo. Yeah, I'm here with Nina, whose English is still better than my French, but we do have a teammate to translate for us. And I was asking Nina, how come she's ended up in the repechage? Because she absolutely ripped out there. And if you could just ask her what happened in the previous heat and why she ended up in this one.
En gros, c'est comment t'en es arrivé à être là. Et comment t'en es arrivé à être là. Moi, je vais le dire en anglais, si tu veux.
Ici,
ouais.
I have one wave, but with two maneuver, and I give a 7.6, and I have another.
She when she lost in his first heat, she had only two average score, and she lost at zero. I think zero. I don't know, but she has only two average score, and the wave was small. But today it's bigger, and she feels more confident, and I think she will keeping it for the next round.
Okay, I'll ask her about the surf, because she's from Gravier. Very similar surf to this, where she free surfs.
Yeah, she free surfs sometimes in La Gravier, but she's from Saint-Barth, so it's different wave. Saint-Barth is more smaller, but in France we are able to surf a wave like this a lot of times, so she was able to surf this wave very good.
And now back into the main event. Normally she would stay in a repechage all the way through, but now she's back into the main event to refocus and go for gold.
En gros, t'es motivé, t'es grave motivé pour elle. Yeah, she's confident, and she's going to give her best for the rest of the round and keep focused.
And would you like to say hi to the folks and all the friends back in France in français?
Merci pour tout le monde qui me supporte, mes parents, ma famille et merci au coach et à la Chun. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Good luck for the next heats. There you go. Nina Rayner back into the main event looking dangerous with a very high score. Back to you, gents.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Nina. And thank you, Team France, for one more interview. And meanwhile, don't forget, 7 days of 7 Seas in celebration of this event. VISSLA will be giving away a VISSLA 7 Seas wetsuit every day of the event. And this was yesterday's winner. Matt Kearns won a new VISSLA 7 Seas wetsuit. Congratulations, Matt. Hopefully you're watching the webcast. If not, we're going to put this graphic later on today. Congratulations, Matt. And don't forget that you can win one of these 7 Seas wetsuit. In fact, we are looking for today's winner. You just have to check VISSLA's website, vissla.com/7 Seas giveaway, 7 as a number, or the tab win at isaworlds.com. And if you're coming on to the Azores in the coming days, don't bring a wetsuit, bring some VISSLA board shorts because the water is pretty warm. And a good score for the last of red, 6-6-7. Best wave of the heat so far, and we're going to watch the replay now.
Yeah, well, she had those 2 sort of stop and starts, and much better there. Big slash on her backhand. So all the meat and potatoes right there on that first turn. Beautiful style she's got. So can't imagine what she's going to do when she gets a really nice open face with green water.
Which will hopefully happen later on today, as we are expecting some better conditions and lighter winds, some glassy conditions, and hopefully this well lines up a bit better with the sandbanks. 6-6-7 and 4-3-3. That's what we have for these heats. First place so far with Evelyn, Candelaria and Belen a bit behind. And priority is with Belen, but in these conditions, is priority something to take in consideration?
Yeah, well, priority is always a consideration, especially when the surfers are near each other, but you can see there's a pretty wide open playing field. If the surfers want to be all by themselves, technically they could paddle 20 yards away, 30 yards away, and find little peaks and valleys all to themselves. So it can be a situation, but with the amount of room out here right now, they can strategize whatever they want. Now, that being said, we're almost at low tide. Low tide, I believe, was around 10:30. It's about a half hour away. And when the tide starts pushing in, probably about 2-3 hours after low tide, I think we're going to see some of these peaks come closer together and a lot more uniformity out there in the lineup.
With the changes that we are forecasting, what would you say to one of your team members if you were coaching? Just to stay active or wait?
Well, I sort of let the athletes follow their own nose. I don't believe in pushing the athlete around to my will. I think there's a lot of work that's done before these events to figure out what works and what doesn't. I think waiting too long would be a mistake. Yes, there's no single good wave out there enough to be waiting too long for. I think if you're waiting 2 or 3 minutes, you're okay. If you start finding yourself waiting 6 or 7 minutes, it's time to simply just get busy, because you've seen it all day long. Judges are putting out good scores for single maneuvers. Sometimes it just takes getting up and getting in the flow. So I would advise my athletes, should I be coaching, to find the rhythm. If you don't have it at first, grab a closeout, smack the lip, get a score, and then search for that rhythm.
Yeah, and what we have seen from Vahine Fierro in this one heat, going for some nice turns, 6-6-7. That's the best wave of the heat so far. But on the previous heat, we saw Nina Reynal doing some more complete waves with more than 2 turns, and she was well rewarded for that with a 7-8-3. And last few seconds in this heat at the moment, and it looks like situation's gonna stay this way with Vahine and Evely moving on as we hear the horn blow, and Vahine from Tahiti, and Evelyn making it to the next round. Unfortunately, we say our goodbye to the youngest of the Rizano sisters from Nicaragua and Belen Barrero from Uruguay. Hopefully, we will see some better surfing of Nicaragua and Uruguay in the coming rounds. Nevertheless, congratulations, Vahine, Team Tahiti, and Evelyn, Team Argentina. And we are going on a short break. Stay with us, and we will be here for another round, another heat in a few seconds. Stay with us.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. We're on São Miguel, one of the 9 beautiful islands of the archipelago here in Portugal in the northern Atlantic. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. We have concluded the girls under 18 repechage round number 2, so it is time to conclude the boys repechage round number 1, boys under 16. We started the first heats at the end of yesterday. We're going to conclude with heats 9 through 18 here with the boys, and let's get them introduced. Hugo Cooper Williams from Mexico. Excuse me. This is heat number 9. Jose Andre from Mexico will be in red. Hugo Cooper Williams from Sweden will be in white. David Gianni from Italy will be in yellow, and Freddie Sanford from Canada will be in blue.
All right, well, Freddie Sanford from Canada taking his chances here on a smaller inside right there, but gets a little crack off the top. So not a whole lot to speak of before that, so he may well have the best score of the heat thus far. Already 3 minutes elapsed.
3.17. Let's cue up the replay.
Yeah, well, here he goes. Yeah, just score right there. 3.17. We'll see if he holds on to that. A lot of opportunities out there. You can see with this wide shot, just a lot of peaks. There's a nice looking right-hander though. Tough to connect. You know, it's definitely a game of cat and mouse when it comes to finding waves that will allow for multiple maneuvers, but there's a lot of opportunity, and these boys should be able to power their way back out to the lineup and get a couple shots at it.
15-minute heat, 12 wave max for these boys out in the water. Time frame eliminated from 20 to 15 in the repechage. Here we go, surfer in red, Jose Andre.
Jose Andre getting a little snap out of that closeout section. So our surfer from Mexico in the red, looking electric. Didn't have much else on offer for that wave. You can see him getting excited there, getting ready for this stringent paddle out. So very, very hardy sandbar right here. Taking another look at this. Nice snap, stays over his board enough to complete that maneuver. He's going to do a little bit better on his opening ride with a 4.83, so judges rewarding that aggression. 10 minutes, 15 seconds remaining. You can see White standing up on the sandbar there. Not sure if he's going to come in and come around. Oh, he's actually going to stand up on this wave.
Let's go down to the beach and check in with Diogo.
Yeah, Bo. Yeah, Mike, I'm here with last heat's winner as some rain starts falling down. But hey, Vahine, great heat there. What was your strategy in these difficult conditions?
Just gotta catch like the waves that was coming at you because it's super hard. There's no waves and there's too much waves actually, and it's closing out. So like you gotta catch the wave that comes at you.
Do you feel at home here? Do you like the warm water? What kind of waves do you surf at home? Is it close to this?
I usually surf reefs, but I surf beach breaks too, and so I'm kind of used to those type of conditions. But it's pretty hard though.
And what does it mean to you to represent Team Tahiti here?
I'm super proud of representing my team here in Azores, and I hope I can go as far as I want to.
Congratulations, Vahine, and bonne chance for your next round.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys in the booth, as I'm going to get some cover from the rain.
Okay, get out of the rain there, Diogo, and congratulations to Vahine, a very sweet young lady.
Yeah, I mean, she may well be in the repecharge round now. She's out of it, but perhaps a huge dark horse here. I really think that she displayed some great quality in her turns.
So, again, repecharge rounds 1 underway for the boys under 16s, but the girls under 18, they've already concluded repecharge round number 2. But why are we back in repecharge round number 1? The volume of boys. Each country is allowed to submit 4 surfers for both the boys under 18 and the boys under 16. And each country is only allowed to supply 2 girls for the girls under 18 and girls under 16. Why is it less? Well, that's just the ISA format.
So the girls we saw in the last round will now re-enter main round number 3.
Main round number 3 and main round number 3 onward will consist of single elimination.
Do or die.
Do or die. So it is turned into actually a repecharge round, but with 20-minute heats. And the only reason for that is because of the volume of the 371 surfers and the 39 surfing nations this year. To get everything in the 8-day time frame, we actually started 3 hours during the opening ceremony because we needed that extra time for the volume. So maybe in the future of the World's Juniors, we may next year have 400 surfers, and we may need more days to continue if we're going to do this format. Or the ISA may have to look and reevaluate their situation, maybe have regionals and then come to a certain set number that they can have qualifying rounds, repecharge rounds, and main rounds.
Yeah, well, no doubt surfing is becoming more and more of a popular sport, and the youth of the world absolutely taking to it. Can't imagine anything more free than grabbing a flotation device and riding Mother Nature. So very, very appealing to the masses and especially these young kids.
Jose Andre in the lead on a one-wave score of a 4.83, and just 0.37 behind him is Freddie Sanford on a two-wave total of a 4.4. David from Italy currently in third, needing a 3.11. Hugo Cooper Williams in fourth, needing a 3.91. As we see Hugo right there from Sweden running down the beach, and there's a shot of Freddie Sanford from Canada. 6 minutes, 15 seconds remaining, and here's the Blanc replay of Freddie.
Well, Freddie gets a little crack off the top there, but unable to maintain his balance, goes down, and now he's caught inside, so he is going to take a few minutes there to deal with that sandbar. We saw Cooper Williams running down the beach. At this point, I had a good look at it during the break, and there is a better opportunity to get back out on the left of our screen. There's a long sandbar, and then there seems to be a rip sucking the surfers out to sea. So if you just get caught by a few waves, chances are you can still get out
better on that side.
Up and down there from Mexico is Jose Andre, your heat leader. So he secures a 0.77 for his backup, so he improves his margin on the lead. Heat number 9, round number 1 of the boys under 16 repechage. And this World Championship is being presented by VISSLA. We're supported by the Azores Tourism, the Riviera Grande City, the municipality, and Kia, along with the Portuguese Surfing Federation. Our media partners include RTP, The Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Fibrous Magazine, Grandad Zero, Coastal Watch, Free Surf Magazine, and Via de Escape.
Well, not a whole lot of action happening here, Bo. 4 minutes, 50 seconds left still. Team Mexico holding down that first place. Jose Andrade has got that 4.83. Nice snap off the top. There is our surfer from Sweden. He is, you know, he's just representing his team here. He doesn't look like he's in too much of a rush to battle that shore break again, but got to admire the national spirit and just all the gathering of the tribes here at this ISA event. Very, very pleased every time I come to these events. It hasn't changed. It's always a new feeling, and to see all the different people from around the world sharing their cultures and talking different stories, might be different languages, but the stoke of surfing is universal, and even a country like Sweden is gravitating to it.
There was a first priority there, David, from Italy in yellow, tempting for that wave. He goes from first priority to third priority. Well, Hugo Cooper Williams from Stockholm, the 16-year-old, he is the Swedish under 16 champion. He's in the white jersey. We're seeing Freddie Sanford there. He's currently in second. There's Hugo, still trying to make his way out. Probably has never seen surf like this in Sweden.
Yeah, well, I think Sweden one year for the Sands of the World ceremony dropped a rock in the thing. It's isn't that a landlocked country? Or no, that's Switzerland. Okay, my bad. And I'm sure the Sea of Denmark is not producing waves quite like this. And speedy section there for Jose Andrade, goes down, just caught a bump. Looked like he was ready for something big there at the end of that. Look at him getting all riled up. Got a lot of speed and just fell out of the sky. So this low tide really causing some damage, steeper sections, and making it really hard to paddle out too.
Jose Andre secures a 1.3. Here we go. David from Italy now up and riding in the whitewater section. Hits that bank. This will be a good wave for him. He's already had a 1.3.
Yeah, this could be a very important ride. You know, he didn't hit it too clean, but he got some spray over the top of that, manages to hold on, ride through it. So he doesn't need much. He only needs a 3.11, but here goes Blue. A little bit of a flyaway on that kick out. Opts to get back out rather than deal with that foamy section. Possibly a good move. He's going to want to drop the 1.23. He's got a 3.17, so one of the more solid scores of the heat. And yeah, Giannone scores a decent little score.
Yeah, 2.67 gets him out of fourth into third place. Now he needs a 1.74 to go into the top two. In second, held by Freddie Sanford in second, and Jose Andrade in first with a 6.13. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining.
Well, yeah, Giannone, he only needs a 1.74 to move up. So if Freddie Sanford doesn't get another wave and the Italian gets almost anything, things could change.
And there we see Hugo Cooper Williams still battling the shore break, trying to get out. He's watching his coach on the shoreline. 1 minute remaining. Riding Jose.
Well, Jose is having a tough heat, and he is dealing with some adversity out there. Meanwhile, same thing for our surfer in blue. Let's see if he gets anything that's going to give him scoring potential here. A lot of foam,
another non-event there for Sanford. And there's a replay of that wipeout. So just a difficult situation. 30 seconds left. Pretty much it's all on Team Italy to get another wave. He's out the back.
See the surfers mixing in with the heat paddling back out. Guys on the inside. These are the boys, 16 and under, rubber charge round number 1. Our first heat for the boys. This is actually heat number 9. We did conclude heats 1 through 8 by day's end yesterday. And the sound of the horn rounds out this heat. And it'll be our Mexican surfer and our Canadian surfer advancing on through to the rubber charge round number 2. And congratulations to that man right there, Jose Andrade, advancing and making his way into the rubber charge round number 2. Final results of heat number 9. Jose takes first. Freddie takes second from Team Canada. That's Freddie Sanford. David from Italy in third place with a 2.67, and Hugo Cooper Williams from Sweden will secure fourth. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. Heat number 10 coming up next. Stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're in heat number 10, rubber charge round number 1 of the boys 16 and under. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett. Welcome to the webcast and a 3-man heat. Top 2 will advance on into the rubber charge round number 2. Let's meet our surfers here. Yuri Scoot from Barbados will be in red, no surfer in white. Neil Abofrayas from Morocco will be in yellow, and Robbie McNichol from Scotland will be in blue.
Good luck to all our competitors. Again, I've just been sat out watching, and these guys weren't paddling out on 5 minutes. And even David, the beach announcer, was saying, hey guys, 3.5 minutes until you start. Maybe you want to paddle out. So, and you can see there, poor old Robbie has succumbed to the paddle out already from Scotland. I'd just like to say, hope Andrew gets well from Team Scotland as well. He kind of had an incident with a rock and his toenail yesterday before his heat. So unfortunately, he only has 9 toenails.
Yeah, that was a little horrific rock walk that he took. The medics attended to him, and he went out in this heat yesterday, didn't do well. He was really worried about his foot. So this is a second chance for him, as we see both red and yellow there. There's Yuri Scoot from Barbados in red, 16-year-old. And we see our Moroccan surfer in yellow just past him. And there's Robbie McNichol, surfing with an injury. Full wetsuit.
No boots.
No booties
Got
today.
his boots off. Yeah, he's on holiday. Why not get those boots off?
Yeah, maybe he should have had his boot on the beach when he was walking on that rock.
Yeah, he said he was just running down for a free surf before his heat. You know, he just clipped it and looked down and thought, I need to get this scene too. No waves ridden at the moment on our scores. Looks like we've got two surfers out the back anyway, which is Neil and Yuri. Poor old Robbie there just dealing with the shore break. Could be our first wave ridden for young Neil from Morocco. Nice big takeoff. Just a little grommet, this guy. Flying down the line. Cracks it off the lip. Really like that turn there. And he gets a little reform bonus as well. So good one for Neil. That's going to be the first wave and a decent wave.
Yeah, it's going to be a keeper wave for him, most definitely. Still lots of time in this heat, 10.5 minutes. Let's watch the replay here. Nice takeoff. Has lots of speed to generate maneuvers.
He does. He's flying down the line and he cracks his lip, lands in the flats, and then gets a little double up there. And then just nice little whitewater turn. Incomplete, but that first turn was the important one.
Oh, that was the money turn for Neil. So he'll definitely take an early lead.
Very narrow stance for our young surfer in yellow there. I think that will probably change as he gets older, especially once he starts doing airs. You need that front foot near the middle of your board. I still can't understand the mechanics of doing those big air reverses. It's beyond my comprehension, I'm afraid.
So judges are taking their time. They're dissecting Neil's wave. Anytime there's a delay in the score, you know the judges have instant replay. They have the choice to use the webcast cameras, and they also have dedicated cameras up there. And the judges will freeze, they can slow-mo, they can go over, and the head judge will discuss the criteria with the judges. There's 5 judges at any given time with the panel on each podium judging, and what they do on a scale of 0 to 10, 10 obviously being perfection, 8 to 10 in the excellent range. They'll talk about the criteria, they'll talk about the conditions, they'll talk about the maneuvers, and they'll drop the high score, they'll drop the low score, they'll keep the 3 medium averages, and there we go, a 4.67 for Neil from Morocco, and he's in first. Yuri Scoot there in red, he has secured a first wave score of a 1.6, so there's first and second on screen, and a very valiant effort there from Neil from Morocco, and a good charger there, and he's in first.
Yeah, I think that score's bang on. We've seen single maneuvers throughout the event being around that mid-range score, around about a 5, so they're keeping with that tradition. And it's a shame he couldn't get that second turn in. He might have got another half a point.
Let's go down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic.
Okay, hey, thanks, guys. I'm here with the winner of that last heat, Jose Andrade. He speaks no English whatsoever, but I got my little cheat sheet here. And first I'm going to ask him, how was your heat? ¿Cómo estuvo tu heat?
Pues las condiciones no estaban muy buenas, pero pues hicimos lo posible para sacar un buen resultado y pues ahí vamos poco a poco.
I'm just going to say muy bueno. ¿Cómo se siente representar a tu país? That's, how does it feel to represent your country?
Pues muy bien representar mi país porque a eso venimos, a representar mi país y hacer todo lo posible por llevar algo a México. Algo bueno.
Once again, I'm going to say muy bueno. All right, lastly, we're going to say, ¿quieres decirle algo a tu gente? So that's like, give a shout out to your folks back home.
Pues muchas gracias por el apoyo a todos mis patrocinadores de iStock y pues de haber venido aquí al Mundial.
Once again, muy bueno. All right, good job. Good luck in the next heat. Great little surfer from Mexico.
Hey, Mike, one question.
Wait,
No, just for you.
For me.
You. Okay, Mike, when the Moroccan surfer wins this next heat, can you talk Moroccan and interview Neil?
Shukran, brah. Shukran.
Okay,
no problem.
You're a good sport. We love you, man.
I know a few words.
We love you, man. Thank you. What a sport. Mike Latronic, a former gold medal world champion in the Kahuna division of the ISA Masters when it was last held. And that is a current gold medal. He had to come into the booth to remind us he is the current, 3-year champion now? As Sonny Garcia says, once you hold the title, you own the title. And that was, a better effort than both Lee and I could put in one time.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I might get one of those cheat sheets, but I'm afraid of what the boys might ask me to ask, telling me that it's something different. Nice wave there for Yuri Scoot from Barbados. He's got a couple of very small throwaways, and that's going to go into his top 2. Still looking for Robbie McNichol to get on the scoreboard. Time ticking away now, just under 6 minutes.
Yeah, Robbie's still battling the conditions. He's never seen conditions like this. He's a 16-year-old from Scotland, from Bellshill. Where is Bellshill, Scotland?
It's in Scotland. That's all I know.
It's up north.
Yeah, I think it's on like the east coast of Scotland. So they do get some really good waves over there. And that was a nice turn there for Yuri. Just a one big maneuver. It's going to be very similar to our Moroccan surfer, Neil's first wave. Just that big crack and nothing to back it up. Really separate yourself.
Okay. I was talking to Robbie's dad.
Okay, go on then.
It's near St. Andrews.
Which you're interested in because of the golf aspect.
Yeah. Got to play golf at the old course, the new course. Got to venture off through the west side at Turnberry and Carnoustie back on the east side, in a beautiful, beautiful town and beautiful, beautiful country of Scotland. There's Robbie on the inside. Remember, he lost a toenail yesterday.
I think it was his teammate lost a toenail, and I think Robbie was just standing, pointing and laughing at him.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Andrew, who did lose a toenail, he's out of the contest.
Okay.
So he'll be a flag bearer and cheering.
There you go. 417 secured for Yuri Scoot, and a 1.6 still has him in second place. Why? Because Neil Abafrias from Morocco in yellow still with a commanding lead with a 4.67 and a 1.53, but Yuri getting closer there. Robbie's still trying to get out through the inside section. The time's running out for him. 4 minutes, 28 seconds remaining in this Repecharge round number 1 heat.
Well, Robbie there, you can see he's done the runaround twice. He just keeps getting caught on that impact zone. Young Neil did well to get that first wave and a second wave and sneak back before you get pinned on that inside. As you were saying, Bo, Yuri there just come up short from taking the lead, but at the moment it's a two-horse race.
Love the surfing style by our Moroccan surfer.
Yeah, like I said, the only thing I can see changing as time goes on is that front foot might slide slightly forward, just once he starts doing those more progressive aerial maneuvers. At the moment, he's got that kind of Parko, on the tail kind of maneuver. See if you can have a look at this one. Well, he's in second priority. It doesn't really matter because Robbie's not out back. He's just got to give way to Yuri at the moment from Barbados. And he's going to try and sneak another one. So even though he paddles for this wave, he's still second in line because there's only two of them out there. Here's young Robbie on the inside. Oh, I thought that might be his first wave. Maybe just keep paddling, mate. You can see he's taking some big old breaths there. And these full suits, you do get hot really quick, as I found out the other day when I went for a surf. It looks like he might be calling it a day. Or maybe going for another run round.
We'll see what Robbie does here on the inside. Yeah, he's in the shallows on the shoreline, and it is peak low tide 10:30 right now.
Right, and the good thing is the tides aren't as big as when we first got here, so that sandbar that we saw on day one, which was nice and dry and the teams were stood there, that's all we're going to see now, and the tides don't move as big, which is, a lot of these kids will be more used to that rather than these big tides we get over here in Europe.
2 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Heat number 10, Repecharge round number 1. These are 15-minute heats. We will move back into the main round of the boys 16 and under coming up at around 1 o'clock this afternoon. We're going to conclude today's action with 18 heats of the boys 16 and under, 20-minute heats of the main round. So the advancing surfers from day number 1, we'll see action here on day number 4. So they've had 3 days, a couple of days off, free surfing off on the side zones here. And Robbie's just coming in. Gave it an effort. Challenging conditions. Never seen conditions like this. And you got to give him a shout out and make sure that he's well welcome. There's his fellow coaches.
Oh, I'd love to hear what they were saying to him then.
Positive?
I imagine so. I mean, he needs he needs a decent score, mid-range 5, which is very tricky to get out there today. We've seen that for one maneuver. Here we go on the inside. This is Yuri Scoot from Barbados. Nice re-entry there off the white water. Just the one turn. Again, not really complete, so it's going to be very similar to that 1.6 he already owns. And that leaves our young Moroccan out there by himself.
He'll be choosy out there.
I mean, why not though? When you're in the lead and you know that one guy's already got out. Here we go, young Neil. Look at his stance, nice, like Parko narrow swing off the top there. Drops back onto his heels but keeps it together. He's looking for this inside reform. Another snap there. Can he ride out? I thought he was going to take that all the way to the beach. It's going to be his backup score. It might even be his best score.
I'll tell you what, that board looks kind of big for him.
Yeah, I think that his stance kind of adds to that, as we see. Watch his first turn. Cracks it, lots of spray, and then goes whoop, drops down on his heels there. So, as I say, as he gets older, I think that front foot's going to come forward, widen his stance a little bit, and he'll be a real dangerous surfer.
Yeah, he's going to grow into that board in the next couple of years, but by then he'll probably have a secondary board. A 1.9 secured by Yuri Scoot on that last ride, and we're on standby for the third wave score for Neil Abafrias from Morocco, and I believe he's going to drop that 1.53. He's going to secure this lead with that last wave. 25 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. I mean, I think Robbie's still on the beach, Yuri's on the inside, and now poor old Neil's just in the wrong spot. But 10 seconds to go, Bo. This is done and dusted. Really good surfing from the young surfer from Morocco. Only 3 waves still waiting for this last score, but he knew what he had to do, and he went out and done it.
Final seconds from our beach announcer being tallied up to the surfers out in the water. The two horn ends this heat, and what an exciting heat it was to watch these young surfers performing here in the Azores. And there's Team Barbados. They're welcoming back Yuri. And here's our final tally. And how about that? A surfer out of Morocco taking first place, and that second wave score, a 5.27, secures his lead. Neil Abafrias from Morocco takes first. Yuri Scoot from Barbados in second. Robbie McNichol from Scotland in third. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from San Miguel in the Azores. Coming up, heat number 11. Up next are the boys 16 and under, rubber charge, round number 1.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Good morning once again, everybody, or bom dia, as we say over here in the Azores. Welcome to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship 2016, of course. This is the 4th day of action, if I'm not mistakenly. And in the water right now, we have one more heat of the under 16 rapid charge first round of the boys division. In the water, we'll soon see the graphics come up or not. So red from Puerto Rico, Josuel Valentin. In white, Scotland, Elliot Young. From Denmark, Lucas Bay. And from Canada, that's Reed Platanius. That's a good name, Reed Platanius.
Platanius. I wonder where the origins of that is.
Yeah, that's something we can ask Reed if he makes this one heat.
It sounds like a chemical compound.
It does.
You know what I mean?
It does. It really does. Something that you'd find on the periodic table.
Yeah, or something that get rid of kryptonite and use Platanius to take out Superman. Slightly off track, but never mind.
Oh, man. I'm sure Reed's family has tuned in to check on Reed's heat. So everybody at home, Reed's family, hi there. And hi also to Lucas Bay, Elliot Young, and Josuel's family. And it's Josuel catching the first wave.
Here we go. Young Puerto Ricans flying down the line, this left-hander. Late on that re-entry. You can see the backwash just bounce him off. He was off to a good start there. Elliot Young from Scotland's got the first wave, bit of a throwaway. Here we go, deals with that tricky takeoff around the bottom, and it'll snap, puts the foot down, flying down the line, eyes the re-entry there, lands, and then you can see that explosion of water just knocking the young Puerto Rican off his board. And now Blue straight behind it. Here we go, this is Reed from Canada. Nice check turn there, and then a snap off the top, bigger that second turn, and he kicks out. So nice exchange between Red and Blue. I'm pretty sure Blue's going to get the nod over that. Bit of a bigger wave this first turn, bit of a check turn, but as he comes through the inside, he cracks that lip there, made sure he ride out of it, and then kicks straight out so he doesn't get caught on the inside.
Reed coming from Comox, BC, Canada. Favorite wave, South Chesterman. He's 12 years old, and he's the under 12 Canadian national champion. And what about our gentleman from Puerto Rico, none other than Josuel Valentin. Let's wait a moment to see this one wave of Lucas Bay from Denmark. Two-timed cutback, but yeah.
Yeah, he didn't really have the open face on that wave, but he's on the scoreboard. I mean, we've seen a lot of these heats go through where surfers have struggled just to catch a single wave. And for a couple of small cutbacks on that size wave, he's going to get around about a 2, which have been keepers in some heats.
Absolutely. Josuel Valentin is the surfer in red. He's 14, comes from Guayama. Inche Salsi is his favorite wave, and he's wearing red in this heat. Elliot Young, we need to find some trivia about this young surfer from, he really is a young surfer, huh? Elliot Young coming from Scotland.
I see what you did. It took me a second. I was just waiting for that other coffee to kick in. I'm on the same page now.
You're on the same page now. And Elliot Young coming from, Thornton Lodge, East Lothian, and Cardiff Beach, California. Those are his favorite waves.
Interesting.
Thornton Lodge, East Lothian, and Cardiff Beach, California.
Strange how he doesn't say some. Maybe he doesn't want to say some surf breaks up in Scotland. There's a few that I know of that I will not be saying, but I would like to go back and surf up there. So.
How do you say this? Thornton Lodge.
Where we are.
There we go.
Oh, Thornton Lock.
Thornton Lock.
Thornton Lock.
Thornton Lock, East Lothian.
Yeah, so it's obviously near a big water base. Like a lake in Scotland is a loch. Hence the Loch Ness monster, which is a monster of the lake, basically.
Very well, let's go for scores with 9 minutes to go. We have Josuel Valentin with a 3-point ride in his first wave, 2.3 for Lucas Bay, and just like Lee was saying, Blue got the nod there on the first exchange, 3.6, and Blue is in the lead as we see Yellow paddling, just checking this one wave, and now it's Red's turn, but that looked like a meaty one.
Yeah, there's nothing worse. Just looking at Yellow there, when you paddle for a wave and you kind of turn over the shoulder, look over your shoulder, and the one behind is just twice the size, you're thinking, oh my goodness, why did I paddle for that wave? That's our young Elliot Scott there. Elliot Young from Scotland on the inside. It looks like he's struggling to get through these big chunky waves. So he's going to be doing the old whitewater run around every now and then. Everyone else seems to be out the back. We haven't seen Reed for a while. Reed, Lucas, and Josel only have one wave at the moment.
As we see Team Puerto Rico and Puerto Rico's team manager just giving some help to young Josuel, just telling him to go a bit more to the right. Some quick help is always needed, huh?
Yeah, I always found amazing that the coaches of surf teams all use the same signals. I mean, back in my day, we used to have table tennis bats, like ping pong bats, different color. And if somebody pointed in that direction, you'd know to paddle that direction, and then vice versa. But everybody in the heat knew the same signals because they all use the same signals.
Yeah.
So I don't know why teams don't devise a secret signal where they might point in one direction but actually mean the other one.
Team Portugal does that.
Do they? Oh, secrets out.
I don't know what they... No. I don't know what their signals mean.
Okay.
But I know that they don't use signals as everybody because I see the coaches using boards, shirts, and arms.
Yeah. It's like, there's only a couple of instructions like to the left, to the right, further out back, come inside, stay where you are.
Yeah.
That was it. Oh, and then there was hassle back in the day, but you can't do that anymore because of the priority system.
Yeah. And yeah, absolutely, and you can tell them that there's an incoming sweat as well, and they also use whistling, a lot of whistles.
Yeah, I mean we see that on the WCT, on the WSL main tour. They see some of the parents or coaches. If you do a number of whistles, it means something. you know, I don't know if you've got them in Portugal, but in the UK we have sheepdogs, and they communicate when they round up sheep through different whistles and tones. Yeah, exactly. So the same sort of thing. You know, whether that's easy to understand when you're duck diving waves and you're thinking, oh, was that 2 whistles mean go to the left, or was it 3 to the right? It might be a bit trickier than a visual stimulus. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, late takeoff there for Lucas. Little double up and just digs that rail. So his feet not quite in position on that tricky takeoff.
6 minutes to go. Young Reed Platinius from Canada on our screens. He has a 3.6, 12 years old, coming from a common in Canada, BC, and probably very excited to be here. Young surfer from Canada, Reed Platanius, coming from Comox actually, and as we see the Puerto Rican flag right there, and red with Prio just getting pounded.
I think, yeah, that could well be the next heat pattern out, but there's 2 surfers on screen just to the left there. Looks like red and yellow just in that impact zone. You can see the water sucking out. It's so frustrating, this kind of surf, because 1 minute you can get a dry hair paddle out straight out, and then if you time it wrong, you'll hit a set, you'll gas yourself out, so your arms will be aching, you'll get washed down the beach, you've got to get out, run up and around, and time goes so quickly in these 15-minute heats. We're already under 5 minutes.
So should they be paddling during the set's last waves, or when they see a clear area?
Well, this is the thing, you know, you get to a certain depth and then you can no longer stay in position because the rip's going to move you anyway. So you want to try, if you're going to do a run around, get there just as the previous set ends. Exactly. And then try and sneak out. But, you know, if you wait around, there's nothing to say that the next set isn't going to stop breaking. Or it really is a gamble in this kind of surf what your tactics are to get through. I mean, if you're lucky and you're smart, if you get 2 big turns off out the back, I would probably kick out unless it was running out of time and I need to go through to the inside, because that way you're going to still stay at the back, still have your priority, and you won't get pinned like we've seen so many surfers with this shore break.
Easy to say from here, though, as we don't have to go through the running around or the big paddle and deal with the tides.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. His action. This is Reed's second wave. He's in the lead with 1 wave. A little bit of a tricky bottom turn there, but he's found some open face, and now this thing's just going to double up. Going to be a backup score, and he'll put a little bit of distance between himself and Lucas from Denmark, who is in second place with a 2-3 and a 1-1. And our Puerto Rican surfer, just 1 wave in third, and he basically needs to stand up.
Yeah, absolutely. So the heat is pretty much open. Reed on that last wave trying to improve his situation, trying to get some gaps going between him and the rest of the field. It was 3-2-3, and Blue is in the lead and in a better lead for now.
Yeah, I mean, the danger man in my eyes is our surfer in red, who has basically half a point to jump up into second place. So our surfer in yellow needs to stay on his toes.
Meanwhile, let's go with surfer in yellow from that last heat. That was previous heat winner Nail Aboufiras. Take it away.
Thanks very much, guys. We're down here with Neil Aboufiras from Morocco. He's 13 years old. First, I'm gonna have Annette translate for us when I ask the question. For Neil, very challenging, very tough conditions out there for you. How was your heat out in the water? You surf very well.
C'était très difficile aujourd'hui. Comment ça s'est passé? Comment était ton hit?
Je réponds en français ou en anglais? Oui, je peux en français. Bah, c'était assez dur. Il y avait du courant et pas un pic défini, donc c'était dur. Aussi, ça fermait beaucoup. Donc pour avoir des vagues qui ouvraient, il fallait bien chercher. Et puis voilà.
It was very hard. He couldn't definitely see the wave and the peak. It was tough. It was tough.
Yeah, we knew it was tough for him, but he performed very well. But let's talk about Morocco, because Morocco is a very exciting place. Talk about your country and talk about surfing in Morocco. Are there some great surfing spots? Tell us about your home break where you surf.
Alors dis-nous au Maroc comment c'est le surf, ton home break, voilà. Parle-nous un peu du surf au Maroc, comment c'est?
Bah, le surf au Maroc c'est sympa, il y a souvent de belles vagues, surtout en hiver. Moi je surfe surtout du côté de Casa parce que j'habite là-bas. Jack Beach, India, tout ça. Et voilà. Voilà, on a des belles vagues, il fait chaud, il y a du soleil. Ouais.
great waves. He lives near Casablanca, so he surfs at Jack Beach and Ain Diab. Great waves during the winter time, and we have the sun, and it's just amazing.
Wow, sounds very tempting to take a surf trip over there. My final question for Neil is, are you having fun at the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and what are your goals for coming to the Azores in this year's championship?
Est-ce que ça te plaît ici? Est-ce que tu t'amuses bien? Et quels sont tes objectifs pour le ISA là, cette année aux Açores?
Bah, ouais, je m'amuse bien. Hier, on a eu des bonnes sessions. Avant-hier aussi, c'était cool. C'est juste aujourd'hui, c'est un peu plus dur, mais bon. Sinon, moi, mon but surtout ici, c'est passer quelques tours parce que bon, je suis encore petit et j'ai du temps devant moi et juste passer quelques tours, aller assez loin.
I'm having great fun. My objective here is just to go through some rounds. Yesterday I had fun with the waves. Today is tougher, so I think he's trying his best today.
Well, you're doing more than your best. You're surfing fantastic. I can't wait to see you back out in the water. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man is going to go far. He's already got some great sponsors, and he's having a great time here at the Azores. This is what the ISA is all about, spreading surfing around the world. 100 surfing nations around the world, and we have 39 of them here in the Azores for this World Championship. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bo, and thank you, Neil and Odette, as we hear the horn sound and the heat is over. 517 for Josuel's second wave. This is the 517.
Nice big re-entry there. He's only a little kid, cracks that off the top and makes it out in front of the wave. So solid score for a single maneuver, and we've seen that throughout the day.
Absolutely. Josuel stealing the lead from Reed Platinius from Canada. Official results now on our screens. Hit 11, reportage round 1, under 16 boys division, and we're going straight to a break, and we'll soon hear from Josuel Valentin in the beach on the interview, and I'll see you soon. Stay still as more action is coming from the Azores to the world.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Good morning, everybody, and if you just joined in, welcome to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in the water. Heat 12 of the reportage round 1, boys under 16 division. Heat 12 with German Leif Jakobsen, Argentinian Franco Radziunas, and Russian Egor Volkov. My name is Diogo Alpendre, along me Mike Lutronic from Hawaii, and we are excited about one more heat in the next 12 minutes. Funny thing about Egor Volkov, he hails from none other than St. Petersburg, one of the most beautiful places in Russia, but his favorite wave is in the Algarve, in the south of mainland Portugal.
So he's sort of a pseudo-local.
Absolutely. Ooh, that was quite a big of a wipeout there. And actually, Egor Volkov from Russia is coached here by a Portuguese former amateur surfer.
All right, well, what would he have here? Barata faz-me el filho?
Barata,
What
which
does
is
that
one
mean?
of the guys at the Media Luzu team, get me pregnant.
No.
Yeah, it's a joke. But it's a joke in Portuguese, okay? It's
Okay.
no innuendo there.
Okay, I just read that on camera. Sorry.
No innuendo. Just
in my haste to learn new languages, excuse me, world.
Yeah, Egor Volkov competing in the under 16, coming from St. Petersburg, 16 years of age. Val Figueiras is his home break, surfing on a short board, of course, and a Mata Shapes board. The Volkov surf is his Instagram page, and we have some scores on the board, but nothing major.
Yeah, so 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. Let's see if Yellow can light things up here, get a score. No, he is going to lose priority paddling for that wave. A little bit of a miss right there, and there it is. Red now has priority from Germany, but there's so much action out in the lineup. You can see 3 whitewashes right now. Tide is, I think we're just out of low tide, so the tide should be moving back in. And usually that's when you see if a new swell is expected, the incoming tides could sort of bring you the forerunners.
Yeah, and that's definitely exciting to see. Hopefully the wind will back off a bit. Not that we have a lot of wind, but it's always good when the wind backs off a bit and some lighter or no wind comes through. Hopefully the swell will line up a bit better with sand break, and with 10 minutes to go, this heat is still pretty much out in the open as we see a lot of open water in the lineup, Mike.
Yeah, could be a good time to talk about some of the things we got going on here. I think we had that, if you haven't found out, VISSLA, the event sponsor, is celebrating the World Junior Surfing Championships here and giving away a VISSLA 7 Seas wetsuit every single day, starting September 19th through the 25th. And we've got another giveaway from DeBlanc. Why don't you take us through that, Diogo?
Yeah, absolutely. We were going to have the DeBlanc highest score of the day of yesterday. I believe the winner is with Bo. Is that so, Bo? Well, not yet. It's going to be DeBlanc highest heat total of yesterday. We're going to check the winner soon. And it's with Lee. Lee, take it away.
Yep, I'm here with today's DeBlanc winner of our free sunglasses, and I'm joined by Jake Elkington from Surfing GB, or Team GB. You had a massive heat on the other podium. Unfortunately, we didn't see the waves you caught. Could you just run us past how you got your 8.5 and what was your 8.77?
Yeah, well, started off pretty quickly, and found a clean little right-hander, and I did a little carve, and then finished off with like a sort of a vertical snap. Got me my 8.5, and yeah, I sort of looked around for another wave, and I managed to get a nice little left, bit of a bowl on it, and I had 2 backhand snaps. Yeah, it was a good wave. But that was my 8.77, I think.
And that gives you a good rhythm for the rest of the contest. Have you surfed podium 1 yet, or have you just been up on podium 2 for the contest so far?
Oh yeah, I surfed my first heat on podium 1. It didn't go very well, got knocked. But yeah, it was really small waves. But yeah, that heat yesterday gave me a lot of confidence, and hopefully be able to take that rhythm into the next heat. It'll be sick.
Well, like me, you're squinting, so I'm going to give you your DeBlanc sunglasses if you want to pop them on and show the people what you win for the best combined score of the day. This is our second giveaway, and they make you look even more handsome. As if that's possible. Yes, I can hear you, Diogo.
So get to ask Jake what his origin is about, because he lives in Sydney, I believe, surfs super tubes, and has a bit of an accent there.
Yeah, the guys were just saying that you don't sound like a typical Englishman like myself. So you spend a lot of time in South Africa, but you have your heritage. Your grandparents are from the UK.
Yeah. My parents they're both English. So, funny enough, I live in South Africa, but yeah, all my friends there, they say that I have an English accent, so I'm kind of stuck in between. But I'm living and training in Cape Town. But yeah, I'm English heritage.
Do you like football? And what's your team?
I don't actually watch much football. I'm
Yeah, you're not that English then. You got some improvement to go.
yeah. I think I need to learn to be more English since I'm on the team. But yeah, I'm getting there.
Well, your surfing is definitely not English because you're scoring massive scores. So I mean, it's a good boost for the rest of the GB team as well to kind of take your lead. And also, you're back into the main event now. You did drop into the rapid charge, and you're back up. So that's got to be a good feeling for yourself.
Yeah, feeling really good after that, and yeah, looking forward to the main round heats, and yeah, hopefully I can take that into the next rounds, and hopefully I can go pretty far in this event.
Brilliant. Well, good luck and well surfed, Jake. Be interesting to see you on our podium so we can actually commentate on your heats and give my best to the rest of the boys in the team.
Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to say anything to the folks back home as well?
Yeah, I think if my dad's watching, just thanks for all the support. Everyone else who's been supporting, thanks so much. Yeah.
Nice one. Good luck, Jake. Take it easy, man. Now, I have our last heat winner. I'm just going to switch sides here I'm going to come down a little bit. And you say you can speak good English because I can't speak any other language.
Yeah, I can speak good English.
Excellent. Now, we watched your heat and you kept very busy catching a lot of waves. It's really tricky out there. Do you train in waves like this, or is this like a new thing you like to try and do?
Well, where I live, like the waves are small. Like you get good swells for like 4 months, but in the north, I go and surf these waves a lot.
I mean, you could tell in the heat out there, because it was so choppy and all over the place. Can you see the guys in your heat, or do you just stick to what you've got to do?
I stick what I've got to do.
And again, you're back into the main event, so there's no more rapid charge. You're going to give these the guys in the progression a run for their money.
Yeah.
And do you want to say hi to all the folks back home and everyone cheering you on the internet?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mom. Quiero decirle hola a mami, a mi hermana, a toda mi familia y gracias a mi sponsor y arriba Puerto Rico.
There you go. Puerto Rico has a bright surfing future with a gentleman like this on their team. Back to you guys. Well done, man.
Thank you, Lee. That was the Blanc. That was last heat's winner, and previous to that was the Blanc's highest total of yesterday. Congratulations, Jake and Joswell, on your accolades, and good luck for your next rounds, as we will see all of them surf later on in the comp. And this is the last of Yellow.
Sorry, man. Who's the only
All
champion
right,
who gets to
wow,
talk to a
big
Brit?
takeoff there, throwing it up into a huge section. That was Franco Radziunas. Can you give me the pronunciation on that? Franco?
Yeah, Franco Radziunas.
Franco Radziunas getting completely rad and going for it big time. So incomplete, but still judges awarding his effort right there. And I'd have to say that was one of the nicer attempts we've seen in the last 12 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. 383, and Franco and Argentina are in the lead with the German Leif Jakobsen in second place and the Russian on your screens, Egor Volkov in third place, needing a 108 to go second. That's pretty much nothing. And coming from the Algarve, I would say that he's pretty used to surfing waves like this. Wind affected, big. That's what happens often during winter time. Not in the summer, but I'm pretty sure he won't feel that creeped out by the conditions, as we see Yellow also down there.
Well, Blue just lost priority. I wonder if he's aware of it. This is a potentially dangerous situation if Yellow decides to go as well. Missed opportunity there. Not much on that shoulder, but he just needs a score to get out in front. So not much separating first and second right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Second with a 113 and a 087. Third with priority, Blue. It's a 093 and 033. His two best scores. He only needs something around 1.08 to go up to second. With 2 minutes to go, there's still plenty of time, as we see that Radziunas is still in not a commanding lead, but for now it's enough.
At this stage, yeah, it's well enough. I don't see, with just 2 minutes left,
And by the way the other scores look, I think Argentina can breathe a sigh of relief right now.
Argentina fielding a full team here in the Azores, from Sebastian Ventura to Abril Solis. We have seen them all surf. Now in the water, leading this heat is Franco Radziunas from Mar del Plata. Has lower trestles as his favorite wave, and he was the under-14 national champ in Argentina. And he does like to play some Netflix and watch some Netflix and play some PlayStation. So typical surf-stoked and video game-stoked rum there. From Franco Radziunas from Mar de la Plata. Lower trestles, that's got to be one of the most favorited waves in the world, right?
Well, it is a purely fun wave. It not only has a great wall to work with, but there's something about it that just lets you do some of your best small wave surfing. So a lot of people get stoked on that wave. And, you know, usually it's the biggest wave around in Southern California.
Gets crowded, and it's a forgiving wave. So all the surfers who have surfed there probably enjoyed it. 30 seconds to go, Radziunas, and we see Team Argentina with their flag up in the air. Probably this is some signal for the young Franco in the water, telling him something. Not sure why. Maybe it's just some sign of support from Team Argentina, as we see right in front of us, Team Uruguay. Very similar flags, and this is Franco up and riding. Was Franco, that was a short wave for him. As we hear the horn blow and unofficial results, it looks like Team Argentina will celebrate one more time here in the Azores, and in this event, this one is to leave the water. Ooh, nasty wipeout there, but hopefully Franco is good. We'll soon see official results of this one heat that just wrapped up, with none other than Franco Radziunas from Argentina taking the win. Second place for Leif Jakobsen of Germany, and third place for the young Russian Egor Volkov, coming from Portugal, but unfortunately not feeling at home in these conditions. This was Heat 12, Repechage Round 1 of the Under-16 Boys Division, and we are going on a small break, so stay with us. Bo Hodges will be back with Mike Latronic, and we'll see you soon. And what a beautiful view we have here from the Azores.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Novo Small Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we're in the repechage round number 1 for the boys under 16 and heat number 13. And let's introduce our 3-man heat in the water right now. Raz Razenbaum from Belgium will be in red. Jonathan Cohen from Israel in white, and Agustin Zanata from Uruguay in yellow. And already up was yellow, Agustin.
All right, well, Zanota from Uruguay putting together the best ride we've seen in about 20 minutes. Nice outside slash, makes his way to the inside. Tide is finally moving in. Won't see the effects of it now for probably another 45 minutes or so.
Broken leash from our Israeli surfer. And on his wave, Mike, he registered a 6.1, so he needs to come in and get a backup leash, because with these conditions, it's going to be hard to hang on to your board without a leash.
Yeah, well, good thing he got that score before he broke his leash, because he has eaten up some precious time in this just a 15-minute heat. I think he doesn't want to litter with that leash, but also he might be getting another leash from his compatriots right now. Probably not a bad idea, since it's so unpredictable out there. Pretty easy to lose your board.
Well, the leash looks to be intact. It looked like his string that ties it to the board has probably broken off, so he may need one of those to put onto his board. So our camera shot couldn't get right in there, so they brought a backup leash. He needs a string. What do? I'm going to go out without the leash. No one's got a string. So that's the situation. So he's going to old school it.
Well, I'd say the main thing is can he hold on to his board should he get bombed by one of those 4 or 5 foot sets right on the head?
Well, more importantly, on his next wave, when he wipes out or kicks out, or if the wave knocks him out, the wave's going to take the board. Can he secure his board? Can he control his finish and grab his board on the kick out?
Well, that is some good drama. We will see here. We got about 9 minutes, 20 seconds. He should be out back in the lineup in about 2 or 3 minutes. Looks like he's just sort of trying to reset his mental focus right now, which is a good idea. Definitely big sidebar in his whole campaign right now.
Let's go down to the beach and check in with Diogo.
Yeah, boys, I'm here with Jan Franco, last heat's winner. Such a surf-stoked Grom, braces and all, and he's happy. How did that go? How was your heat?
Oh, it was really, really difficult. The waves were really tough. Hopefully I could catch some good waves and make it through next round.
Tell me, is it your first time in a ISA contest?
Yeah, it's my first time. I'm really glad of being here. This is such an amazing island. The waves are so good and the water is so warm. And yeah, I'm super happy.
Tell me about the waves in Argentina. Are they good?
Yeah, there is good. It is good, but the water is so cold in winter. But there are some good waves, yeah.
Do you want to send a message home?
Yeah. Saludos a toda mi familia, a todos que me están mirando seguramente, a todos los que me estuvieron viendo y a toda Argentina y Mar del Plata. ¡Yoo!
That was Jan Franco from Argentina. Congratulations, Franco, and good luck for your next round. Back to you, boys.
Thanks a lot, Diago. And a proud young Argentinian kid. And who does he remind you of, Mike?
He reminds me of a young Leandro Asuna, even his voice. He's got that kind of deep, raspy voice and tough. Here's a replay of what we missed here. This is a 6.10. Nice crack off the top. Finishes with a good second turn. So, yeah, he must have broke his leash paddling back out.
Yeah, the string must have broke right about some of these waves that you're paddling back out, because right now this is a live shot without a leash. So he's got back out there. He's hanging onto his board every duck dive, and these big rollovers are going to be the ones questionable to hanging on. So our leader right now is our Uruguay surfer, Agustin. He's got a 5.73 and a 4.5. Jonathan Cohen in white without a leash, but with a good secure score of a 6.1. There's your leader right now, Agustin.
Yeah, and Raz Rosenbaum not able to generate much of a score yet. He may well need 2 scores to
get into second place. And that is to the benefit of our surfer from Israel. Cohen just probably looking to pick up a comfortable backup score and hold on to his advancing position, because this is, do or die, repecharge round. No chances after this, Bo.
Well, the advancing surfers out of this round will go into repecharge round number 2. And then when that round is run by tomorrow, those guys would advance back into the main event of round number 3. So the repecharge rounds are do or die, as Mike said.
This is what they call a washout set. I mean, when the whitewash rolls all the way through, we usually see it back off. Okay, this wave's backing off finally, but the couple of waves before that, it was pretty much whitewash all the way across, completely washing out the break.
We're seeing the young Raz Rosenbaum in red on the inside. This is a bit much for him, but there's our Israeli surfer without a leash, broke his leash after his 6.1 ride. There's your heat leader, Agustin Zonata from Uruguay. 2-wave count of a 10.23. So it looks like our surfers in white and yellow securely will advance on through. And I know Jonathan doesn't know that, as we see Raz come in, overwhelmed with the conditions out here. He hasn't surfed in these types of conditions, challenging for him, and doing the right thing, coming back in. 5 minutes remaining in this heat.
Well, give it up for Team Belgium. Just so awesome to see those guys form a team and get here to the ISAs, be part of this wonderful surf culture, and representing their countries. Zanota still working on that paddle out. Must have duck dove 20 waves. Let's make that 21. And there we go. Here goes our surfer from Israel trying to get a little corner right there. Whitewash doesn't allow entry into that wave. All right, here he goes. Looks like a little bit late.
So Rosenbaum, 3 waves, all under a point, 0.43, 0.3, 0.83. I mean, if he was out there, he would need a 6.11, and that is above him during this type of conditions for him. So you're seeing your second place surfer, and I know Jonathan has no idea. He's just so worried about not having a leash out there, but he's back out there, still looking for his second wave.
Yeah, if anything, it's a great exercise in competent determination. I think even though Rosenbaum's left the water, he has no chance to advance now if he's coming in, unless he's trying to get back out there. But Cohen is effectively going to just, for at least his own mental capabilities, fill in that score with a backup. So when the time does come, he's going to draw more confidence to his ability to deal with pressure situations.
So Nada in first, Cohen in second, and he's up and riding.
Yeah, here he goes, left-hander, a little snap off the top. He's going to try to get out of it. Once again, he doesn't have a leash, so not risking the closeout maneuver there. It's probably going to be close to putting him into first place. Not sure if he's going to get to a 4.14, but nice backside snap. Let's. I thought we were going to take a look at it again. This is just a kick out. All right, here we go. Good size peak. Kind of missed the power of the section there. This power section would have been a higher scoring maneuver, so I don't think he's going to get the 4 he's looking for. But
he did get a 4.
Oh, he did get a 4.
Not the 4.14 to put him in the first. So he's just fractions of a point. So he is 0.13 behind our leader. But this wave could.
Yeah, I meant score, not 4. But yeah. And this one looking like a frothy closeout at the end. He's going to lose his board, so that's likely to be it. See if he can get 2 minutes here. So let's see what this one does. Bottom turn, top turn, nice snap off the top. I think this could be a better score than this last one. This last maneuver not really complete, so
It's going to be on par, maybe a little better. That first turn was clean.
So if he had a 4 ride on his last wave, a 4.14 is a requirement to get into first. He's got a good shot of achieving that right now. The judges are right on the line of that, we can tell you.
Well, one judge sees it as far better than his last wave. Another judge sees it better. Most judges seeing it better, and there it is.
He needed a 4.14. The judges give him a 4.17. So he does move into first place, and what a story he'll have about that with 1 minute remaining. Agustin Zanata from Uruguay in yellow now delegated to second place just by a fraction of 0.04. And he's got his board. Jonathan Cohen, a trooper. Look at these wash throughs on the outside coming through. These guys are battling it out. These are the best under 16 surfers from around the world coming to the Azores for the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
Well, I can't wait to get down there and get the scoop on what happened here. Jay Cohen's got some equipment issues in this heat, but he has persevered, and unless we see another ride from Zanota from Uruguay, looks like he'll hold on to that first place position. Oh, and here we go. This is a pretty sizable wave, but just a flyaway kick out, so that's not going to be better than his 4.5, and I don't think he has time for another wave.
5 seconds remaining in this heat, and this heat had a lot of drama, especially early. Here's a replay, DeBlanc replay of Agustin. Nice drop, big bottom turn, closeout section merges through, and all he could do was the fly out. We're going to send Mike Latronic down to talk to Jonathan Cohen. And Jonathan Cohen comes out victorious by 0.04 for the Israeli surfer in first. Uruguay takes second, Agustin Zanata, and Raz Rosenbaum from Belgium takes third. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores on the beautiful São Miguel Island. Coming up next, heat number 14 of the boys Reprecharge under 16. Stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in the beautiful Azores in the northern Atlantic, just off the coast of Portugal. Well, kind of far off the coast of Portugal in the archipelago, the 9 islands. We're on São Miguel, and we are in heat number 14 of the repechage, round number 1 for the boys under 16. And let's introduce our 3-man heat. In this heat, top 2 advance to the repechage, round number 2. In the red jersey, Gasper Laranjehi from Argentina. In yellow, Izzy Nassari from Panama. And Mauro Passati from Italy in blue. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett. And challenging conditions out here today. We're seeing some wash-throughs on the outside, but here we go. This is Gasper from Argentina up and riding.
Nice big first turn there. These guys got out back, which is the first thing they need to do is get out there amongst these waves. Here we go, replay. That was the replay, so going to get the first score on the board. Nice big takeoff from that first top turn. And now you can see him kicking to get under this thing as it just unloads over his head. But I think he got away with that. Yep, he did.
There's our surfer in yellow from Panama. This is Izzy. And we'll get a shot of our Italian surfer. And before we do that, there's our Italian surfer. He's riding right now. Boom. Nice hit off the white water. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic.
All right, hey, thanks, Bo. I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Trials and Tribulations, for Jonathan Cohen from Team Israel. Still comes in with a smile on his face, but what happened? Did you break the string or the leash?
Yeah, I just dived because I'm massive inside, and I dived because I didn't have power to do duck dive, and it broke, and I paddled out, and I tried to put a new leash, and then I was like, no, I'm not gonna put it, and I go in without leash, and it was okay.
Well, that was a great show of determination. I mean, your surfing was there. There was some question as to whether or not you would get a second wave. But I saw you running out the sandbar, and then you sort of slowed down to sort of reset. Was I correct to assume that?
I don't know. I was super tired. I was like, maybe I'm not going to get in again. But then I was like, no, I must get in. Sorry. And I don't know, it was fun. What happened?
Well, it was great. So another advancement there for you. Team Israel's got to be stoked with that. How is it to represent your country here at this international event?
It's really nice, all the support from Israel and everybody. It's really fun to be with all the Israeli guys because now I stay in Portugal. I train there. And thank you for Pire, my coach in Portugal, and all the sponsors in Israel, and it's really fun to come with the Israel team.
Well, I know you guys trained long and hard and fought to get here. So small country, big heart. Congratulations and good luck in your next heat. We'll go back up to you. Oh, wait. I love it when you guys talk your own language. So why don't you do a shout out to your folks back home?
תודה רבה לכל מי שצופה. תודה למשפחה, לספונסרים, לכל החברים פה מישראל, ותודה רבה.
I'm not sure if he asked, but I hope he said, somebody send me a leash. I need a new leash. All right, back up to you guys.
Mike, he needs a shoestring. Give him the shoestring off your shoe. That's what he needs right now. Valiant effort. Love that. You know, a heat within a heat. He's out there to surf, and, that's part of your equipment. You got to make sure all your equipment is up to par in competition.
Yeah, it sounds like he got caught on the inside. Nice slash there for Gasper from Argentina. Late on that second one. Yeah, but going back to Jonathan, sounds like he got caught inside, threw his board to swim under, and that leash string pinged on him. Izzy from Panama. Nice top turn there on his backhand. Nice and complete. Stayed compact as it came down, and the wave just exploded behind him. You can see he's actually wading through the water, so it looks like young Izzy there is going to do the run around. He's already got one wave under his belt. So this is quite a close heat. All surfers have now got 2 scores.
Yeah, Izzy, 12 years old from Vera Agusa from Panama. Secured a 3.67 on his opening ride. We're waiting for scores for his backup wave, and there it is, a 2.23. And here we go.
Here we go, a little reform on the inside just to get into the beach. Nice little whitewater turn. These inside waves don't score very much at all. But it's going to be a backup to his first score that looked like that was a 3.67. And now he's going to step off on the sand. Look at that little rip bowl he's just surfing all the way through the inside.
Yeah, it's got ripples right through it as it's coming in. The tide is turning. It's already peaked out at 10:30, so just about an hour ago. So now water's starting to fill in, but our leader is Gasper Lanranyahi from Argentina with a 2.5 and a 4.33. Izzy from Panama in second, needing a 3.17 to go to first. And Amaru, our surfer from Italy in blue, currently holding down a 2.17 to 3.27, a very competitive heat here, Lee. He only needs a 2.64 to get into the top two.
Yeah, you can see the combined scores on screen there. There's nothing, separating these three surfers at the moment. Just under 6.5 minutes to go. Who's that on the corner there, just trying to get that right-hander? Our surfer in blue, so that was Mauro Picotto from Italy, just trying to up that second score. And we just had a message through from Marcel, and she said, I missed my daughter's interview, Iona McLaughlin, on Sunday. If anybody wants to catch up on any of the footage, if you just go to YouTube to the ISA surfing page, they have every day from start to finish. You just scroll through, find the heat you want or the interview you want, and they're all laid out there, ready for you to view. If you've missed anything, you haven't really. It's still there.
Yeah, we got quite a few comments asking what happened to the live broadcast earlier this morning. The internet was down here at the contest site, and we had the professional staff come down locally, and they have rewired the ISA VISSLA Junior World Surfing Championships, so we are now back up running live. But if you want to catch up any past heats from day 1, day 2, day 3, even our earlier heats here in day 4, you can always go back to that YouTube channel. And if you have any comments, you have any questions, you can send them over to us. And we see Amani from Morocco sending her best. And looking good, all scores live, feeding working now. So yeah, thank you very much. We see Jim from the USA, scores working on both podiums. What are the results of the girls under 16 repos heats 1 through 6? If you hit the right-hand side of the results, hopefully they have those updated by now. So there's quite a lot going on with the infrastructure over here, and we thank you for your patience. Here we go. Gasper, nice carving turn on the forehand through the whitewater section. Hits it one more time off the rebound. And Larangidi really charging here.
Yeah, watch his first turn, straight off the bottom, snaps up over the lip, and then he gets another quick floater over there. Forget this last turn. This is going to be pretty much the best wave in the heat we've seen so far.
So on his scoreboard, a 4.33, a 2.5, and definitely that 2.5's gone.
Yeah, 2.45. I mean, it looks like he's going to almost double his best score at the moment, as the judges really like the way he attacked that wave.
Yeah, Larranyahi really showing his best surfing on that last wave. Combination of scores, taking advantage of the very challenging conditions out in the water. A 7.5, near excellent score. So Larranyahi now in first with a 7.5, a 4.33. He's been in first since the first wave. And Izzy now needing a score of an 8.17 to go into first, but he needs to solidify. He's got a low keeper of a 2.23.
Yeah, you look at the scores on screen, they're almost mirror images between Izzy and Maru from Italy. So this is good. Again, one of these fights for second place as Gasper just in that rhythm where wherever he goes, a wave's going to come, but you see his back foot slips off there. But it's so nice. You really want to bottle heats like this where everything goes your way so you can kind of spread it out through the contest. But unfortunately, surfing doesn't work like that.
Mauro Pasiti from Italy needs a requirement. But let's go back to the replay of that last wave. This is not going to be a keeper wave for him, a 1.17 for Gasper. So Pasiti from Italy now needing a 2.64. See his wave count just under the high wave of his counterpart from Panama, Izzy, and on both counts. So he's just fractions behind, 5.9, 5.44. So he's 0.46 behind Izzy, and here he goes.
Our Italian surfer, he had to change lanes there. He started off on one wave, hopped over it, kind of got poleaxed by that wave coming towards him. He's in a real battle with Izzy and Panama, so yellow and blue there, both on your screen. Fighting for that second place and back into the main event. Here goes Gasper. Again, I really love this guy's rhythm. He's just going wherever the waves come, they just come into him. He doesn't even have to look for them, but that wave not really opening up, and he kicks out. The last thing you want to do is take off on a rubbish wave and then get caught inside. So you can see this wave kind of doubled up, and then there's a big old section, but he had no speed to attack it.
Nah, he should stay on this forehand.
Yeah, well, not only that, he should stay out the back, whereas it's a lot safer out there than it is at impact zone.
Here we go.
Yeah, here's a replay of our challenge surfer. Watch, he has to jump over this wave, and then unfortunately he loses all his speed. That wave doesn't go into his top two, but he's still looking for that, just a slight increase to move it into second, and he's up and riding again. This is live footage. Bit of a frothy one, whitewater cut back there, and he's really trying to stick with that. Don't think that's going to help. That maneuver was kind of incomplete. Didn't ride out of it.
Well, a surfer out of Italy, Passaciti, guess where his favorite wave is?
Chopu.
You're close. Pipeline.
Oh, okay. So he likes the lefts.
Yeah, he likes the lefts. He took first place in the Junior Italian Surfing Championships, and of course, you know, his idol is Leonardo Fierravante.
Yeah, I reckon if he ever gets and surfs macaronis, I think that may be his favorite wave. That's my favorite wave. What's your favorite wave, Bo?
Any time I surf is my favorite wave.
Oh, classic answer. Love it.
No, my home break we call China Walls.
Okay.
It's on the south shore of Hawaii. It's out in Hawaii Kai, and it's a wave that breaks right on the wall. I'm a regular foot, and it's a left, because if you go right, you go right into the wall. But it's fun, it's challenging, it's daring. Sometimes there's some closeout sets, and the actual China Wall is a long left that runs forever.
That sounds like I might be making a visit to come and see you through the winter. Well, under 30 seconds. I mean, it's still that battle for second place. Yellow and blue almost tied, 5.9, 5.4. Gasper there took that lead with that big 7.5, one of the best scores we've seen in quite a while on this podium.
Yeah, Faciti right there. Facito, excuse me. Looking back, should I go out? There's 5 seconds left, buddy. The horn's gonna blow. There it goes. So there's your winner from Argentina. A great performance from Gasper Larrañaga from Argentina. 7.5, a 4.33. Great combination of scores. And of course, he was attacking the waves, and a beautiful panoramic shot here of the Azores right there. And there's your rundown. Gasper Larrañaga from Argentina in first. Izzy Isaro from Panama takes second place. And Mauro Passaito from Italy takes third. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, heat number 15 of the boys under 16 repo round number 1 coming up next.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Small Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Repechage Round Under 16 Boys Division with Heat 15, Ecuador, Juan Pablo Yanis, Douglas Hammerling from Sweden, Nikita Avdiv from Russia, and Camille Morisset from Morocco. That's Heat 15, Round 1 Repechage. And we're going to do this one interview soon with last heat's winner. That's Gaspar Larrañaga. And again, blue skies and red up and riding. That's Juan Pablo Llanes.
From Ecuador, nice couple of re-entries there on Juan's first wave. Got one score on to come in, which is Nikita from Russia. Unfortunately, we haven't got any replays for this heat, so what we see is what we see. Hope you guys at home have a good memory. Surfer in white there, Douglas from Sweden. He's going to get a score on the board, as we're still waiting for scores for surfer in yellow from Russia and our last surfer, Juan Pablo from Ecuador. Looks like he's going to open up with the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, it's going to be something around the 5 points. We're still waiting on scores for Nikita and Douglas. But an exciting start to this heat. And hopefully we'll see some better surfing here and there.
So our comments just not refreshing at the moment, so bear with us if you keep asking us questions and we're not coming to you. We've already addressed. If you've missed any of the action, don't forget, go on YouTube on the ISA Surfing channel, and you can watch every single day from start till finish, which is dusk till dawn, including the parade. So if you've missed something that you want to see, just go back through there, open it up in a new tab so you don't miss any live action, and just scroll through that timeline and find whatever you're looking for. Still waiting for a couple of scores to drop in. Judges just trying to
get it right.
Pick the difference between red and yellow, which is going to be very similar scores. So yellow comes through a 3.6. Our Russian surfer Nikita, and now waiting for Juan Pablo. Online, this is Camille up and riding. Goofy foot goes to his backhand. Bit of a fade takeoff there. Nice opening turn. I wish he could have made that, because that was setting up for a good score. We've seen scores around the mid-range, the 4 to 5, just for a single maneuver. And I think our Moroccan would have liked the reward he got for that.
So first wave of red, it's a 4.83. First of white, it's a 0.67. First of yellow, a 3.6. And first of blue, Camille, that we just saw, 1.33. Camille sure looks like a small kid, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a very young Moroccan team, actually. We've seen some of these kids, really good style, like a nice solid base, grassroots level sort of surfing. Morocco, if you've never been, put it on your bucket list. There are right-handers galore over there. I'm a goofy foot, and I've already been there twice. And now this Nikita from Russia, a nice roundhouse back into the whitewater, jumps over that little section, goes for a foam climb, but that's going to be incomplete. He has a 3.6, and he's just going to add to that wave.
And we're going straight to the interview with Mateo, who's right there with Gaspar Larrañeni from Argentina. Take it away, Mateo.
Thank you very much, Diogo. We are here with Gaspar Larrañegui from Argentina, Mar del Plata. He just got a 7.5 with these tricky conditions. Gaspar, una muy buena ola, 7.5. El mar está complicado.
Sí, pude encontrar una ola buena. El mar estaba muy difícil, muy movido, pero bueno, agarré esa ola que me ayudó a poder pasar al primer lugar.
Estuviste entrenando, me imagino, en Mar del Plata, quizás condiciones donde uno no suele surfear, con viento, con marea baja. Quizás ayuda. ¿Tuviste la posibilidad de entrenar también con este tipo de condiciones en Mar del Plata?
Sí, estuve viajando a Perú, a Brasil, después volví a entrenar con el seleccionado, ahí con el Paul, con todo lo del equipo, natación, todo, así que hicimos lo que pudimos para poder estar acá.
He said he was training, he traveled to Peru, to Brazil, he was training with the swimming pools and all the equipment, so he's so proud to be here representing Argentina. ¿Cómo se siente estar representando la bandera argentina con el equipo en la orilla, esperando también un poco la responsabilidad también de cumplir con tus otros compañeros?
Sí, es un grupo muy bueno, es un orgullo representar a la Argentina y nada, vamos por más y con todo el equipo.
¿Algún saludo que le quieras mandar a la gente que está mirando a través de la web? Muchísimos mensajes te mandaron de Mar del Plata, la gente está pendiente de todo el equipo y esperan tus palabras.
Y a toda mi familia, a los amigos, a todos los que están mirando y apoyando siempre a la Argentina y a Ripcar y a todos los sponsors.
He's so happy to be here. So I'm from Argentina, he's from Argentina, a lot of people from Argentina. So come on here, guys. Vamos, vamos, Argentina. Vamos, vamos a ganar. And with this classic song, we go back to the booth, guys. Thank you very much.
Always loud, always clear, always happy. That's just Argentina for everybody.
You know, as a Brit, we haven't really got something like that. When I used to come out of heats and I'd done well, you see on the beach when other teams come out, they come over, they high-five, chest bump, and they get the chant going. when I got out of a heat and I did well, they'd be, oh, well done. Terrible conditions out there, but you gave it your best. And then we get a little golf clap, and that's how we used to do things back in the day.
Oh, that's hilarious. And that was Juan Pablo Yanez with a very small ride, 0.8. He needed a 168 to go to first, and first is Nikita Avdiv. And Hammerling.
Oh, that was Douglas there. A little bit of a face plant. Wipes the hair out of his face right on the inside. Currently in 4th place. So it really is, again, one of these battles for, well, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. They've all got a couple of decent scores, making it nice and close. But Nikita from Russia out in the lead, who's got the best of the exchange at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. A 2.9 and 3.6 for Nikita. And he has first prio just changed, first priority actually. And a second priority with the red, 6 minutes and 35 seconds to go. It looks like the conditions aren't as tough at the moment as it looked like we were on our break lead. That was a big sack breaking at that moment.
No, I just saw Douglas do a forward roll off his board. But yeah, you're right, Diogo. When we were watching, we had Mike and Bo in here, there was a set that broke way out the back. The jet ski had to make a little burst for the horizon, and that thing just rolled through. It was just like 4 train loads of white water just coming through the lineup. And that was the heat that our Israeli surfer, the heat before, snapped his leash and then paddled back out without a leash on.
Yeah, well, that's a young, brave gentleman, and unfortunately, he didn't make that heat, but
yeah, he did. Yeah,
he did.
He won the heat. Yeah,
he won the heat.
He snapped the string that goes from your leash to your surfboard. Got to the beach, was fumbling around to try and put the new one on, and thought, nope, I haven't got time. Paddled back out and got 2 more waves.
Great story for the Israeli team. Obviously, very stoked to be here in Portugal competing in this event, 2016 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships by VISSLA. We are very excited to be in the island of São Miguel, the main island of the Azores. Azores has 9 islands. It's an archipelago. I can tell you the name of all the islands. It's São Miguel, Pico, Terceira, Santa Maria, Faial, Corvo, São Jorge, Graciosa, e Flores. Those are the 9 islands of the archipelago of the Azores.
You could have told me anything, I'd believe you. They're called Kevin, Billy, Roger. I'll be like, okay, fair enough.
As we see Team Argentina with a Messi shirt, that's not surprising at all.
Yeah.
A Messi shirt from Team Argentina, who just had one of their surfers go back into the main round, Gaspar Laragnegui from Argentina with a 11.83 total. And now in the water we have one surfer from Ecuador, Sweden, Russia, and Morocco. It's Russia, of all the others, in the lead.
Yeah, Nikita there, he's holding down a 3.6 and a 2.9. You can see the guys just getting caught by this set. Surfer in red, Juan Pablo, that actually got knocked off his board, duck diving that wave. And we see on the inside there, poor Douglas Hammerling from Sweden, just struggling with conditions. And it looks like Nikita has just snuck out through that rip. Be interesting to find out what's happened to Camille from Morocco. He opened up with a 1.33 and his second wave was the best, so he's still in the shout. He needs like a 3 to move into second place.
Camille, a very young boy coming from Morocco, probably got pushed away from the lineup by a cleanup set, and hopefully he'll make it out the back soon.
It's very easy to get pushed out of position on a day like today. We've seen so many people running around. And the interesting thing is we've seen people running from right to left on our screen, and then we've seen other people running from left to right. So it really is changing. Every heat is slightly different than the last. And when you're a competitor and you're trying to prepare and get your game plan ready, when it's this changeable, it makes things even more difficult. And we see poor old Douglas from Sweden in white, just at the bottom corner of our screen there, getting pinned, but you never know. He might just get sucked out in this rip and get out there and have a challenge for second place or first.
And I tell you what, I've seen some great waves in Sweden, and hopefully Douglas is used to these kind of conditions. And priority change now with red. Juan Pablo Yanez from Ecuador second prio with yellow and now red up and riding, and that was an interesting situation with that section falling down because of yellow.
Well, yeah, red actually lost his priority the wave before that. It takes a few seconds for the priority to change. Yellow could have gone if he wanted to, which would have been very unfair for our surfers, because at the time you have a quick glance up, red would have thought first priority, take off on his feet, and then the priority changes. But as it worked out, it doesn't make any difference. And there's surfer Nikita from Russia trying to get to grips with this foamy one, trying to extend his lead. He's got a 2.9. I don't think that's going to go into his top two. And Juan Pablo there, that last wave, that left-hander, that's going to be a throwaway for. No, actually, that's going to go into his best two waves, because he is counting a 0.80.
1.2 for Juan Pablo Yanes, but Team Russia, one of the most interesting teams here in the Azores, they haven't they did not field a full team here, and they have some surfers competing in two categories, but this young gentleman in the water, Nikita Avdiv, coming from Russia, favorite wave, Little Bingin. Not
Little
sure what
Bingin
that
in
is.
Bali.
Yep, Little Bingin
Over
in
in
Bali.
Indonesia, yeah.
And he was the winner of the Russian Cup in 2010. His hobbies: poetry, skate, and music.
Poetry. Now there's a hobby you don't associate with surfing. The skateboarding I understand, but poetry, he obviously likes to read.
Good on him.
Yeah, I'm a terrible reader. Unless there's pictures involved, I'm not interested. We got sent, the ISA rulebook for this, and there was no pictures. I immediately lost interest.
And looking at the horizon, there's a lot of water moving there, and difficult moments coming for surfers in the coming heats. And for the surfers in this heat, we finally see Camille Morisset from Morocco making it out the back. He's looking for a 3.34 to go second, and he might just have the chance to do it in the last 40 seconds. He has first prio, and again duck diving under one wave. Hopefully someone tells someone from Ecuador tells Juan that there's no need to paddle back. He won't have time to make it.
Yeah, I mean, even if he stands up in the white water, we've seen Douglas there has been catching white water waves. They've been under a point. That's not going to help Juan Pablo move into first place. He needs a mid-range 1.6. So it looks like our surfer from Russia, Nikita, holding on to first place as this heat winds to an end. And he's going to spin around and have a look at this, maybe a little victory lap. He's going to close out, and he thinks better of that.
So no more wave surf in this heat. So it looks like things will stay as they were, with a yellow Nikita Avdiv from Russia going to the main round with a 3.6 and a 1.9 for Nikita Avdiv from Russia, a 2.9, sorry, and Ecuador, Juan Pablo Yanes also moving on to the next, to the repechage round 2, not main round, sorry. We are still in the repechage round 1 for boys under 16. And unfortunately, say our goodbyes to Camille Morisset and Douglas Hammerling from Morocco and Sweden. And we're going on a short break, and Michael Tronic will be back by then. So stay with us, stay with the Azores, and stay with the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. In the water is Heat 16, featuring Caleb Repson, Kay Galgrani, and Martin Cantera. This is round 1 of the repechage, boys under 16, and Heat 16 with these 3 boys in the water now. We already have some waves ridden, but nothing major. Just 2-point ride for Martin Cantera as the best wave so far. This World Championship presented by VISSLA and supported by the Azores Tourism, Portuguese Institute of Sport, Azores Airlines, and Sumol. One more heat featuring mostly Central and South American surfers. We have seen plenty of those today, and I'm excited to see what will these 3 boys bring to the water in the coming minutes.
Right, in the coming minutes, we should see these boys get some waves. Not much thus far, just a couple of small throwaways, not much to talk about. That's yellow. Here is blue, Martin Cantera from Uruguay. He's got the Rob Machado hair going on there.
Absolutely. And let's go with some bio data from for all the surfers in the water right now. Let's start with this young man in red, Caleb Repson. He's 14, and surprisingly so, he has Soup Bowl as his favorite wave in the Barbados. He was once 2nd place in Barbados Independence Pro Under 12 Junior Division. Likes to surf, dive, fish, and play some tennis. Soup Bowls, have you been there?
No, never been to Barbados. Definitely on the bucket list. I hear good things. You know, got a couple friends down there, and yeah, another island nation I'd love to visit.
And let's go to the interview with last heat's winner. That's Nikita Avdiv. That's right there with Lee. Take it away, Lee.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I'm here with Nikita. We were just chatting offline now. I just said to him that normally when you hear someone's from Russia, they live in California or they live in Spain. Yeah, Portuguese. But Nikita, where do you live in Russia and how often do you surf?
Like, I live in Russia, straight in the middle of Russia. There's like no waves, the only mountain and in the winter snow. And like, I just travel around sometimes. And this year I was travel for 2 months to Indonesia surf trip, and then I back home for two weeks, go here, and like that all my surf for 12 months.
So before you came to this event, were you surfing or was it straight from home and then here?
Straight from home, like I was surfed two months in Bali and Indonesia around, then I come to home for 2 weeks, get the visa and come up here. Yeah, that's like all.
And how long were you here before the contest started?
I came in the 15th of September now, yeah? 15th of September I was here, just like 2 days before.
See, I can't believe that you live in the middle of Russia and the only time you get to surf is when you go on holiday and you're still surfing this well. Any plans to move nearer the coast?
Yeah, I really want to move to Gold Coast because I was there like last month in August, and like I really love it. It's like so amazing waves around, and like I want to move there, but like now I have my school and stuff like that. I need to done it, and after that I will be moved there for sure.
So how do you keep your fitness? What other sports do you do when you're at home in Russia?
I do running a lot because I live outside of the city and we have a forest. I run there and like have special exercises like, and of course I skate a lot like a crazy all time.
So you have a little skate ramp near your home where you're out there every day. Do you like on a ramp or do you pretend you're surfing down the street?
Sometimes I surf down the streets, but almost time I built my own small ramp and like I skate up there and like I really love it.
And I guess one of the things living away from the sea, when you finally get to go for a surf, you must be so amped having watching like YouTube videos. And who's your favorite surfer, by the way?
Oh, actually it's Clay Marzo, of course. He's like amazing. Mason Ho and Dion Agius, he's on fire. Yeah.
And you obviously follow surfing on the computer, on the webcast. Is this your first ISA Games? I guess it will be coming from.
Like fourth ISA game already. And like, yeah, and like I all time watch the all cups from the World Surfing League, Qualification League and the ISA League. And like I really love to watch it like because I start to be excited. And like every time when I come to the water, to the somewhere where I can surf, I'm so excited. After home, like never. And like that like how I can quick progress because like I'm excited and like I can surf for the like days.
I mean, you're surfing really well. I mean, congratulations. Do you want to say hi to all your folks back in home in your native language, Russian?
I can say in Russian, yeah. Привет всем, был отличный хит, я вообще счастлив его выиграть. Спасибо всем, кто меня поддерживал. Давайте болеем там дальше. Yeah.
I mean, there you go. Well done.
Thank you.
And good luck and congratulations for winning that hit.
Yeah, thank you a lot. I was happy to surf up here. Yeah.
Well, you can see, I mean, you just seem to be happy all the time. That was Nikita, our last heat winner, and a true inspiration for those guys that don't live on the coast like some of us do, but when you get to surf, you make the most of it.
Yeah, that's like when I go to surf, I start to be crazy. I just want to surf, surf, and surf.
There you go, the three best things you can do: surf, surf, and surf. Thanks a lot, Nikita.
Thank you. Nice
and you, man. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Lee. And that was one epic interview. That's the most surf-stoked person I have seen in this event, and that's not an easy title to get.
And that is what it's all about, really is. I love that, yeah, too. So Martin Cantera trying to make it happen. Here's a replay of what we missed during the interview. That off the lip, more successful this time. He gets a 4.0 on that. We missed Caleb Rapson from Barbados. He got a 3.17.
And Martin Cantera from Uruguay hails from city of Maldonado, likes to surf La Trinta de la Brava, and he was 1 second in a junior event. He's 14, representing Uruguay here. And from Panama, our kid in yellow, Kai Galegrani, was born in Panama City. His favorite wave, Uluwatu in Bali, and he once won category, his division, sorry, in Costa Rica. So a bit of a well-traveled surfer here, Kai Galegrani from Panama, 12-year-old kid. 6 minutes to go, 3.17 for Caleb, and a 4-point ride for Martin Cantera. Those are the two best waves of the heat so far. 0.67 for Kai, and Martin is in the lead with Caleb in second and yellow third. As we see blue duck diving under one more white water. All this tide and incoming swell is pushing away the surfers. There's a lot of paddling involved, a lot of cardio had to be done prior to this event, so these surfers are ready to party when they get here, party in the water, of course, and very exciting stuff coming from all surfers here. We have seen more than 30 countries here, in fact 39 countries, 371 participants. This is a record participation in the ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, and we are very excited to welcome here. I bet this record participation has a lot to do with the Olympic goal that the ISA has reached for the Tokyo 2020, where we'll see surfing take place close to Tokyo. And there's a surf-stoked kid in Panama called Kyle Galegrani who dreams of being there in the Olympics.
Yeah, you know, I was checking him out. He resides in Bocas del Toro. I had the good fortune to visit over on that side of the world not too long ago. And we lucked into a couple of swells, got to surf some really fun reef breaks, fun beach breaks, and that very, very frightening wave they call silverbacks. So if this boy is being groomed on those waves, I'd expect we'll be seeing more of him in the future.
Hopefully even in the Olympics. Is silverbacks that bowly right?
More than a bowly right, it is a frightening right. I'll see if I can get a picture of it here in just a few moments, and then maybe we can show it on the webcast. But yeah, it is a hellacious wave. It's really quick. Things happen really fast there. I can tell you that I almost died there. I mean, I live in Hawaii. We surf big waves all the time, and silverbacks really packs a punch.
As we see up and riding our kid from Uruguay, that was a nice, decent turn from Panama. The kid from Panama, sorry, Kai Galegrani. He had a 0.67. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, well, he's getting something going out there. You can see that little airdrop. Not a bad effort there. It's going to be a small score, so He's going to have to hustle and get back out there through that tumultuous whitewash. One thing I will say about that spot, Silverbacks, there's a huge channel, very, very deep water channel. So
you can sit there and watch the big boy surf.
You can sit there and watch the big boy surf, and you can always make it around. You just have to go in and go around, and you don't have to paddle out through all these whitewashes. So it may be pretty tough for the young Panamanian to get through this still pretty low tide out there.
1.7 for Kai Gallegrani. That bettered his situation, that last one wave, 1.7. He now needs a 1.98 to go to second. In second, it's still the surfer from Barbados with priority. Surfer in red, that's Caleb Rapson from the Barbados. And in blue, that's Martin Cantera from Uruguay. As I see that frightening wave from Panama that Mike was just showing us. We'll try to show you you guys on the other side. There you go. Hi everyone, Diogo Alpendre here, Michael Droning, and that's the beautiful looking and frightening looking wave, to be honest, wave that they have in Panama, where hopefully Kai Gallegrani will surf in some years' time.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of an optical illusion. I mean, you see this big, giant barrel, and it's so hard to get into because it's deep water on the other side, deep water on this side. It just comes up into this massive peak. I've even talked to other surfers that have been there, Sonny Garcia and Kelly Slater, and it is Mick Fanning. Definitely a worthwhile wave on your bucket list, but very, very, very challenging.
Shallow?
Never hit the reef. I almost died. I missed one of those waves, and I turned around, and it was just basically a blackwater 8 to 10 foot bomb, bigger than that wave. And yeah, I had a little bit of a fever, so let me just tell you, I sat in the channel for about 15 minutes before I paddled back out.
20 seconds left in this heat. Priority still with red. Red in second place, but all our eyes are in yellow, who needs a 1.98 in 10 seconds to move to second place. Martin Cantera from Uruguay is in the lead with a 4-point ride and a 2-point ride. For the look of it, he's definitely going to take the win over the surfer from Barbados and Panama. And that's all she wrote in this heat. It looks like Team Uruguay is going to celebrate this result. Also, Team Barbados, both Martin and Caleb advance to the Repechage round 2 of the boys under 16 division. And hopefully we will see some better surfing from them in better conditions. Official results now on your screens. Again, Uruguay and Barbados celebrating. And we unfortunately say our goodbyes to Kai Gallegrani from Panama. Hopefully we will see him in next year's edition of this championship and some other editions, as he's still pretty much young. We are going on a short break and we will be right back. Stay tuned to the Azores and the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
down to an opinion.
I think it made a lot of people look at pro surfing different.
I couldn't imagine living life any other way.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in the beautiful Azores. We're on São Miguel, one of the 9 beautiful islands in the archipelago here in the northern Atlantic. And our final 2 heats of the boys under 16 repecharge round coming up, and let's get into heat number 17. Arpad Lacree from Belgium will be in red. Max Makaluski from Poland in white, and Matteo Milarini from Italy in yellow. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and Mike, here we go. Our Italian surfer up and riding.
Migliarini up for first blood, gets up into the whitewash, but not able to make it through that. Here goes red. Leclerc, he opts to kick out. Doesn't see what he wants right there. So, wow, testy conditions out here, Bo, and it already looks like that swell has risen. Tide is coming in. That could be a factor in things. Didn't see the glass off. I was sort of expecting a glass off today with the nicer weather conditions we have, but the ocean's still pretty jumbled, making it a little more interesting. I wouldn't say it's difficult. I think there's a lot of scoring options out there, but definitely a turkey shoot. I mean, waves popping up left, popping up right, so definitely got to make the most of that 15-minute time period.
So about 3 minutes have passed, 11 minutes counting down here, remaining in this heat. And we are down to our second to the last boys repecharge round number 1. Heat number 18 will conclude this round. There's our Italian surfer, Matteo. Taking a look here. He has third priority. He opened up with a 1.13. And our Polish surfer up and down. Could not connect on that bottom turn, so Max will regroup here. So all of our surfers now with their first waves under the belt. Arpad with a 1.0. Matteo with a 1.13, and Max with a 0.67. This 2016 World Championship being presented by VISSLA. And our supporting sponsors including the Azore Tourism, the Riviera Grande Municipality, Kia, Portuguese Surfing Federation, and our media partners include RTP, the Inertia, Magic Seaweed, Vibras Magazine, Grave Dad Zero, Coastal Watch, Free Surf Magazine, and Via the Escapa.
Couple sponsors there.
Quite a few sponsors there. It takes a lot of sponsors to put on a contest. And it takes a great host country to put on a contest, and Portugal has been a fantastic host.
Yeah, always stoked when these countries open up their arms to the world of surfing, inviting all these people from all these different cultures, and a big shout out to VISSLA. You know, I think a couple of years ago, this is the 3rd year they've sponsored the juniors, and what a great matchup. I mean, their whole theme is creators and innovators, and that's exactly what the youth really stands for. You know, we get a lot of new ideas and new participations, a lot of new youth energy, and it's just a great pair up for the junior events.
Well, 9 years ago, Portugal last hosted the ISA World Juniors, and they were very excited last year at Oceanside. Joao made the announcement live on the webcast, and you could see the excitement in his eyes. He says it's going to take a full year to put on the junior event, and he was so excited. He said it's our time of the season, you know, with the CT, 10,000 QS, the men and women coming to town, the prime event. So very excited to be here in Portugal. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Diogo.
Yeah, boys, I'm here with Martin from Uruguay. I'm going to do the interview in Spanish and I'll translate it afterwards. Martin, desde la playa me pareció que no fue una manga fácil, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad estaba complicado. Las series estaban bastante grandes, estaba muy movido, había mucha corriente y la verdad estaba complicado entrar.
Just like it looked to us, it was a bit complicated. The sets were big, the rip was pushing hard, and it was difficult to surf in those conditions. Pero estás contente de ganar tu manga, ¿no?
Claro, estoy contento. Esto no fueron los resultados que esperé. Tuve un 4 y un 2. Capaz que el doble puede haber mejorado. Pero bueno, feliz por haber ganado y bueno, a darle duro.
So Martin now saying that, yeah, of course he's happy for winning his heats and didn't get the scores he wanted. He wanted to do a bit more than a 4 and a 2 like every surfer wants to, and now he's very excited to be representing Uruguay. I'm going to ask him about the waves in Uruguay. Dime un poco, ¿cómo son las olas en Uruguay?
Y bueno, son olas un poco chicas, no son muy frecuentes, o sea, hay olas a veces, pero bueno, surfamos mares así, bastante movidos. Pero cuando entran buenas olas, hay buenas olas.
So there's not waves and good waves frequently in Uruguay, but when they do show up, they're a lot similar like these ones here, with a lot of wind, a lot of water moving around. When they do get good though, they really get good. Felicitaciones, suerte para tu manga. ¿Quieres dejar un mensaje para casa, no?
Bueno, muchas gracias. Vamos arriba a la gente de Maldonado, la gente de Uruguay. Charrúa Maldonado, H2O. Y vamos a Uruguay, papá.
And that was Martin with the message home. Back to you guys in the booth. Enjoy and woohoo!
Way to go. Very excited young man right there. Walking away, Martin, was very proud to represent Argentina and move on. But during that interview, we saw this wave.
Well, yeah, here's Max Michalewski from Poland, brand new team here in the juniors. And this is Arpad Leclerc getting a kind of a more complete ride. So that could well be the best score of the heat thus far.
Yeah, our highest wave so far from Mattea from Italy with a 2.0 and a 1.13. He's currently in the lead, but we're on standby for these recent scores. Still waiting for the judges to punch in their numbers. Noticing the United States, they've had finalists in the past 3 years of the boys under 16. Jake Marshall took the bronze medal in 2013 in Nicaragua, the boys under 16 at the World Juniors. In 2014 in Ecuador, the United States had a pair of finalists in the boys under 16. Griffin Colapinto and Nolan Raposa respectively took each the bronze and the copper medal. And last year, also 2 finalists in the boys under 16 with Stevie Pittman winning the gold and John Mell, son of Peter Mell, taking the copper medal. So the United States very consistent in the past 3 years, medaling in the boys under 16. Here we go. Nice carving turn, opening maneuver up and down for Mattea.
Well, real aggressive turn there on that last section, throwing everything into that. You can see he's going for a big score. Could have just cracked it, got a nice little off the lip, but chose to drive it all the way around, and his foot, you could clearly see his foot came off the tail. So incomplete, and those are the kind of risks you need to take when you want to get big, big score, big risk.
Arpad Leclerc from Belgium, a 4.77 combo with his second wave of a 1.0, is now in first with a 5.772 wave total, and just a fraction, 0.27 behind is our Polish surfer, Max Michalewski. He's got a 4.83 and a 0.67. Mattea from Italy in yellow. He just registered a 1.43 in his last wave, a 2.0 on his second wave. He now needs a 3.51 to move into the top 2. 3-man heat, top 2 advance on into the repechage, round number 2 for the boys under 16.
Well, we got a split peak situation. Camera goes with rider in yellow. This time, more complete move, so good backhand slash, smart surfing from Migliorini, and he is going to definitely put a score on the board. He only needs a 3.51 to get into advancing situation. I'd say based on the completeness of the ride and the strength of that last maneuver, he may well get it. We'll look back and see if we got a replay of what our heat leader Let's take another angle at this right. So he gets a first little mid-face turn check there, but put some emphasis there on that last turn. So good, smart surfing from Mattia from Italy. And here's what we missed on the left-hander. Nice little off the lip from Leclerc. He's going to drop that 1.0. We've seen the judges definitely rewarding these maneuver waves. And here we've got some live action again. This is our surfer from Poland, not able to maintain on that wave. He is up and out.
Well, the big news yesterday, the ISA was proud to announce, Bob and company and Fernando, that the 2017 ISA World Surfing Games going to France, to Biarritz, France. And just checking the history of the World Surfing Games. It's been in Costa Rica, it's been in Peru, Panama, and Peru again. Nicaragua, more recently, just last month, back in Costa Rica. They last hosted an ISA event in 2008. It was the ISA World Juniors. And the French coaches we were talking to, even some of the judges, they're all excited about seeing the World Surfing Games in May of 2017.
Well, summertime, springtime in France, that sounds romantic, Bo. I think I hope to make that trip.
Here we go, our Polish surfer just behind the section. There's a couple of one-point scores there. We're on standby for the last wave for our surfer in yellow, our Italian surfer, Mattia. And also for our surfer in red, Arpad. So 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. See the bigger sets on the outside rolling through. The reforms are what these surfers are surfing in the midsection.
Yeah, well, it's pretty washed through still. You can see this big set's just creating whitewash all the way across the screen. I'm checking that outside peak, wondering if it's going to be viable out there when the swell gets bigger. I think the kids may be surfing on the outside peaks.
You think some of the surfers will challenge those waves outside?
Well, I think it's going to be a better call, at least for your first wave. You can get a complete ride out there without the risk of being caught inside the entire heat. And, you know, I mean, if the swell's expected to rise, these paddle outs are going to be super tricky tomorrow at low tide.
4.93 for our Italian surfer in yellow, a 4.67 for a Belgian surfer in red. And the situation has changed just a little bit. Our Italian surfer has moved out of third into second place with a 4.93 and a 2.0. That's Mattia. He now needs a 4.52 to go into the lead, but more importantly, he needs to replace that backup wave of a 2. And with that sound of the horn, that is it. So good timing for Mattia out of Italy, securing that 4.93, secures him into the repecharge round number 2. So our official results are announced here. Our Belgian surfer takes first place. Arpad Leclerc from Belgium in first. Mattia Miglarani in second place. And Max Maklewski from Poland in third. One more heat to round out the repecharge round number 1 for the boys under 16. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships from the archipelago islands of the Azores off Portugal. We're at San Miguel. Return next with our final heat of the boys under 16 repecharge. Stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're on the island of São Miguel in the Azores. And the beach, Praia do Monte Verde. Welcome to day number 4 of action, and we're down to our final heat of the Reprecharge round number 1 for the boys 16 and under. Let's meet our 3-man heat. From Israel in the red jersey, Val Zinger. From Wales in the yellow jersey, Jack Matthias. And in blue from Scotland, it'll be Ben Large. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett. Lee, welcome back. And it seems like the waves are still starting to build up, aren't they?
Do you know what? I sat down eating my lunch, and although the tides come in, I was thinking the good news is the tide's only going to get higher, and it seems to be more settled. And as soon as I said that, there was 2 massive waves, or 2 massive sets come through. Even the jet ski had to kind of squirt out the way. And it was just whitewater. Yeah, what you see on your screen there, but that all the way to the beach. So these guys still have to keep their eyes on the horizon.
Well, Mike and I were talking about that when those wash-through sets were coming through, and he was saying some of the kids in the afternoon with the high tide may even go out there and challenge that wave.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they get scored higher. I mean, obviously the waves out there are way overhead. You know, we do have an increase in swell predicted for tomorrow. This could be the early showings of it. It's a bigger wave period, so this might be the front edge of that storm that passed us. And yeah, if guys venture out there and they take off on these bigger waves and do some nice turns, they're going to have to get rewarded bigger.
Well, there's a shot of our surfer from Wales, Jack Matthias, surfer in yellow.
I got a little trivia about Wales. They obviously have their own language. And one of the most beautiful words that they have in the Welsh language is for microwave, which is pop to ping.
Pop to ping?
Pop to ping is microwave in Welsh.
Does it make a pop to ping sound
well, you know,
in Wales?
Microwaves ping when they're finished.
Yeah.
And that's where it's come from. Pop to ping. Not a lot of people know that. Well, lots of Welsh people know that, obviously, but not around the world.
Well, how about the Scots? What do they call their microwave?
I've no idea. I mean, the Scots, I struggle to understand some of those guys up in the, in the inner cities. They have a real heavy language. If anybody's ever watched the film Train Spotting, I'm pretty sure in the States and in Hawaii that came with subtitles.
Well, let me tell you, I got a story for you for a Scottish caddy, St. Andrews. Could not understand a single word he said.
So when he's saying, oh, 150 yards to the pin, and you're like, okay.
When he hands me a 5-iron, I say, yes, sir, thank you very
that's
much.
The club
May I have
need.
Another. And then when I shot my ball into the grouse, oh, he got mad.
Really? He's got to go and find it.
Yeah, but as soon as we paid him, he was off to the pub.
Yeah. The Scots. I mean, the Scots, the Welsh. We used to have jokes back in the 70s and 80s. An Englishman, an Irishman, and a Scotsman, and the Welsh. They're always at each other, like little nitpicking. But it's kind of like brotherly, sisterly, kind of having a dig. We all live in the same country pretty much, but we all have our own ways of doing things.
Well, the first 4 minutes of this heat has gone by here, Lee, and no waves have been ridden. We've got our surfer from Israel, Gal Zinger. He's in red. Our Welsh surfer from Wales in yellow, Jack Matthias. And our Scots surfer from Scotland in blue, Ben Large.
I think sometimes what happens is after we have these massive sets come through, remembering all that water has to exit the beach somewhere, and it unfortunately does it right next to where our peaks are. And as you see now, this is, if you took a photo 10 minutes ago to a photo now, you'd think these are days apart, but give it another few minutes and there could be another big closeout set. So these guys have to either wait patiently and try and get one of those reforms, or it looks like they're kind of stuck in a rip. They're paddling back to the right as we're looking out. So this rip constantly changing as the tide pushes up. No waves ridden, as Bo said, we're under 10 minutes. Little Jack having a look at this. So here we go. This is Jack Matthias. Late takeoff, and his board just got away from him, and he ended up face planting, just waiting for him to come up. Watch this replay. Little late, lands a little bit heavy, and just goes onto his face. So he's going to visit the bottom. It's quite shallow out there. There you go. He's paddling back out with boards in one piece.
Yeah, you know, he was in danger of possibly snapping his board right there.
Do you know what? I'm surprised we haven't seen more snap boards. We've seen a leash, and that's about it.
Yeah. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic.
All right, hey, thanks, guys. I've got the winner of the last heat here. You know, it was difficult conditions out there. You guys had to fight just to get back into the lineup, but you pulled through, so good win for Team Belgium.
Yeah, thanks. It was hard, but there's a couple nugs out there, and just had to find them.
All right, so I come to understand that you actually reside in Bali now, so you're getting a lot of great surf, and your English is epic.
Yeah, I've been living in Bali for the past 8 years, so yeah, we get really good waves. Like this year was amazing. We had swells pretty much every week.
But still must be very proud to represent your home country of Belgium.
Yeah, of course, it's sick to get to represent your country, especially like with a team that's so supportive. It's really cool.
All right, now you got to help me dispel a major understanding crisis for me, because I was at one of these events a couple of years ago interviewing Team Belgium. I came to understand that there really is no point of origin for the Belgium waffle in Belgium, actually. Like, it's famous for chocolate, but do you guys got a lot of waffles there? I mean, I know it's a silly question, but Belgian waffles are famous in America.
I don't know. I'm more for I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's famous. There's good waffles, I guess.
All right. Well, what's your favorite food in Belgium?
Chocolate.
Chocolate. We're going to go with the universal chocolate is our favorite food. Anyway, I hope it's pretty sweet for you in your next heat. Good luck. You want to give a shout out to your friends and family back home?
Yeah, my friends, I don't know if you're watching, but thanks for always helping me out and supporting me, to my parents also.
All right, well, that's it. Good luck in the next round. Back up to you boys.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Mike was waffling on the question, but Arpad wasn't.
Nah, chocolate.
He knew it was chocolate 100%.
It's chocolate.
It's chocolate.
What's your favorite food?
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Yeah. I'm not going to Belgium for a waffle.
Yeah. Mike hardly finished the sentence, and he already started to say chocolate.
Yeah. You go to the freezer for a waffle.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true, though. Belgian waffles.
Yeah.
They're big in the UK as well, but so is Belgian chocolate.
Yeah. Probably more.
Yeah. Everyone loves chocolate.
Definitely more. Poor Mike. He's on search of finding the ultimate Belgian waffle.
The perfect waffle.
And he's not going to find it in Belgium.
The hunt continues.
Maybe he'll find it.
Maybe in Russia. It could be one of these surprise places. Where
maybe in the forest in Russia.
Yeah, we should get, what was your man, Nikita back. Yeah. Didn't ask him what his favorite food was. His favorite food was surf. The three things he loved doing was surf, surf, and surf.
Well, you know, for a surfer, that is the ultimate, you know, and for Arpad, living in Bali, I mean, talking about his summer, I mean, it's been nonstop over there.
Yeah, I keep seeing videos of, you know, Padang and Ulus and places like that just really lighting up, and they've just had swell after swell. I think even they had the Padang contest was at the Rip Curl one, and you know, that wave, just take off, stall that bottom turn, get bowed, spit out in the channel, dry hair, paddle out. So we could do with some of those here. It's a little bit of a slow heat, unfortunately. Under 5 minutes remaining, and only 3 waves ridden by 2 surfers.
Yeah, and they're all under a point right now. So Ben needs to catch up right now, and he only needs, you know, a wave of less than the point of 0.85 to get into that top 2.
Yeah, so if Ben can take off and do a turn, he'll jump straight into the lead, and then it'll be a fight for second place between Gal and Jack.
I'll tell you what, let's talk about the Olympics. It's 4 years from right now, Lee, and the exciting news came just last month, right before the start of the ISA World Surfing Games. Fernando Aguirre was down in Rio de Janeiro. He's been working with Thomas Bach, the president of the IOC, for almost 2 decades. And when Thomas Bach said about 4 years ago, hey, we're going to reshuffle, we're going to go young, we want some new exciting sports coming up in 2020. And Fernando Aguirre was like, you know, on a mission. We have the opportunity to get surfing in. And during the day before the opening ceremony for the Olympic Games, the Summer Games in Rio, they announced the new games coming up, the new sports for the Tokyo Games, and surfing is now included of the 5 new sports. And there's Ben. He charged. He got through that wave. He got to the bottom, and he must have been listening to you, Lee.
Yeah, he's going to jump into the lead on one wave. Look at this thing. It's way over his head. I thought he might go for re-entry, but he just kicks out of that. He doesn't want any part of that closing wave. But he's gone from third to first, third to first, very quickly.
Yeah, for the 11-year-old Ben Large from Scotland, now in the lead with a 1-4-3. But back to the Olympic announcement. The IOC has chosen 5 new sports for inclusion of the 2020 Olympic Games, and they will be surfing, skateboarding, rock climbing, baseball/softball, and karate. So they went young with the youth sports of skateboarding, rock climbing, and also with surfing, and they went with the Japanese type sports. Even sumo was up for
sumo,
and chess was up for. I'm being dead serious here. Chess and sumo were part of many of the sports that we're looking at, but they just didn't make the grade. Thank God surfing got in before chess.
Yeah, I wonder if when the Olympics was in the UK in 2012, we were pushing for darts and snooker.
Well, you guys would have been probably gold medalists of that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
But anyway, going back to 2020, it's going to be really exciting. And right now, the IOC is looking at a format which could change, but right now they're looking at 20 countries, 20 males, 20 females, a 16-day holding period. The surfing will be conducted in Chiba, in natural surf, and with 20 surfers, you could probably pull it off in a day.
Yeah.
But they're giving them that 16-day holding period during the Olympics because they may have a swell in the beginning. If they, how Olympics, swimming's in the beginning, track and field's at the end, gymnastics in the beginning. They have certain sports that are kind of regulated to that certain first week, second week format. But with surfing, you don't know when the swell is going to be 4 years from now.
Yeah, I mean, 16 days, that's a luxury we haven't got over here. But, yeah, from what I understand, like you say, Bo, it could be done in 2 days, 1 or 2 days. And I was lucky enough to go to Japan in 1990, and we surfed two different venues at the time. One was Najima, and the other one was Miyazaki. So red was first priority there. Surfer in blue from Scotland, he took off on the inside. Now, whether he is going to deem to have interfered, even though red didn't make the takeoff, this is going to be an interesting call.
I would say that is a priority interference because red had first priority. He had the right for the next wave. And even though blue was deeper in that takeoff, there's going to be an incurred interference probably called by the judges. And we'll see what the judges call on that. It's their call. But that's going to be bad for Ben because he was in first place going into that wave.
Yeah, Jack Mathias there. He's going to take the lead on this one wave. He's had a couple of quick up and downs, but these are the first decent maneuvers we've seen in this heat. Time's ticking away. Here we go. Watch this. He gets a nice little top turn there. So it's a maneuver. We've seen young Ben get a 1.4 for just making a wave and kicking out. So this is going to be the best wave. And unfortunately for Ben, as you said, Bo, he's going to be scored on one wave if that interference has been incurred.
But you know what? He's got a good one-wave score, of a 1.43, so he may just go down from first to second place. We're going to have to see the adjustment. The interference has not officially been announced, and we're just assuming that right now. But we've been seeing how the judges have been judging earlier heats with that priority allocated to the surfers. So still, no allocation has been made. They may assume that since our surfer in red, and there it is. They're editing the score right now, so we'll be on standby for that call. But a little bit lackluster for these surfers. Ben, he's only 11 years old.
Yeah, I mean, hats off to all these kids. You can see him. He's cheering at the moment. So maybe that is an official result there.
Well, they have not put in any of the interference calls, so they probably deemed that not an interference. So unofficially, here we go. Jack Mathias from Wales in first, Ben Large from Scotland in second, and Gal Zinger from Israel in third. And that concludes our boys repechage round of number 1, heat number 18. And coming up next, we're going to start our main round number 2, our 20-minute heat of the boys under 16. Stick around. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back, everybody, to the surfer stand here at the VISSLA ISA World Surfing Championship off the coast of Portugal. We are in the Azores Islands, Azores Archipelago. Now in the water, a new round. Boys, under 16 division, round 2. Heat 1 from France, Thomas de Bière has been killing it all event long. Jacob Burke from Barbados started his heat strong with a 4-point ride. In yellow, from Costa Rica, Aldito Chirinos. Costa Rica has been surfing really good as a team here, and we are excited to see what Aldito will show us in this event. And then we have from Mexico with a 3.33 to his name already, Moises Michel. And a very exciting heat. Again, we are in the 20 minutes heats, and hopefully we'll see some better surfing. Good thing for these athletes is that those who don't make it in first and second go to the second repechage round. This is the replay of the first wave of white.
This is young Jacob from Barbados. He knows punchy waves. I imagine Soup Bowl is going to be his favourite wave in his home island. Just kicking off there on that left hand, and behind him, surfer in red, this is Thomas de Bière from France. Cracks it off the lip, free falls down. Just the one manoeuvre, but again, gets that almost mid-range score. 4.83 for our surfer in red, 4.0 for our surfer in white, as Diego was saying, and our Mexican a 3.33, just waiting for Aldito from Costa Rica to get a score on the board.
Jacob Burke, you're right, his favorite wave, it's Soup Bowls in Barbados, but what I like the most about Jacob Burke is his favorite hobby, breeding and raising birds. In particular, African grey parrots, cocktails, and buggies.
Ah!
He might be messing with us, isn't he?
I don't know. I mean, we've had poetry. Why not breed birds? I mean, I know Jacob's dad and his brother. He's got Alan. Alan, if you're listening, you're doing an amazing job with your two sons. Josh as well. But I think we've got an interview.
Yeah. We'll go right back to this as we have the interview ready with the young gentleman from Wales. It's Jack Matthias, right, Bo?
Wales and Jack, very challenging conditions out there. Had that rising swell, the incoming tide. I mean, there were some wash-throughs out there. Talk about the conditions and you're surfing out in that heat.
Yeah, I was just paddling for ages, trying to get out back, and then
paddling into them. It was kind of heavy out there. It's quite scary.
Well, you got through the first repechage round. Now you're in the repechage round number 2. So you get through that, you're back in the main event. Because of so many surfers in this contest, they've eliminated all the other repechage rounds. So your goal is to get through the next one, correct?
Yeah, just get back in the main one and start grinding heats. Hopefully get far, do it for Wales.
Well, let's talk about Wales. Not really known for, a surfing nation. How'd you get into surfing?
A few of my sister's friends did it, and then my sister did it, and then I just got into it through that.
Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The girls do it, the guys got to do it. And where's some of your favorite surfing spots back home?
Where the Welsh Nationals is, Freshwater West. That's kind of the local beach, just based down there. It's quite similar to today, onshore all the time, just big.
Is this the first time you traveled and gone surfing outside of Wales?
No, I've been traveling quite a bit. I went to the last ISA World Juniors, and I went to Spain for a surf trip and Portugal before.
How was your experience in California?
Oh, it was really good. I didn't do very well, but it was still fun. California is a sick place to surf.
That's always a fun place to go to. Hey, you want to say hi to anybody back home?
Yeah. Hi, Mum and Dad.
There you go. Jack Mathias on into repechage round number 2. Good luck to you, and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
That was amazing. Thanking the biggest sponsor you can get in your surfing career, Mum and Dad.
Your first sponsor and probably your last one too.
Yeah, it was for me, I know that much.
12 minutes to go. 4.83 for red, 4-point right for white, and 3.33 for blue. As we see the surfer in yellow from Costa Rica's first wave.
Okay, still waiting for the score to drop. Nice big deep bottom turn, hooks it under the lip. Look at that thing barreling behind him, and he punches through. So this is going to be around that 4 to 5, maybe a 4-5, maybe slightly higher, because it was a nice hollow looking left-hander, and it looks like it's going to go on the upper range from the first couple of scores. So nice turn there, just the one turn, and again at the moment that's all we've really seen is one quick turn and then kick out.
5.33 for the first wave of Aldito Chirinos from Costa Rica, and we have a very exciting heat on our hands with the surfers pretty much getting very similar scores, that average type of scores between a 3 and a 5, 3-3. It's very exciting as we see a little Thomas maybe with some small injury on his right foot, wearing a bootie, and 11 minutes to go. And Chirinos 5.33, that sure was a big bottom turn.
That was nice. I mean, I'm thinking and wonder if he could have kind of stalled off the takeoff and got a barrel, because we haven't really seen many tubes on this podium. Podium 2 has had a few barrels as the days, as the tide pushes in and out. Been more tricky on this podium to get into the barrel. And we've actually got a question from Alberto from Costa Rica, and he's asking us why there are 2 podiums.
Well, that's a very interesting question, but the answer is actually quite simple. There's way too many surfers for us to do only one podium in 8 days of action.
It would take like 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why we have 2 podiums, so we can put every contestant. We have 371 surfers here, 39 countries, and to have them all surf in a week, 2 podiums.
And of course the repechage as well, which is in a normal contest. We don't, but the ISA, they do have a repechage to give these young athletes a chance. Imagine, coming from, example, Costa Rica or Mexico and getting knocked out in your first heat the first round, and you've flown all this way for nothing. But at least every surfer in this event gets to surf twice regardless.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing where ISA definitely makes a difference. The repechage rounds are really something to, so that the surfers can rely a bit on, as giving them another chance to showcase what they're capable of doing in the water in some good waves in a big contest like this one.
Well, Yellow was having a quick look. He's last in priority, so Altido from Croatia has to give away to the other 3 surfers. Before we're into the interview, I was saying about young Jacob Burke. He's got a slightly older brother soldiering away on the WQS, Josh, and I said is their father, Alan, very established shortboarder back in the day. I remember competing against Alan a few times, and he's not too shabby on a longboard as well. So hi to the Burke family if you're tuned in back in Barbados. Time call now, just under 9 minutes. Still only one wave ridden by each surfer, so it's all going to go down to this backup wave and who's going to get the best one. Here goes blue, so this is Moises from Mexico charging down the line. And no, Mexico has some really punchy beach breaks as well with some tubes on offer. Couldn't quite get turn out of that. He gets rewarded a 1.0, so he moves up into third, which takes Jacob back down a spot. Jacob only needs a 0.84 to move into second, and our Mexican surfer in blue now needs a 1.5.
Yeah, so exciting scores to start this heat, but things have slowed down a bit. Let's watch the replay. That was one big wave, but no really open face for young Moises to turn on.
Yeah, he took that wave. He obviously looked really good when he looked at it, and there was that first section, but he didn't get in early enough. Hopefully he won't get caught inside and he'll make his way out back with these guys. This is one of the things we haven't seen for a few heats, is the guys are sitting really compact, all in the same sort of spot, where previous heats they've been everywhere, like a football pitch size of the area these guys take over.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. Actually, it might reflect some changes in the lineup, as there might be a situation where the best waves are breaking in just one specific place, which would be very interesting and surprising, taking into consideration how this whole beach is set up. But I tell you what, it might happen, because I went diving here the other day and I saw some boulders underwater that might just help the wave break at one specific place.
Well, maybe that's why there's two quite predominant sandbanks. These boulders do encourage sand growth over them as the tide pushes in and out. I mean, if this was the UK, especially my home beach of Fistral, after a day where the swell has been this size and possibly even bigger later on today, tomorrow, the banks are always changing, where since we started competition on Saturday, there's been 2 defined peaks, and now our surfer in red. This is Thomas, goes on his backhand, nice snap off the top there, doesn't get that second turn in, but it's going to be a very similar score to his first one. Maybe didn't attack it as hard as he could, but he's going to move into the lead for sure.
And I'm going to guess that with 6 minutes and 30 seconds to go, he's going to be happy he got that one wave. It will jump him to the lead, that's for sure, because that's a completed turn lane.
Yeah, it was a nice turn. He stayed away from the lip, which can be quite smart if you're not too confident on landing these big, heavy airdrop Rios. So the judge is just contemplating whether he attacked the lip and he can get a score above a 5, or if that's going to be similar to his first score of a 4.83. And just see who's that. That's blue on our screen there. So Moises, Michelle from Mexico, did get caught by that set, just drifting off to the right of our screen as he goes into the channel. So maybe that's why these guys are trying a surf left, because you end up in a channel that helps you get out back. And poor old surfer in blue in Mexico, he went right, put him right in the peak, and now he's kind of done a paddle round to the channel.
Yeah, still battling that white water, our young surfer from Mexico, Moises Michel. But the last wave of red is in. It's a 4.10 as expected. He jumps to the lead, and now yellow needs a 3.61 to go first. Yellow in second, and blue needs a 2.01 to go second. Again, what's important in these heats is if you want to stay in the main event, in the main round, you want to be in the first 2 positions. And fortunately, in this round, you still have another chance, because you're going straight to report charge round 2 if you get 3rd or 4th in round 2 of the main event. But from now on, round 3 and all that, you're going to be pretty much, it's going to be a do or die. As we keep on seeing surfer in blue there.
Yeah, poor Moises, he's just caught on that inside bank. You can see he's actually stood up there. A couple of seconds ago, he was paddling, realizes just how shallow it is, and out back is just within grasp. You can see the guys just sitting like 20 yards ahead of him, and he just can't get there. He's kind of stuck on this treadmill section. Now we have Jacob, late takeoff for the young Bayesian. He kicks out. It's going to be a backup score. He needs a 1.3 to make a move. Not sure if that's going to be it or not.
And being from Barbados, young Jacob, that's not a bad place to grow up as a surfer. Warm water, some good waves there, and you're living in the Caribbean. There's plenty of waves around.
Yeah, really good. I was lucky enough to spend 6 weeks there a couple of years ago, and I had some serious surf. Really nice warm water, fun waves. As we see our surfer in red there just gets exploded on that landing. That's not going to go into his top two. And Jacob's wave, as I thought, might come a bit short because he just kind of didn't get any maneuvers in at all. He just pretty much went in a straight line. Now, see what's happened here. He takes off nice, eyes the lip, cracks it, fins out, and then that thing just explodes and he gets engulfed.
3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Thomas de Bière from France keeps on showing why he's one of the favorites in this contest, in this division. The young surfer from France who's turning heads in the junior pro rankings in Europe. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, he has won one of the stops here. In fact, he's in second in the ranking of under 18 2016 WSL, so quite some surfer. Thomas de Bière comes from Pointe-à-Pitre and has Batoir as his favorite wave. Up and riding, this is Chirinos from Costa Rica, holding on to that last turn well.
Yeah, I wished he pushed that first turn slightly harder because he would have got a really good score. He already has the best wave in the heat so far, which is a 5.33. He was a little bit tentative on this first turn, just kind of like a mid-face check turn, and then he was a little bit late but coped really well with that landing on his second scoring wave. So he's in second place. He needs a 3.6 to jump into the lead. He's going to get that easily, and he's going to put a bit of distance between himself and our Frenchman in second place.
One of the few waves in this heat where we have seen a surfer get 2 turns done, and I'm sure Aldito will get rewarded for that. It's at 3.9. Aldito jumps into the lead now. Thomas de Bière second is gonna need a 4.41, and the gap widens between Jacob and Moises, needing a 4.94 and a 5.61 to go to a qualifying position in this heat. 2 minutes to go, and the ocean just doesn't stop.
No, it's like the beat. You know, it's like a good dance song. It just keeps going and going and going. And you can see 2 surfers now in the bottom right-hand corner of our screen. They're not going to get out back in the allocated time. It's all going to be down to our surfer in white, Jacob Burke from Barbados, who's out back, and it looks like Thomas de Bière as well from France also with him. So surfer in white, Jacob has got first priority. This is going to be very pivotal. He's only going to get one more chance at this, so it's whether he can find something to open up the natural foot. I've seen him surf in South Point, throw an air reverses. He's got all the tricks of the trade, so he's a very well-rounded surfer. And Aldito just kind of doing a little victory lap on the inside. He's had enough of paddling and duck diving. Checks his watch, under a minute to go.
And good news for Burke and Michel. If they don't make it in these heats, they'll have another chance in the rapid charge second round, as we see Blue Michel just getting out of the water. I don't think he made it up the back after that one wave.
No, he looked like he had one wave and then he had a takeoff, and that was about it. That right-hander we saw go straight across, and he paddled for many. I mean, remember, we're back on 20-minute heats, and he must have been paddled for at least 18 minutes of that 20, plus the 7-minute paddle out these guys get before their heat. So you need to keep those shoulders warm, and you can see a very happy Costa Rican coach there.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like Chirino's gonna take the win here, and surfer in yellow, as we see surfer in white up and riding. This is very important for Burke. Goes for a foam climb there, unfortunately coming unstuck.
Yeah, Jacob there, he needed roughly a 5, which would have been either one nice big maneuver or a couple of shouldering maneuvers. Just comes unstuck on that first re-entry. So unluckily for our Bajan, he's going to exit this round with our Mexican, France and Costa Rica moving on through.
Yeah, official results soon to show up on our screens, as we see the beautiful area of to the west of where we are. That's west. That west headland is very beautiful to check if you have the chance to do some sightseeing over here. Official results of the first heat of the second round of the main event of the under 16 boys division is done. Congratulations Costa Rica and France, and good luck Jacob and Moises on your rapid charge heat. We are going for a short commercial break, and we'll be right back Stay with us and stay tuned to the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship here, straight from the Azores Islands.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
If you just joined in, welcome back to the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, straight from the beautiful island of the Azores, of São Miguel in the Azores. In the water, round 2 of the men's under 16 boys division, of course. In the water, heat number 2 in red from Portugal, that's Guilherme Ribeiro. From Belgium, that's Dean van der Vol. From Hawaii, that's Finn McGill. And from Great Britain, Seth Morris. And alongside me, Diogo Alpendre in the booth is Mike Latronic. And we have quite some heat on our hands, as we have a Portuguese surfer, a fellow countryman of mine, and a Hawaiian surfer, countryman of yours.
Yeah, well, of course, I am a big fan of Finn McGill. Here he goes right now in the yellow, big left-hander, but opts to go for the dismount right there. Didn't see any promise in that wave. Finn is a very stalwart competitor, and I'm sure he's been instructed only to go for waves that supply an opportunity. And
how comfortable is Finn in these kind of waves?
Oh, he's very comfortable. He lives on the north shore of Oahu. You know, most of the time, 9-10 months out of the year, the waves are over 4 feet, over 5 feet, in fact. A lot of times we're wondering when we can ride our shortboards again. But my question is, if the tide was lower, would the kids be surfing on the outside section out there?
That's an interesting question, one whose answer we will find out later today, as I believe tide is about to start go out, if I'm not mistaken, and Finn McGill, brother of Dax McGill.
Yep, former champion here.
Former champion in the ISA event, and a great surfer also coming from Hawaii. Dean van der Vol, we haven't talked about him yet, but there's a great video, a new video of him doing the rounds on the internets. Dean on some nice meaty looking barrels, and Seth Morris, I have to admit, I don't know an awful lot about him, but I'm sure that if he's here, he has had some pretty good results to his name. For instance, he's the British Under-14 champion 2015-2016. We'll go straight back to this heat after the interview with last heat's winner, that's Aldito Chirinos from Costa Rica.
Thank you, Diogo and Mike. Yeah, just been talking. Actually prefers the name Aldo. He's not sure why they've got Aldito on his entry, but he's called Aldo, and his English is spot on. So I don't have to speak in Spanish, which would be embarrassing for me and the way I pronounce things. But going back to your heat, we've just gone off the 15-minute repechage. It looks like 20 minutes is still a really short time because there's only a couple of waves for each of you surfers.
Yeah, honestly, it's a very short period of time to catch enough waves to you can't make mistakes, because I was only able to catch 2 waves, and if I fell, I wouldn't have made it through. And yeah, it's super hard out there. You have to paddle really hard so the set doesn't land in your head, or to catch the wave with the current. It's so strong. It's really challenging out there.
Have you changed the way you attack your heats? Because I mean, previously I used to compete, and the idea was to catch a wave and do as many long turns as you can all the way through. Out there, if you go too far, there's almost like a point of no return, where you get stuck in the impact zone, and you could spend the rest of the heat paddling. So were you taking off thinking I'll do a quick couple of turns and then kick out, or were you thinking I want to do as many maneuvers as possible?
Honestly, here I'd rather do 2 good turns than do a lot and go to the inside, because if you got to go back out, it's going to take you like 7 minutes. It's too many waves, it's really strong and a lot of current. So you just got to do a couple, get out, and go back out.
Preparation for a heat, do you listen to music, do you stretch? What's your kind of warm-up routine before you go out in big surf like this?
I'd say I listen to music and stretch at the same time. Well, warm up, whatever, yeah.
And then you're last night, you obviously went for a couple of free surfs. Were you hoping the waves were going to calm down a little bit? Because I mean, the forecast is it could get bigger than this later on today and even into tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be, I thought it was going to be like yesterday, a little bit smaller, because in the morning it was smaller. But I don't know, it just built up in 10 minutes. And it was just big, and yeah.
I mean, the good thing for you is now you've experienced this, you can kind of put this, if we have to surf again today or tomorrow, I'm not too sure of the running order, I'm not on top of that, but now you know what you have to do, and you have that winning combination of just getting those quick turns in. That must be something you're going to think of until the surf starts to calm down through the rest of the week.
Yeah, that's something we gotta do. We gotta get prepared for whatever's coming. I heard it's gonna just get bigger today and tomorrow. Tomorrow's the biggest day supposedly, but let's see how it goes.
Well, there's going to be lighter winds, but we'll go back to your home now. Do you want to say anything to the friends and family back in Costa Rica?
Saludos a todos en Costa Rica. Espero que estén viendo y pura vida.
Nice one. Thank you very much. That was Aldo, our heat winner, moving on through. Well surfed, man. That looked tough.
It was tough.
Back to you guys.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Aldo. Thank you, Lee. That was a message for someone special. And we have some scores on the board, and hopefully we'll have the replays, as we have a 417 for Dean van der Val and a 567 for Guilherme Ribeiro. That's a much more interesting wave from the young Portuguese surfer, very technical surfer, and I'm hoping that we get to see the replays of those one waves. And yep, director telling me that we'll definitely see those replays. Mike, I'm excited about the 567. Let's watch first the 417 of Dean van der Val.
Well, once again, we see a pretty big score for a one maneuver wave. Cracked that forehand snap, and here is our surfer from Portugal, local surfer, big off the top. So yet another one wave maneuver, big score for a one maneuver wave. So we'll see if those scores are just going to be giant if these kids get 2 or 3 maneuvers of that quality. But nice hard backside off the top for Ribeiro from Portugal.
So Ribeiro from Portugal starting with a 567. He's in the lead with a surfer from Belgium in second place. And now up and riding, that's Finn McGill from Hawaii. He had priority, opted to use it on this one wave. Unfortunately, coming a bit unstuck there. Wave selection wasn't perfect, but well, he will recover from that and try and get some scores in, as he still has 11 minutes to go. And Seth Morris still with only a 1 point ride, Mike.
Yeah, well, Morris and McGill definitely trying to find the rhythm out there. McGill's had a lot of opportunities, or at least he's gone on a lot of waves, really just cycling through a bunch of small scores. So McGill just trying to hunt down something. Meanwhile, Van der Waal and Ribeiro smartly catching open waves and making the most of it.
567, the only wave caught by red, and a 417, the only wave by white. There might be a little bit of a difference in strategy, and it might be working, and it is working better for Guilherme and Dean, who, for the looks of it, are opting out on just going on waves that they believe that have true potential, while Finn McGill is just taking a look. Do you know what we call this strategy of catching waves and see what will happen on that wave in Portugal?
What's that?
We call it the watermelon tactic.
Ooh, please explain.
Because you have to open the melon to see if it's good. You know what I mean? So you gotta catch the wave to see if it's a good one. You say that in Portuguese.
And you gotta spit out the seeds if you don't want to chomp down on seeds. So yeah, a lot of water moving in with this incoming tide. You can see the waves fairly closed out. So picking and choosing an open face and strategizing that paddle back out is huge. Here you see Vanderwald just running down the beach. He's going to try to find a little hole to paddle out that's a little easier. So, you know, we'll see. Only about a 4-minute paddle out normally, but if he gets caught inside again, it could take him twice that.
That was Seth Morris on his second wave. Unfortunately, not much there for him. Eight minutes and 30 seconds to go. First prio with red, second with yellow, third with blue. Not much for blue on that last wave, 0.073. But it's like Russian roulette with these waves, honestly, because you never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's almost like it's almost not even worth paddling towards the peak. There is no peak, or there is several peaks. So almost... well, here's a peak, and there is red taking a late drop, using his priority and just getting caught behind that section. So definitely a poor wave. And this looks like Finn McGill's got his eye on this one. Looks like a small right section right here. Let's see what these guys are going to do. A little cut back. Gets a tone, but just a lot of whitewash off of that. So that'll be his best ride thus far. But only kind of a facey cutback.
Finn McGill coming from USA. His favorite wave is Pipeline. And this is a small back there at its best. No, I'm just kidding. And just one turn from Finn.
Yeah, just one turn as a hard turn. He got it back into the foam. I would have preferred to see a nice crack off the lip, but the wave just didn't call for it. So Finn McGill makes the most of a closeout section there. Small score, though.
4-point ride for Finn McGill. He jumps to second place, and now Dean van der Waal is in third, needing a 1-2-1 to go second. But Finn's backup is just a 1-3-7, so the heat is pretty much wide open because Red's in the lead, but his backup is only a 0-3-3. So with under 7 minutes to go, Dean and Seth still have something to say about the outcome of this one. And I'm looking at Finn's resume, and I like what I see. He was in the WSL Jopo trials where he got 5th. He has 4 National Scholastic Surfing Association national titles. He was 2nd place in 2016 WSL ranking, and he got a 5th in a junior event in Tahiti. That's certainly an interesting resume from Finn McGill, coming from USA, using town and country boards and having the Pipeline as his favorite wave, as we see Seth Morris up and riding.
Well, Morris from the UK decides not to do the off the lip right there. You can see 3 surfers made it back to the lineup. Looks like our man in red, the Portuguese surfer's on a good left-hander. Takes the drop, bottom turn. Little snap back into the section. Does a little hair shampoo off of that. And rest of this wave sort of not cooperating, but he's got to throw away a .33, and for sure he did that.
That was a mellow score. That was a mellow corner for Ribeiro. Do you think the judges are going to like those kind of waves, or they prefer to see those impact scores?
Well, look at it again. It was a good wave, but it just sort of shouldered out. He did a mid-face turn, and then another just small cutback. Then he gets kind of caught up in that weird displacement. The wave one wave went one way, and he tried to jump into the next section, but didn't get there in time. So it's going to be a small score, but it's definitely going to be a backup in which he needed.
3-4-7 is the score for this one last wave of Guilherme Ribeiro. So now there's a bit of a gap between him and the rest of the field. And look at the big set just about to break here. That's almost like an outer break.
See, I'm calling for the first wave of the heat, go all the way out the back and catch one of those bombs, but that's just me. But anyway, yeah, a lot of whitewash coming in. Probably the tide is now high enough to where these waves should back off completely and reform pretty thick here on the double up.
Under 5 minutes to go, Portugal is in the lead with Hawaii in second place, Belgium in third, and UK in fourth. Hopefully we'll see some more waves of everyone in the field. Finn McGill in second, needing a 5.15 to go first. Dean van der Val from Belgium, he needs a very, very small score, a 1-2-1. And 4.35 is the requirement for Seth Morris from the UK. And when you need such a small score, does it add pressure to the situation because you need such a small score, or does it relaxes you because it's such a small score?
Well, I think generally most surfers are not going to pay attention to a small score necessary unless it's like right at the close of the heat. Oh, I only need a 2-point ride. Okay, let's just make this maneuver and get it done. Whereas if there's still time left, you're shooting for 8s every time. You're shooting for 9s and 10s every time. And here's Finn McGill, bottom turn, top turn, doesn't hang on. We'll see it's a crucial mistake at this stage. If he can get back out, he's not really caught inside, so that's good luck for the young Hawaiian surfer. And there was our surfer in white. Finn McGill looking at this one again, just trying to get anything he can put his board up into. He's very capable with his maneuvering. He's just trying to get himself into a position to showcase that.
Finn McGill, 147 on his last wave, unfortunately coming unstuck on that only turn, on that sole turn, but showing great commitment, the surfer from Hawaii, coming from the north shore of Oahu. He's in second place. First prio is actually with the surfer in fourth, Seth Morris from the UK. Second priority with Red. And tell me about this prio word usage.
Well, actually, you're coming up with a brand new terminology there, my friend. Prio. I mean, I've heard of cryo, as cryogenics and chiropractors, but prio, it's sort of short for priority, of course. And
that's something we use here in Europe, I believe.
All right. Well, hey, got to go with the flow, and here we are in Europe. So here it is, Seth Morris on another just sort of non-event. We saw Finn McGill not really getting much on his last wave. Big opportunity for Dean van der Wal. He's really just sitting on a pretty decent score of 7, and he's been very patient. He's got second priority. Here he goes on a decent looking left wall. Let's see what he can make of it. One nice slash to start with, another one, so racking up some points already. Let's see what he's got with the closeout. Is he able to hang on? No, so that third maneuver won't be scored, but pretty decent opening 2 turns.
So Dean needed a 1-3-1 to go second, that's for sure, and he needed a 4.98 to go first. Do you think Dean might have gotten that far, that 4.98 to go first?
It's quite possible. I'm going to leave that up to the judges. It's a smaller wave, but did some nice snappy turns and got 2 of them. Had he completed this last maneuver, I think for sure. But I'm going to say it's, somewhere in the small to mid-range. Then again, we haven't seen too many waves with 2 maneuvers, so I'm just going to leave that up to the judges.
Dean waited a good 17 minutes for that wave. With under 2 minutes to go, he finally got it. He needed a 1-3-1 to go second. That's almost a certain thing, but the call is on the judges with 30 seconds to go. Finn McGill is in danger, and he might need to catch another wave to really improve his situation. Well, he definitely needs it either way. And the first priority is with Red. Red's lead might be in danger also, but no worries for Dean van der Val and Team Belgium, who are probably very, very excited about this last one wave of Dean van der Val. Scores are dropping, 10 seconds to go, and Dean is definitely going to make it to second place, Mike.
Yeah, good score, 5.03, so dispelling Team Hawaii, unless he can get a wave right here at the end. But this is our second place surfer. Sorry, Guillermo Ribeiro looking to replace that small score. Not sure if Finn McGill was able to get up in time for that last wave.
Yeah, an interesting wrap-up of a heat there with Dean van der Vol stealing second place and jumping to first. Let's watch a replay of the last wave of yellow.
Well, by the way he hit the water at the end of that heat, he looked pretty frustrated. And even if he did get up in time, that wave just wasn't going to be a decent score for him.
So while we wait for scores of this last one wave of Finn and the last of Red, we're waiting on official results from the judges as we take a look at the surfers area with Team Japan, Team Costa Rica, and this is the area of Team New Zealand, I believe. Team Hawaii was here yesterday. They just keep on mixing it up. Finders keepers, I guess, towards places in the surfers area, and we're waiting on scores. Last of Finn McKeel was a 2-2-3. That's his backup, but not enough to change the situation. So it might sound weird, but congratulations, Team Belgium.
Yeah, Team Belgium doing great. Dean van der Waal did exactly what he needed to do, getting that strong left-hander. Not a giant score, but certainly good enough to grab first place. And there it is, the final results.
Dean van der Waal from Belgium ahead of Portugal's Guillermo Ribeiro and Hawaiian Finn McKeel in third place, with UK's Seth Morris in fourth. Finn and Seth will have another chance in Rapid Charge round 2. We're going on a break and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Sumol Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back to the beautiful Azore Islands of Portugal for the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are on the north side of São Miguel, known as Praia do Monteverde. And heat number 3, round number 2, the main round, 20-minute heats of the boys, 16 and under. And let's introduce our surfers here. Micah Cantor will be from the United States in the red jersey. Christian Potatelli from Sweden in the white jersey. Gabriel Vargas from Peru in the yellow jersey, and Selin Zihar from Morocco in the blue jersey. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic, and we're starting to see more consistency of those big sets on the outside. Mike, still rolling through. How's it look on the inside section?
It looks to be quite a mess, actually. There's a lot of power in there. You can see with those outside sets bombing most of the time now, it's creating even more of a diffraction on the inside. With the tide coming in, there's more water, so it's more power. Maybe a little bit easier to paddle out, if you time it right between sets, but certainly a challenging situation for all the kids.
One wave ridden so far from our surfer from Morocco in blue. Sayan. A 3.5 registered there. A total of 18 heats. A massive round here in round number 2. The boys under 16 is our largest field. We had 36 heats in round number 1, and it took us nearly 3 days to conclude the first main round for the boys under 16. Now we're going to get through all 18 heats today. So we'll cut 18 heats into 9 heats coming up, and they'll be surfing back out tomorrow. But first and second advance on into main round number 3. Third and fourth are delegated into the repechage round number 2 for the boys 16 and under. There's a shot at Gabriel Vargas from Peru. And there's red Micah Cantor from California.
Well, looks like Cantor's found himself something to paddle for. Has a look at it, but decides it's not what he wants. That or just plain old couldn't get into that one. And there is Ceylan Zohir, currently the only surfer with a score on the board thus far.
Let's go down to the beach and check out Diogo.
Hi, Bo. Mike, I'm here with last heat's winner. That's Dean Van der Val from Team Belgian. Dean, judging from the outside, it looked like a bit of a hit and miss kind of a heat because you got one good wave at the start and just one second wave by the end. Were you happy with your strategy? Was that your strategy?
Yeah, it was super gnarly. Like, couldn't get out for like 5 or 6 minutes. So, yeah, I'm pretty stoked to win that heat, and the waves are super hard.
Tell me a bit about your preparation for this event. Where did you surf? When did you get here?
I got here 3 days before, and I was surfing France. Good beach breaks, kind of similar to this, but like not as bad as this. But, yeah.
How comfortable are you in this type of conditions? Do you practice in this type? Do you surf often in this type of surf, or not at all?
I mean, I've surfed shit waves, but this is another level. This is these are pretty hard waves.
Team Belgium pretty happy with Dean Van der Val. Back to you guys in the booth. Do you want to send a message back home?
Dank u iedereen voor de sport. Ja.
That's it. Thank you, Dean. Back to you boys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Diogo. There we go. Nice carving turn here. This is Gabriel Vargas. Missed the first part of his wave. I'm sure the boys in the booth, they'll get the replay of that one. And here we go, Micah Cantor.
Oh, yeah, it looked like our surfer in yellow from Peru, Vargas, definitely lighting up that section. You can see these giant whitewashes here doubling up on the inside. Looks like Red was doing a dobster dive as we cut over to this nice solid turn, whitewashy section, gets his board up again, so really important to get the board up above the lip line. Judges are going to like that.
Gabriel Vargas from Peru, his first wave. Can't tell you that our Moroccan surfer 3.5, surfer in blue from Seon, and Micah Cantor registers a 1.0.
We already have some fans from Peru chiming in. Got Carlos Vamos Gabriel Tu Puedes, and another one's Hans Peter from Peru. Well, I don't know what that means, so I'm going to not say it for fear that I'll say something wrong. You never know what people are writing in, but we do have a Spanish webcast team. It's likely they are answering all of these questions in Spanish. I just thought since Gabriel just had that wave, we'd do a good cheer for him and his buddy Carlos.
Here we go, surfer in white, Christian Portatelli.
Yeah, well, Christian manages to get a pretty radical maneuver done there. At the bottom of that wave, the whitewash pushed his board out from under him. So we'll see if the judges deem that as a completed maneuver. Let's look at it again. Slashes it. I think he rode to the bottom of it and then got knocked off, but I see a 1.5 on his score line. Was that his first score, or we'll see? We'll see.
That's his first wave. That's his first wave from Sweden. And we can tell you that Gabriel Vargas opened up with a 4.33. So Vargas with a slight lead over our Moroccan surfer in blue, Seyan Zohir, with a 3.5, and here he is.
Yeah, here goes Zohir, big off the top, having to deal with a bunch of stuff right there. You know, just waiting around that extra second before the dismount could cost him an extra minute of paddle out time easily or more, because the minute you realize you can't make a wave or you're not going to get a scoring maneuver in this closeout, It's so important to get out of it, get under it, and stay in deeper water. Once you come into this shallow section right there, see how he didn't dive under just then? Well, that might cost him. You can see him. He's trying to get back out now, and we'll see if it affects much of his time. Look at this bowl coming in, Bo.
Yeah, this is going to be Micah Cantor from South Carolina representing the United States.
Yeah, big swatty bowl right there. Again, just a single maneuver wave. Does a nice punch in that closeout section. But again, he'll be caught inside. He kind of waited just a little bit. He's kind of looking towards the beach. That looks like one of our VISSLA athletes in the works. Got a nice punchy gaff right there. So manages to complete the maneuver, and at least he'll get credit for that. Pretty big section right there too.
Yeah, Micah currently ranked number 19 on the WSL North American Junior Tour. He had a 17th at Huntington earlier this year at the Vans U.S. Open Junior Surfing event, a 9th place at the Vans Pro in Virginia Beach. So a couple of good showings. And Micah's score slowly coming in. We can tell you our surfer from Morocco in blue, Sayan, a 5.5. Combo that with his 3.5 opening ride. Our Moroccan surfer in the lead right now. There he is, paddling back out still, trying to make his way through. Challenging conditions out here, and we're still on standby for the score. Last of Micah Cantor from South Carolina in red.
Yeah, well, it looks to me like some of the judges saw Cantor as riding out of that wave, and some didn't think he rode out enough. At least that's my guess. A couple of smaller scores, and then a couple of scores going into the 3-4 point range, but we'll see. Sometimes, they do drop the low and the high score to get the average.
So the judges still conferring on Micah's wave once we get that. He's sitting in 4th place prior to that wave, needing a 3.34 to go to second, needing an 8.01 to go to first. 8 minutes remaining. Heat number 3, main round number 2. We've had repecharge rounds all morning now in the afternoon. We're into the main round of the boys, 16 and under. 18 heats will comprise this round, and we should get all 18 heats done by day's end. I'd like to thank all of our great sponsors making this possible. VISSLA, our presenting sponsor of the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We're being supported by the Azore Tourism Association. The IPDJ, that is the Portuguese Institute of Sport, the Azore Airlines, and Sumal. Also, our media partners include Surfline, the official forecaster, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, Waves, Zigzag Magazine, and Media Luso. And the judge is still conferring. They're recorrecting just about there.
Could have been more of a case of missed tabulation. Sometimes fingers get the best of you, so they do have a system here where they can correct their scores. It just takes a little longer, and should be momentarily. But in the meantime, this looks like our surfer out of Peru, Vargas, does a nice opening slash. Unfortunately, doesn't get a closing move that time, so a small score. And there you see Zehan Zohia. He is moving down the beach. Looks pretty winded, actually. He's not, doesn't have too much spring in his step, so probably 5 minutes of paddling right before that or he's pacing himself. But he's currently in first place.
Well, Morocco doing quite well. They've advanced a couple of their surfers so far, and Zohir currently in first place as he goes back to the paddle out. And now the score is locked in, a 4.83 for Micah Cantor. So Micah currently in second place now with that 4.83 and that 1.0. Last wave for Gabriel Vargas, now in at a 2.67. So Gabriel now takes second place with that 2.67. Combo that with a 4.33. So new situation. So here from Morocco in blue, still in first. Gabriel Vargas, Peru in second, needing a 4.68 to go to first. Micah Cantor goes from second to third, now needing a 2.18 to regain second. And Christian Portelli from Sweden in fourth, needing a 5.51.
Well, there you can see Portelli trying to make his way back out. Looks like he's got a little breathing room. Oh, no, that's Vargas, sorry. Yellow jersey. Gobbled up in whitewash. Couldn't make out the color there. And clear seas for the moment, so really got to take advantage of those slight lulls in the action to get back out. I mean, you can duck dive 10 waves all you want, but when it's clear, it's time to boogie. And here goes red. Micah Cantor finds himself an open left-hander. One little cutback, opts not to go for the inside. Decides that wave's not one to get his second good scoring ride. He's got that 4.83. He wants to throw away a 1. And he doesn't need much, only needs a 2.18 to get back into advancing position.
And he gets 2.3, Mike, so he does move back into second, not by much. He only has second by 0.13. Let's watch his wave.
Yeah, well, gets a first turn. He really didn't hit it that hard, so he decides, well, you know, I didn't really get the score on that first turn. I might as well just get out of this wave. Next up here is Portelli from Sweden. Nice starting off the top, bangs it a little harder. If he can ride out of it, unfortunately not really riding out of it. You know, he's very poised on that last off the lip, but unless you clearly ride out of it, the judges will not give you credit for it. Taking a look at another angle, got a little snap off the top, and then here's the money turn. I mean, he did a good job of sort of completing it, but then just didn't keep the forward motion enough to stay in the wave. Meanwhile, surfer in yellow, Vargas from Peru's got a beautiful open face right there. Performs a decent cutback. Another slicing cutback here. Let's see what he's got for the end section. Actually got 3 turns out of this. Bonus pops a little chip at the end. Looking in at his coaches there. So that's going to be a good ride for Peru.
Yeah, that's going to be a keeper wave. He's going to drop his 2.67. He registered a 4.33 on his opening ride. And he's going to make a statement here with this wave, Mike.
Now, if I could fault him in any way, I mean, he's doing good cutbacks, but 3 cutbacks in a row, Bo. Very, very repetitious. I know the judges like to see variation. I'm sure he was looking for something else on that wave. That last little bunny hop was probably not going to be a big part of his score, but there it is, slightly better than his first good wave.
4.43. That puts Vargas into second place. Micah Cantor down to third again, and here goes Micah.
Well, Micah only needs a small score, and you know what? He has picked a foam monster, so this wave not going to be into the 4-point range, and he is going to be hustling to get back out there with only 3.5 minutes. He is going to need a better wave.
3 minutes, 23 seconds to be exact. Micah Cantor needing a 3.94.
Yeah, well, look at it. He was expecting to get one good maneuver and get his points, but that wave just did not cooperate.
Yeah, so wave selection wasn't in Micah's favor, and he's frustrated there. He's looking at Ryan Simmons and the rest of the Team USA, looking for some guidance. He's got to go back out, and time is ticking. He's under 3 minutes now.
Well, here's the fortunate thing. No bombs on the outside, so he's got a good chance of actually getting out to the break and enough time. Maybe he'll have a minute and a half left to get some waves. You know, if we saw bombing whitewashes right now, I'd say he's in big trouble, but it looks like a couple of lines here and then clear seas.
Well, the defending champion of the boys 16 and under, hailing from the East Coast of the United States, is not back to defend. That's Stevie Pittman. And Micah Cantor is trying to get through here.
Well, right now, our surfer from Sweden, he only needs a 6-point ride, so well attainable. You know, should he get a nice big maneuver or 2 maneuvers. We've seen maneuvers going up close to that range today. He's got priority, so key point is, you know, right now yellow and white in pretty close proximity.
Those 2 surfers you see on your screen, they're coming up at heat number 4.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Vargas is on the inside of them. They're on the outside of the zone. And here we go. Micah Cantor has found a wave on the inside. We missed the opening part.
Now, well, big interest here to see what he did on that opening maneuver. He looked pretty happy with it, so my guess is he might have got double maneuver wave on that. And that is just what he needed. So big snap on the outside. Definitely getting some points here. Only needs a 3.94. I'm thinking for sure he's advancing on that wave.
Judges are conferring right now. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Cantor needs a 3.94 to go to second. If he gets a 4.18, he could actually go to first, Mike.
Well, here we have another rider. This is our surfer in yellow, trying to get out of second place. He's going to need to, because if Cantor jumps to first, he will jump to third.
On standby for scores. Last of yellow, last of red. Let's dissect Gabriel Vargas here.
Well, Vargas, may have made a mistake by playing it a little safe on this wave. He needs a 4.58, and to me, he sort of dodged the most important section of that wave. But we'll see. He did do a couple of turns.
So Micah Cantor in the final 2 minutes scores a 7.33 on the paddle back out, with a combination of maneuvers on his backhand, slashing through his way out of third all the way to first. There's Team USA surrounding Micah Cantor, and I mean, he was in dire straits.
He was in dire straits, and it's dire straits for Vargas, who picked up a 4.17 on his last wave, so that's not enough.
Well, an exciting heat. It was led by a Moroccan. He was in first the whole time up until the last minute and a half, and Micah Cantor was playing catch-up. He started his heat with a 1. He had a keeper wave of a 4.83, then a couple of 2-point rides, and he was really looking flushed out there. But he found the wave with the open face and was able to secure the win and the advancement with a 7.33. And that was our surfer from Sweden on the last ride, Portelli, and he'll finish up in fourth place. So here are your official results, as we're waiting for one more score for Christian Portelli from Sweden still to be locked in. But an exciting heat for Team USA. Micah was playing catch-up. He was flushed with a couple of low scores, and we're going to have to be on standby for the score. So we're going to take a break right now. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. More of the boys 16, round number 2.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships in the beautiful Azore Islands of the archipelago of the Atlantic in the Portugal area. We've had an exciting heat. Here are the final results from that last one, because they were tabulating the last score for our Swedish surfer, coming in at a 4.6. Still not enough. He had his high as a 2.37 as he takes fourth place. But the story of the heat was Micah Cantor. He was in second, he was in third, he was second, he was third, needing a score to get into second. Not only does he get into second, he wins the heat with that 7.33. Ceylan Zoer from Morocco goes down to second place. Gabriel Vargas, who had second for a majority of the heat, delegated out, and look how close it was from advancing and not advancing. 9.0 to 8.76 between our Moroccan and our Peruvian surfer, and Christian Portelli from Sweden takes fourth place. Now our attention to our next heat, heat number 4, main round number 2. Max Elkington, the winner of the Blanc sunglasses from yesterday, awarded him today. He's from South Africa, or actually the UK. It has the South African flag there. but he's actually riding for Great Britain. He's in the red jersey. Andres Duran from Ecuador will be in white. Joel Paxton from Australia will be in yellow, and Stelio Boet from Tahiti will be in blue. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett. And Lee, we had some drama in that last heat.
Well, you know, I heard the American team cheering under the last minute, and I kind of looked up and seen Micah there just doing a nice re-entry. I thought he got bowed. We haven't really seen many bows on this podium. Apparently the other one has been going Looney Tunes down there with guys pulling in. Up here has been more maneuvers, but the Americans seem pleased with what they surfer did.
Yeah, Micah was in second early in the heat. Then he got delegated down to third with Vargas taking second place and a couple of two-point rides from Micah, and he was really frustrating. And on the paddle back out, he finally finds a wave with an open face and does two nice carving backhand maneuvers on the right, which gets him that 7.33. And he caught that with less than 2 minutes remaining in the heat, and it took a while for the judges to tally the score. By the time he got to the shoreline, they announced it, and that's when the U.S. team ran down and just hugged him silly, you know?
Well, I was there talking to our other beach announcer, David Prescott, and we were saying that 5 minutes of the heat, it looks really good fun wave. Shoulder head high, glassy inside, and then every now and then you just get this wash through set where everyone gets pounded, the rip kicks in, and you couldn't pay me to be out there. So these guys are kind of on this little inside reform. As you see, we haven't really seen any surfers go out the back and try and make that connection. I don't really blame them, because sometimes it takes 15 minutes, maybe 20 minutes before these big old sets to come through. So they're keeping busy on the inside, and as Bo said, Micah in that last heat gets a 7.37. 7.33. Well, here we go. This is Max Elkerton. Actually, our sunglass winner was Jake. So there might be some relation somewhere along the line there, but South African. Just a one turn there, and are we still seeing those mid-range 4 to 5s for a single turn?
Yeah, the judges are really rewarding the surfers who really have radical control maneuvers in those critical sections. So on those closeout sections when they can get that maneuver in. So I apologize for that. I thought this was Jake Elkerton, and it is Max Elkerton from South Africa.
He's probably still got a nice pair of sunglasses, but not as good as our free giveaways. Quick up and down there for Andres, Ecuador. And it's so deceiving. It just looks super fun. You might glance up and you're thinking, oh man, I'll be out there having really good fun. Here we go. This is Max. This first turn, judges liked it, but he didn't really attack it that much, and he just jumped straight out of there. He gets an okay score. He'll go into an early lead. And the big difference now is, I'm sure Bo and Mike have gone through, we're back to 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20-minute heats. This is main round. This is the winner's round. This is the round you want to stay in. There's a shot of Max Elkerton, and there's Andreas Duran. Max gets a 3.67. He's from from Cape Town, fourth place finish earlier this summer for him at Lambert's Bay for the Vans Surf Pro, and a ninth place finish over at Balado at the Junior Pro. He's ranked number 5 on the WSL Junior African Surf Series. Let's go down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic.
Okay, hey, thanks, Bo. I'm here with that last heat winner, Micah Cantor. Clutch moment, clutch surfing. Man, you only had about 4 minutes left, and you had to get through that sandbar. What was going through your mind?
Oh, well, I wasn't really thinking I was going to get back out in time, but I just looked at everyone on the beach, and I was like, I can't let them down. You got to try. And so I just dug as fast as I could, and I got out, and just a wave came to me, and I just surfed it the best I could.
Yeah, I looked on the screen. I was calling that heat. I looked on the screen because they had a wide shot, and there was no bombs on the outside. A couple of bombs, a couple good peaks on the inside, but I thought, you know what, this kid's got a chance to get back out there. We looked up, take us through that last wave, a 7.33.
Well, I dropped in. It was kind of like weird. It was like a side chip kind of on the right, and I haven't seen any waves come in. I was like, oh, this thing's going to mush out, and I dropped in, saw the first section. I was like, better crack it, and so I just hit it and then finished it.
Yeah, well, nice explosive action. Team USA had to be pretty stoked there on the beach. It looked like a lot of exhilaration. How is the team spirit? We saw Malia Osterkamp this morning also pull a clutch maneuver at the end.
Yeah, well, I mean, she got stuck on the inside for a second, too, and then she got back out with a little time left. And whenever she got back out, we were like, oh, just a wave come, please come. And one came, and she did a turn, and it was actually pretty sick. Got a 5 and moved up to second.
You know, it's always fun to win, but these clutch victories at the very end, maybe a little more memorable?
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather like surf a heat smart and stuff, get the first 2 big scores at the beginning and just feel safe. But whenever you get that score at the end, everyone's screaming on the beach for you.
it's definitely something like to remember.
All right, well, good job. Good luck to Team USA. We'll see you in the next round. All right, back up to you guys.
The pride of South Carolina, Micah Cantor, going from third to first with a 7.33. And congratulations to Team USA, pulling another rabbit out of the hat. It was right, Malia Osterkamp only had a couple of minutes there, and Micah also had only a couple of minutes to do his wonder there. We've got 3 waves to review during that interview, and the first one is Joel Paxton from Australia.
Nice off the top there. He was late, though. He nose-dived, incomplete. It's going to go as a throwaway. And now red, Max Elkington from South Africa on his backhand. Nice deep bottom turn. Snaps it off the top. Spying the end section. Crack vertically and rise out of that. So that's going to be the best wave of that exchange. And we have one more wave to bring. It looks like it could be our Ecuador. No, it's not. It's going to be Stelio. Our goofy foot. That wave just died horribly as it hit the channel. So surfer in red, they're getting the best exchange. And white, quick up and down.
So in the lead right now is Elkington from South Africa, from Cape Town, with a 9-3-4 two-wave combination. You break it down of a 5-6-7 and a 3-6-7. Joel Paxton, the Aussie in yellow, he's in second, but let's turn our attention on the backhand of Elkington.
He's sticking with his right-handers. He's got a nice rhythm going. Look at this end section. Boom, off the top. Just got to ride out of it, and that would have been a solid score for one maneuver.
That would have been a massive score. He went straight vertical. Big bottom turn, set up the speed, had the power, had the flow, but could not complete the ride.
Okay, Blue having a look. He has first priority, and he goes over the falls. Just a free fall, pin drop, nosedive there.
So here we go. Max Elkington in first, in second. And that's the battle right now, but we're waiting for scores. Joel Paxton having second place. Let's watch this again.
Okay, couldn't get anything done on the first stage, so he's got one more turn to go. Look at this thing wedge up. Bottom turn, crack. Nice and vertical, and then he just gets lost in the white water and loses his footing.
And unfortunate there, this wave too.
Joel Paxton on his backhand. Been a little bit unlucky with the wave selection, Joel. That's another low score. He's got a pair of 1-3-3s, but he's in second place.
Yeah, he's got actually 4 waves to his credit, all in the ones. And so in third is our surfer out of Tahiti. He has a 1-0-7, the surfer in blue, Stella Bobet, and Andres Duran in white from Ecuador. He has a couple of waves under a point. So there's our Tahitian surfer. Goofy footer pokes through that wave, looking to rebound off his opening ride. Just about halfway through this heat, back into the 20-minute rhythm. This increasing swell. And Lee, how does tomorrow look?
Well, according to the official forecast, it's going to be 2 to 3 foot bigger than it is today. And we've seen these big sets rolling all the way through the lineup. Slightly more separated now. It's high tide. At low tide tomorrow, it's going to be really tricky. The only good news is the low tides aren't traveling as far out and the high tides aren't as high. So we haven't got that backwash we had to deal with on day one when it was smaller. What you have got to deal with is this increased swell, which means more rip, more paddling. Although the other good thing is the wind's kind of dropping away and it's getting nice and glassy out there.
Hey, don't forget VISSLA's 7 Days of 7 Seas giveaway. And in celebration of the VISSLA ISA Junior World Surf Championship, we thank VISSLA for their 3rd year in a row sponsoring this great event, the world's best juniors conveying in the Azores for 2016. They were in Ecuador, they were in Oceanside, now they're in the Azores, and thank you, VISSLA, and the whole hardworking staff. Giving away 7 wetsuits, and we're down to 5 left because on day 1, Brian Comet was the winner, and today we announced Matt Kearns has won the 2nd wetsuit. And Lee, did you enter? You said you were going to enter last night.
I didn't know if we could or not, as we're an official of the event. Otherwise, I'd get all my friends to do it as well.
Uh-oh, I entered.
Have you been in?
Uh-oh.
So
you think I'm disqualified?
Well, it depends what name you've used.
Oh yeah, well I used my name. I didn't think about that.
See, you must have like a movie star name. That
okay. Here's how you enter. You're already watching the webcast, so you're already on the website at isaworlds.com. If you look on the big bar, the black bar up top, you'll see teams, results, photos, all that. Or right next to teams, you'll see
win.
Hit win. It'll ask you one question, email address. Hit enter, and you're in. That's it. Hit win, hit email, and then hit the win, and hit the enter button, and then boom, you're in for at least the rest of the contest.
Yeah, you've got to be in it to win it, as Joel Paxton is. That was a better turn for Joel. Look at that backwash. I just said it wasn't being hampered by a backwash, and that wave proved me wrong. Joel there with a nice one turn. Be nice to see a replay of that just to see if he really got to grips with the power section. He's going to come in around about between 3 and 4, maybe a low 3. But he's on the board. He's still in second place, so he's going to have that little bit of a buffer between himself and our surfer in blue and white. Well, here we go. Yeah, just that one turn, didn't really attack the lip, and then he had to go over those 2 backwashy waves. So he might even challenge for the lead, or that. No, he won't challenge for the lead, but he's going to secure second place.
Yeah, 3.33. Back that up with his other low wave of a 1.33. He needs a 6.02 to go to first. Our Tahitian surfer in blue, Stella Babette, now needing a 3.6 to go to second. Andreas Duran from Ecuador in white in third. In fourth, needing a 3.97. Well, Joel Paxton out of Melbourne had a 4th place earlier this summer down in Australia for the boys under 16, and he placed 4th there to qualify for this year's travel team. He's currently ranked number 18 on the WSL Junior Australian Asian Tour. He had a 9th place showing at Phillip Island, also a 9th place showing at Merriweather and Cronulla, so he's very consistent in his junior events down under. And good young surfer, charging hard. Melbourne, not known for his serve. That's where they have the Australian Open tennis tournament. One of the big 4 is always held down in Melbourne. Melbourne known for its nightlife down in the southern wine country.
And sailing, Melbourne Cup.
Sailing, the Melbourne Cup. But I'm sure he gets around Australia. He's been traveling to Merriweather and Phillip Island. That's a place to go to.
I've never been there, but there used to be a motorbike Grand Prix, and in the background, and sometimes as they're going around the corners, you could see these waves breaking. I'm thinking that looks like a place I'd like to visit.
In Australia, 7-time junior team gold medal champion. As White has priorities, so Elkington has to pull back. And let's watch Duran here. Not much opportunity, so wastes his priority on that ride. That'll give Blue, our Tahitian surfer, he's been waiting patient here, Lee.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Red sold him that wave. It kind of looked pretty good as a takeoff, and then it just raced off. Couldn't get on the open face. Unfortunately, that's going to be another throwaway for Andre, who's really struggling to find something with a maneuver. He's just been taken off, going down the line and kicking out.
5 minutes, 22 seconds remaining. We are in. Just had a little brain fart here. Heat number 4. Total of 18 heats in this main round, number 2 for the boys, 16 and under.
Well, you can see these waves breaking in on that outer bank. This is kind of like a medium-sized set. This isn't even a big set. They do march through. They're much bigger than this, and they stack all the way up to the horizon. On the inside there, this is Andres from Ecuador. Bit of a frothy one. I hate these kind of waves because they're so unpredictable. He gets a nice roundhouse in, then it goes through this fat section. He digs a rail, but he's going to stick with it, open for a closeout turn. There it is, and he rides out, and he's going to get his best wave. Doesn't need a massive score to take the lead. I'm not too sure if the judges are going to go for that because it was a smaller kind of inside one.
Yeah, he's trying to get out of that 3rd place spot. He needs a 3.54. Let's watch this wave. Is this a 3.54 or better?
Well, it goes straight into his shoulder. That's the only negative I can think of. Nice and clean when he took off. Really did well to dig his board out of that cutback, and he does finish strong. Clean re-entry to get away with that. And, well, a little backside turn, just a bonus section. But, again, the judge is not really scoring that much right on the inside.
There's a shot. There's Team Japan. There's Team Tahiti's flag. We see the South African flag, the Ecuador flag. There's a Great Britain flag. Late takeoff for Max Elkington. The Springbok drops from the sky there and holds it off, but not much room for him to continue on that wave. Guts and glory right there.
Yeah, I think his heart would have been in his mouth on that thing. I didn't know if he was going to get hung at the lip. If it was offshore, he would have been in trouble. He did really well to make that wave. I think he's happy that he just survived it. His board survived it as well. Score's finally dropping in for our last couple of waves as well.
Yeah, we'll be on standby for, let's see, Elkington gets a 0.97, so not one of his top 2. But we're really waiting for that wave. Last of white, last of yellow.
Oh, yellow looks like he's going to get a really good score. I can't remember that wave, so maybe he caught that just off our view, we were kind of concentrated on our surfer in white who had that small right-hander. He's not really going to help himself once this wave for Joel kicks in.
Elkington's asking from the beach announcer updates, situations, and here we go. Paxton locks in a 5.27. He takes second. We're on standby for score. Last of Duran from Ecuador in white. Let's see, he needs a 7.48 to get into second place, and he gets a 3.5, so he helps the cause, so he knocks down that 7.48 requirement down to a 5.11.
Yeah, much more attainable. That wave just spitting on screen there. I think that was White trying to get into that as well, so maybe he could have just grabbed his rail and gone for a nice big barrel, but he couldn't quite get on there. Surfer in yellow now, as we said, second place, pretty much matching Max wave for wave at the moment. They both have fives, both have threes. And poor old Tahitian Stelio, just 2 waves ridden so far from our surfer in blue. A little bit of action in the corner there. Red has first priority. Another late takeoff for Max. He gets around this section. Foam climb, but just lost his balance there. So another nice drop on that first takeoff.
Well, he's perfected the late takeoffs.
Yeah, he has.
I'm sure Greg Emsley's watching, is going, got to work on that with that kid.
Yeah, you need to kind of take off more under the lip, get the weight forward. It is a natural thing to kind of lean back, but you're actually stalling your board. Here we go, important wave for ourselves from Ecuador. Another little choppy, sloppy wave on the inside. That first maneuver, not super crisp. As you can see, it's really difficult to negotiate lots of wide water, and he had backwash as well thrown into the mix.
1 minute, 25 seconds remaining. This is heat number 4, round number 2 of the main event for the boys 16 and under.
Here we go. Looks good on the first takeoff, and then it goes straight into that roundhouse, and then he has to pump his board. Bit of backwash to get through. Another little check turn, and back to pumping his board. It's not going to be the score he requires in mid-5. Here's this late drop. Stomps it on the landing, gets out on the upper face, clears the water out of his eyes, and was like, what shall I do here? Well, he went for a whitewater Rio. I'm not too sure how committed he was.
Lee, if he does a couple of more of those, he's in danger of breaking his board.
Yeah, he's probably putting some stress fractures in the deck of his board. That's 2 back-to-back waves. He's kind of fell out of the sky.
44 seconds remaining. Elkington in first, Paxton in second, Duran in third, Bobet in fourth. Our Tahitian Bobet now needs a 7.54 to go to second. Duran from Ecuador in white in third, needing a 5.11 to go to second. 30 seconds remaining.
Well, not much happening at the moment. The guys have calmed down after that last mid-range set came through. Here we go, blue. Stelio there, first priority. That's gone. He's going to drop to the back of the queue. And now our surfer in red, Max, finally getting through that first drop. Nice re-entry. The wave runs out. He's in first place, so he hasn't got to worry about too much. Joel Paxton is the guy in second. And it looks like we've run out of time for all our surfers.
Well, what a heat for Elkington and what a heat for Paxton. I mean, it was a tale of 2 heats. You know, Elkington started out good early and couldn't, really produce anything in. And Paxton didn't start out good early, but he did produce something at the end.
Yeah, it's almost like a reverse. Like
yeah.
you say, Max had a 3 and a 3.6 and a 5.6, and Joel ended with a 3.3 and a 5.2. Here we go. This might go into his top 2. Nice big crack there off the top. He's looking to get rid of a mid-range 3. That was a nice solid turn on his forehand there for the young South African. And Stelio, his third wave after 20 minutes, finding a little bit of open face, but again, he has that whitewater chop to deal with, as Andre from Ecuador has on his waves. He needs a big old score to move into second place. And you can see the body language says it all there.
Yeah, 2.57 there for Stelio Bobet from Tahiti. He'll secure 4th place right there. We'll see him in the repechage round. So here are your final results. In first place, Max Elkington from South Africa. In second place, Joel Paxton from Australia. In third place, Andreas Duran from Ecuador. And Stelio Bobet from Tahiti will take 4th. And we'll take a break right now. When we return, we'll have heat number 5 of the main round number 2, the boys 16 and under. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. We'll be right back after this.
an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
And welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful Azores Islands, where we have been for the last days and where we are once again for the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship Round 2, Heat 5 of the men's under-16 division. Boys, actually, in the water. From France in red, that's Erwan Blouin. From Japan in white, Yaru Ito. From Britain, Eno James in yellow. And from New Zealand, that's Jared Jubbert. Interesting name for the New Zealand surfer. Let's watch the replay of the last wave of blue. It's a big one, a big drop, and there he goes.
There we go. Jared on his forehand. A little bit of a tweak off the bottom there. Stayed away from that lip. He didn't want anything to do with that. Judges noticing that lacked a little bit of commitment. And as you said, Diogo, he gets a 2.5 for that very quick wave. But he's on the scoreboard. And now this is Erwin from France. He's on his backhand. Nice clean face on this one. The sun comes out. It looks so much more fun. Two nice solid backhand cracks and hits the backwash. That was unlucky. That backwash kind of accentuated the spray on this thing. Slightly different angle. See the sun glaring off the wave face. Nice little surf there. And then this was a bigger turn. Now, if he had made this with this backwash, which he didn't, it would have been a nice big score.
We're going straight to interview with last heat's winner. That's Max Elkington with you, Bo, isn't it?
Thanks a lot there, Diogo. Yeah, we're here with Max Elkington. Max, you're from Cape Town, correct?
Yeah.
First time coming to a World Championship event?
Yeah, my first time. It's really cool, like, just to see all the other surfers from around the world, see the standard. Yeah, it's cool.
Okay, tell me your travel itinerary from Cape Town to the Azores.
On this board bag, clothes.
No, the path. You flew from Cape Town to where to get here?
Yeah, I flew to Joburg. Then we went to Istanbul, then Lisbon, then here. So it was a long journey, 3 days, I think.
Yeah, that's quite a trek. Okay, let's talk about your heat. You had a great start. Two good opening rides.
Yeah, first wave was okay. I just bogged on my second turn, and then I got a backup, which is actually was my best wave. Yeah, and then I was trying to get a third on. I was getting smashed. There's so much power out there.
Well, us in the booth when we were commentating during the heat, we said you perfected the late takeoff.
Yeah, I know. It pitches super quickly, it's paddling in, and it suddenly just pitches up on that shallow sandbank. So, yeah, I went into a couple. I got smashed, landed a few. Yeah, but it was fun.
Well, I tell you what, you're still in the winner's round. You're in the main round number 3 of the boys 16. So that's the good thing. Now, the second thing is you're going to have some of the repecharge guys come out of repecharge number 2, come back into main round number 3. And when we get back to main round number 3, it's single elimination only for the rest of all the way to the final.
Yeah, I know it's quite stressful, but you just got to take every heat as it comes, just stay consistent. That's what it's all about, Yeah, whoever gets the waves.
You got a great attitude. I know you want to say hi to everybody back home. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to thank my dad. I know he's watching. Dougal, I know you're watching too. Yeah, thanks for the support. Cheers.
All right, one great kid over here. He's having a great time. And back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bo. Like you said, you perfected that late drop. He needs to check the deck of his board, make sure it's not creased. Here's a replay of our Frenchman's last wave. Nice big wave, just loses his fins. Gets a 4.83 for that first right-hander where he did those, couple of nice snaps. Back to live action. This is Jared from New Zealand. Bit of a frothy face. He's already had one wave though. He needs to ride out of this. And again, he just gets run over.
Yeah, he was completely mauled on.
Oh, he had his rash vest. There's nothing worse. I don't know if we can get that on a replay. He came up and his rash vest had been pulled over his head. So when you come up after a wipeout, the first thing you want to do is take a gulp of air, and you can't because you've got this rash vest over your head, and it makes like a bubble of water.
Yeah, hopefully he felt it underwater and he was expecting it, because if he was surprised, that mustn't have felt good, huh?
No, it's like you say, when you take a wipeout like that, sometimes you don't get a chance to take a deep breath. You just kind of fall out, and if anybody's ever tried to hold their breath in a swimming pool, once you exhale all your air, the time you can stay under, you're really limited. And sometimes that happens with surfers. They don't think about their breathing because you just naturally breathe, but sometimes it'll just catch you out and you'll go, and then you're under, and then poor old Jared. Here we go. Let's have a look, see if we can play this all the way through to his wipeout. He gets his first turn in, then he's got this monster section coming. He gets absolutely engulfed. If we can stay with him, production team. Here we go. This is the second angle. He misses that first section. That's not really a problem. Here we go. He gets engulfed in the white water, and when he pops up, he has to pull the rash vest back overhead. We didn't get to see it, but I caught it live on our screen.
4.83, and it's red in the lead with the best wave of the heat so far. 12 minutes to go. Priority sits with Eno James from the UK. The surfer coming from the land of the Queen. Do you have some intel on Eno James there, Lee?
Do you know what? I've never met this young gentleman. I believe he spends a lot of time in mainland Mexico, and he comes over to surf in our nationals and our pro surf tour. So
that's true. He was born in Puerto Vallarta.
Yeah, he travels a fair bit, and he's a really solid little surfer. I haven't seen him for a while, so it'd be good to see how he's progressed.
And he might have been brought up in Mexico, but the English humor is right there. Asked what his favorite surf break is, he just said, there are too many of them.
Too many of them, yeah, exactly. I guess if he is living in Mexico, there probably is too many of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully he feels at home in these kind of conditions. Sponsored by some good brands, likes camping, likes hiking, and I also like anything that gives me adrenaline. So, adrenaline junkie, Eno James, only 16, I believe, 15, I believe, but already quite a character and a good name. And this is precisely Eno James.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to get his adrenaline rush on that big double up. Just a quick up and down. At the moment, only white with priority. Our other three surfers, including Eno, padding back out. Look at this thing just dumped down in front of him. Obviously used to heavy beach break surfing in Mexico.
Yeah, and tide and rips aren't a novelty for him either, because there are some pretty mean rips in there for this young chap.
Yeah, where we see our first run around of this heat, the Frenchman, he opened up with a solid score of 4.83. He had a wipeout on his second score, and it looks like he's been pushed in from that wave. He didn't get back out back.
Yeah, and you see Team France supporting him while he does the run around. That's Nina Reynal running with him. Also, Juliette Boris on your left. Everyone supporting him. Now, there's Juliette Boris. All Team France just helping his teammate, their teammate actually, in this situation, just to give him some extra belief.
You can see the coach and the manager running out of steam, and they have to stop as he continues to run along the beach, and now he has to paddle out through this solid 4 to 6 foot shore break we have.
Do you agree with the idea that there's a little bit of a channel close to those rocks?
Well, there is if you time it right. The other day I was seeing guys free surf out there, and it gets really hollow at high tide, but what it does do, it kind of drifts you down, and if you angle it slightly, you should end up out the back where these guys are, without having to paddle in that direction. You'll just naturally drift there. You can see these guys, doesn't seem like there's much of a rip out there at the moment, I mean, when it's smaller, sometimes you have to paddle just to stay in position. Surfer there, Jared, looks like he's finally got through that impact zone. He'll be taking a sigh of relief and making his way back to the lineup.
And Eno James with the man bun. I hadn't noticed that he had arrived in surfing, the man bun.
Do you know what? I saw that when he took off on that first wave, but I didn't want to mention it. Like I said, I haven't seen this kid for quite a while, so, you know.
Maybe it's a popular hairstyle in Mexico.
It may well be. It's a popular hairstyle with a lot of surfers. Never caught on with me, I must admit. I always used to shave my head. There's nothing worse than having water running down your face. So how these guys surf with long hair, I just don't understand.
And we have seen some of the surfers here with long hair for sure, but there's no hair in this heat blowing like Erwan's. See what I did there? Erwan in the lead with the 4.83 and 8 minutes to go. And tight back there.
Yeah, you know, just waving his arms. You need to know the situation because he hasn't got a score yet. Good news for him, he only needs 3.98 to move into second place. Our surfer in France, pretty much the only decent score of our heat, and we're under 8 minutes remaining already, so this heat for me has gone really quick.
Rairo Hiaro Itu is the one with priority, only needs a 3-1 to make it to second place. Interesting heat on our hands. Time is winding down.
Yeah.
And let's hope for some more good waves in this heat. And what a beautiful sight once again. These green fields, beautiful Azores. If you want to know more about the islands in the archipelago and where we are, www.visitazores.com, and you'll know why this this beautiful area of the world is certified by nature.
And I'll tell you what, if you want to know even better, you can fly direct from Lisbon, fly direct from Gatwick, from Boston and Toronto.
That's it. So no excuses.
No excuses at all.
And you got low costs doing the flight, but I'll tell you what, no one does it as good as Azores Airlines, who is a sponsor and a good sponsor of surfing for many years. Hopefully it will stay with us for many years to come, and there's no better flight. And I'll tell you what, and this is no sponsor talk. This is true. Some of the best pilots in the world fly for Azores Airlines, and they're Portuguese. The winds here get really heavy, and to land here, you gotta be an experienced pilot. So I'm very happy to say that Azores Airlines has some of the best pilots in the world.
And not only that, when we came into land, we had a tour of the island. We went past the north coast, we went past this coast, flew right over this beach break, around the far end of the island, and then into land at Porto Delgado. So had a nice little bit of sightseeing on the way in as well.
Oh, that must have been beautiful. So the lagoons and all?
Yeah, you can see the volcanoes, you can see the calderas, you can see the one where there's a town in the bottom of it.
Lucky you.
That was, yeah, I was lucky. I had a window seat.
Oh, man. Luckily, hopefully one of you guys will be lucky too when you do come here to the Azores. But if you want to get lucky now, go to the website isaworlds.com, tab win, and you might win a wetsuit of VISSLA, 7 Seas wetsuit. We are giving those away every day, so sign up, and you might just win a new wetsuit. We will announce it tomorrow. And that was one heavy wipeout for blowing in the wind.
Yeah, I mean, we're just saying, you're asking Diogo if it's quicker to run into the corner. That's our Frenchman that came out and ran all the way up and goes the way through. So he did really well to run along the beach, paddle out, and then catch that wave. Not going to be as good as his first wave, but it will be a keeper for him.
Yeah, he put a good turn there, an okay turn there, 263, and Erwan from Team Friend, is in the lead again with the priority still with Rayaro Ito from Japan.
Well, the guys are being super selective. Our 3 surfers left out the back. A Japanese, great British surfer, and a Kiwi from New Zealand. Only a couple of waves ridden. Our Japanese surfer 1.0. Eno from the UK there, surfing in yellow, 0.3 for a quick up and down. So at the moment, it's a fight for second place. And our Kiwi surfer, Jared from New Zealand, he's holding on to that for grim life. Here we go. Live action. This is Eno, surfer in yellow. Nice opening top turn there. Big re-entry, needs to ride out of it. Hold on to that sun, there you go. And he's out. So, probably going to be
Very interesting wave.
Yeah, probably going to be the second best wave in this heat so far.
He might just be the score that he needs to go second.
Yeah. We saw surfer in red get a 4.83 for those 2 backhand turns. That was one really nice big re-entry. Opening turn was a little bit soft, but if he gets around about a 4, he'll definitely jump into second place, obviously. What does he need to take the lead?
3.98 for the surfer in yellow.
Yeah, 3.98. There we go.
Ito from Japan.
Oh, now Ito looks very slight of frame, but super quick. And he's found a lovely little gem of a wave.
Look at that, getting some air.
Okay, this is the best wave of the heat so far in my eyes. So, Ino from the UK, he's going to have to battle our Japanese surfer for second place at the moment. 3 minutes to go. And unfortunately, we haven't got replay, so we're not going to see that wave again. Hopefully, you remember exactly what our Japanese surfer did on that. Really nice re-entry to airdrop. And he just caught one of those waves. It just kept on giving.
That's one little surfer. Even his sponsored stickers are small.
Oh, really? Yeah. So everything perfectly in perspective. Team Japan there on the beach. We've heard one of their other Japanese has injured himself in his heat, so hopefully he'll be okay. The Japanese there backing their man in the water. We've got a couple of scores dropping in. Now, here's our Kiwi, currently in second place. He's got 2 people hunting him down, though.
I wonder if the Japanese team member of the girls division that we have been interviewing all event long, and this is Eno James once again, important wave for Eno. Things are heating up here, but I was talking about the Japanese surfer that we have been talking all event long because she has a lovely Australian accent.
Oh, Ren.
Ren.
Yeah.
I wonder if she talks in English with her teammates because she doesn't want to do interviews in Japanese.
She refuses to speak Japanese. And if you're trying to learn a language, that's the way to do it. You know, I had some Spanish friends come over to work at our surf factory through the last summer. And whenever they were in the factory, we made them talk to each other in English. And it's the only way you're going to get better. So hats off to Ren for not giving in to us for saying, say something in Japanese. Like, no.
Scores dropping for the previous wave of yellow, and the last wave of white's going to be definitely an interesting situation. 5.77 for Riaro. He jumps into second place. Now red up and riding. That's blowing in the wind from France. Edwin, nice first turn. Goes for another one, but there was just way too much backwash there. Second wave of yellow was a 6.33. And yellow needs a 0.52 to overcome the Japanese that just took second place. He'll get that on his last wave, and the situation is just changing every second. Exciting moment here in the booth.
Yeah, it's really come alive. Really quiet first half of this heat, down to the last 3 minutes, and it's all kicking off. As you said there, Diogo, Eno James in yellow, the best wave of the heat so far. 6.33 for basically that nice big closeout re-entry, followed by our Japanese surfer, a 5.77. So they're really starting to put the pressure on our surfer in red, but he's just improved his last score, so requirements goes up for everything. Under a minute to go, our Japanese surfer has just been put down to third because the last wave of Eno is a 1.0. Now our Japanese surfer needs a tiny score to get into second place and progress through. Here we go. This is it, 30 seconds. It's looking kind of flat.
It sure is. 30 seconds. There might just not be another opportunity for the surfers in the water, and that's very unfortunate. A yellow with priority, but needs no score because yellow is in second and white. And what I'm liking here is how red is still in the lead and doesn't have any of the best waves of the heat.
Yep, he's just been more consistent. We have our Japanese surfer and UK surfers have the best single score, but our Frenchman.
Oh,
there we go.
There.
Oh! He only needed a 1.5 to move back into second place. Ah, look,
Did he hurt himself?
I think he knows he needed to make that. I mean, a 1.5, he maybe could have gone straight and done some wiggles. I don't know if he did or not. I think that last score is possibly a 1.33. It come in slightly short, and he's going to stay in third place. Unlucky there for Ruru Ito from Japan. Gutsy performance from all our surfers. I'll be jumping out the booth in a second and having a quick chat with our heat winner, Erwin Bouin from France. Get his take on how he finds that run around.
We're going straight to next heat, but first, official results of this last heat with Erwan Bloemen and Eno James, the Euro guys, taking the win. Well, Euro guys for now. And Erwan and Eno moving on to the third round of the main event with Riaro Ito and Jared Gebert will have to serve the second round of Rapid Charge later in the week. Good waves from Eno and Riaro, but it was Erwan taking the win. We're going for the presentation of the next heat straight away, and no commercial break right now. Now in the water in red, it's Spanish boy from La Roja, Diego Suarez. In white from Chile, Cristobal Montecinos. From Australia, Caius King in yellow. And from Uruguay, that's Maximo Vargas. Those are the four boys now in the water. Once again, I remind everyone that we are in the second round of the main event of the under 16 boys division, and hopefully we will see some good waves up next. I'm looking at the message board we have on our website, and there's plenty of messages coming through for our Spanish language transmission. And un saludo para todos, now in English, saying hi to everybody in South America, Central America, in Spain, and everyone whose main language, whose mother tongue is Spanish, that's spread out in the world. Now in a red, Diego Suarez from Spain, representing La Roja, as Spanish football team is called Diego Suarez. From Spain, now on your screen, that's Montecinos, Cristobal Montecinos from Chile, and of course Caius King, that for what I have been told has been ripping in podium 2. Caius King, and only surfer left is Maximo Vargas from Uruguay. There we go, that's Maximo from Uruguay, and I welcome back to the booth Mike. Mike, did you take a look at the conditions? What's going on in the water right now?
Well, the surf is obviously raging. We have a lot of swell, new swell pouring in, high tide energy. So, wow, just bundles and bundles of big wally water coming in. Water world out there.
If you had to go out right about now, how would you use your energy, and where would you paddle out so you could have something more in store for later, energy-wise?
Well, to be honest, I might. I don't know this place so well. If I was competing here, I might have come a week early to see. But I would time the sets on the outside and paddle out very early for my heat, and possibly wait for a outside bomb to start the heat, and then come in and deal with the closeouts. But being that the tide's getting pretty high, that too could be risky, because when you're dealing with a deep water spot like the outside reefs out there, it's sometimes hard to get in position. So it's kind of a half dozen of one, 6 of the other. The bottom line is be fit, be ready, strategize your paddle backs, and get your campaign started as early as possible.
So scoring-wise, you think there's potential out there on those kind of a reef break outer reefs?
I mean, sure, if you can get a couple of nice carving turns out there and maybe crash into a whitewashy section, these kids are more than capable of dropping some, tail slide reverses. To me, it looks playful out there. I'm just trying to get creative, but I don't know if it's breaking enough. If I stay on the inside, there's plenty of opportunities. You just really, have to maximize your opportunities. As soon as you take off, it's all about getting the score. If you don't get the score and you get closed out on, then you're at a disadvantage.
As we just saw one wave from the surfer in yellow and now surfer in white. That was a mean-looking wipeout for white. It looked like he had put a good turn in, and yellow on his backhand did a nice backside hit.
Yeah, well, I think pretty small scores thus far for everyone else, so that's going to stand out a little bit. you know, it's still relatively early in here. Here goes red. This is Diego Suarez from Spain. Man, we've seen some great performances from the Spanish surfers. That was a beautiful straight up vertical off the lip. Really nicely cut right there. Had to deal with some whitewash at the bottom too, so or you know, as he came out of that, a bit foamy section. But yeah, Caius King got a good maneuver off. I'd say this one was just a little crisper, a little better.
5.83 for this one wave of Diego Suarez that we just saw with that good off the top that Mike was just talking about. The wave of yellow, it's going to be a bit under that. It's going to be around a 4-point ride. And talking about Diego Suarez coming from the Canary Islands, from Santa Cruz de Tenerife. He was actually third placed here in the Azores in the Euro Juniors European Championships. He got third, so he might have some local knowledge. He's 16 and he has the support of all team members of girls of the girls Spanish team.
Yeah, well, you see, he was getting caught inside on screen a moment ago. We'll get back to that in a second. Caius King already working on a second wave, so way to sort of manage your time out there. Caius King with that 3.83. Now he's got a right-hander. But yeah, so Diego Suarez making it worth it. So he is, you know, was getting pounded on the inside, but at least he did it for nearly a 6-point ride. So he's got plenty of time to get back out there and get another one.
Caius King, I feel like I've been watching videos of this kid surfing for the last 10 years, but the kid is still 16. He was Australian champion in 2015, has some good sponsors, comes from Australia, has lower trestles once again as his favorite break. He likes to surf, skate, and Muay Thai boxing.
Muay Thai. Okay, well, Muay Thai means he is got plenty of cardio. I mean, if you've ever done any kind of martial arts or especially boxing style sports, that is the most intense training you can do for your cardio. Really, really excellent for surfing too, because not only does it, you know, get your lungs and your heart ready to compete, but it also really, really works your side muscles and your torsion.
Let's go with interview with last heat's winner. That's Edwin Blowing from France. Take it away, Lee.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yeah, I've just been chatting to Owen off air there, and he's saying it's really tricky. But coming from France, you live in the southwest of France, so you must know heavy surf like this.
Yeah. In Osogor, you know, it's a bit the same, but here it's really, really hard.
And we're saying
on content, it's really, really good.
We were saying this is your normal board. You were just checking it to make sure there were no creases. Is this your favorite board?
Yeah, right now, yeah. I haven't sponsored right now, so I have just one good board.
Well, you heard it there, people. If you want to sponsor, Owen's your man. Now, we saw you on the beach. That first right-hander you got those first two really nice crisp turns. And then what just happened on that final turn?
I don't know. A big backwash come, and I want to do a big turn, but I fall off. It's going to be a good score, but I fall off. So it was a big mistake.
It was a mistake, but you backed it up. The other two surfers, they had better scores, but they didn't have a backup.
Yeah, I got a little backup on a car, and I fall on the second, but it's enough.
And we saw you do the run around rather than paddle. Do you think that's quicker?
Yeah, I think that I forgot 8 minutes on the 8, and I have just 10 minutes to surf.
And do you want to say hi to the folks and anyone back in France in French?
What?
Would you like to say hello to your family and friends?
Yeah. Salut les gars, je veux faire une petite dédicace à Dessous et à Pulon et remercier mes parents, ma famille et tout qui me regardent. Salut.
Merci. You heard it here, people. Erwin needs a sponsor, and how can he not be sponsored after a heat like that? Congratulations, moving on through. Back to you guys. Nice one, man. Thank you.
And we're back with a last score of yellow. That's a 4.83. Now this last one wave of red, 3.07 for Diego Suarez. Let's watch the replay, Mike.
Well, Diego Suarez has a beautiful style and deep bottom turn, so really making the most of his one maneuver waves at 3:07, just a little cut off the top, but that 5.83 was a beautifully surfed wave, so that's got him into first position. Caius King out of Australia improved that last wave was a 4.83, helping his cause. Now he's caught inside. Not sure if he caught another wave. Yes, he did. Up on a nice looking left-hander. Critical backside snap there. Gets his board up into the lip again, but just a little late. So that slight delay cost him the opportunity there for a second scoring maneuver. That first maneuver, though, likely to eclipse the very first wave he has, a 3.83.
But it looks like the Spanish boy and the Australian boy are running away with this heat, having the best score so far with 9 minutes to go. It looks like Red's going to have another good score on his board and another average one for Caius, a 4.2. Caius in the lead, and Diego needing a 3.21 to go to first, with Maximo in third. Maximo Vargas needing a 7.74, and White Cristobal with a 7.41. It looks like Caius and Diego have found some kind of a synchrony with the ocean.
Yeah, they're in good rhythm, and they're both back out in the lineup. I didn't even see blue and white in the lineup. You just see red and yellow, so dire situation. There's still ample amount of time left, but unless those guys get back out there in the next few minutes, they're going to be scrambling for that second good score.
8 minutes to go, and once again, clear skies ahead of us, and that's exciting to see.
Well, here is a replay of a ride we saw from Maximo Vargas from Uruguay. Gets up there, tries to rebound that foamy section, but just gets bucked off like a bronco. Cowboy not making it past the 8-second mark on that bull ride, my friend.
And we can see clearly now the rain is gone, and blue ocean, blue skies ahead of us, and how beautiful the ocean is here. Hopefully the waves will get better, and Caius King still in the lead. And if you were Caius or Diego's coach right about this moment, would you tell them to calm down a little bit because you are in a qualifying position, or keep it going like it is?
Yeah, I think keep cycling through the waves. I mean, it's just really hard to have a defined peak out there. So, while you're still rolling the dice on almost every wave, maybe be a little pickier. Caius has that 4.2 and Suarez has that 3.0. So, I mean, almost any opportunity with an open face is going to, if they do a good maneuver on just a single section, they could get rid of those lower scores, and I think that's the goal.
As we see blue and white going over that one wave, and some sets breaking out the back. Some of those ones we were talking about earlier today, and very exciting times here with 6 minutes to go. There's definitely potential out there, but it looks like all these boys are going to stay by the inside, with yellow asking for some information from the beach announcer.
Yeah, it looks like everybody's back in the lineup, and ample amount of time left. Actually, this is interesting because it would be, if you divide it up, it's 3 minutes per wave right now. Better to get the wave at the top of the 3 minutes so you have more time with the last wave. So if Cristobal from Chile and Maximo from Uruguay get another wave right now, they'd have about 5 minutes left to scramble and get another wave. I think they're going to both need 2 waves. I mean, they need 7-point and above scores to get it, and we haven't seen too many of those.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not often that we see those kind of scores, but hopefully these boys will get that chance, and the other boys will have the chance to answer back with 5 minutes to go. Last 5 minutes of this heat. It's round 2, heat number 6 of the boys under 16 boys under 16 division, and that's how we will wrap up today. We won't go into another division in podium 1. We have surfed through 2 rounds today already. Those were girls under 18 and boys under 16. We are now on a main event, second round of the boys under 16, 20-minute heat on podium 2. Just so you know, we had rapid charge second round of girls under 16 and rapid charge first round of boys under 18, and the boys over there will wrap it up with boys under 18.
Well, falling out of the sky, that was Maximo Vargas from Uruguay. Had an opportunity there, but just could not slice around that big section. So taking the big risk on a larger wave, but just getting deposited in, I'm going to call it nowhere land right there. Actually, if he gets under that wave, he's under that wave, so he's in deep water. That's really important, because now that he's in deep water, if he can just get through this next wall, he'll be right back out.
Good on Maximo Vargas from Uruguay. I'm pretty sure that Team Uruguay is all rooting for him from the beach, from the shore break, from the shore, just screaming at him, asking him to get on some good waves and make some precious points for Team Uruguay, one of the cool teams coming from South America. But don't forget about Cristobal Montesinos from Chile. And it's really exciting to see how the countries in South America and Central America enjoy the ISA contest. We have seen it so many times in the past, and it's really, really exciting to see.
Well, it's just a big deal for these kids to get together and do this kind of trip. I mean, think about it. You know, they're coming from their home countries where they've probably had to go through different trials. All right, we'll get back to that in just a second. Here is an important wave for the surfer in Chile. Tried to sort of skip through that whitewater section, but his tail comes loose, he comes loose, comes up safely, but not going to be the score he's looking for. So you got all these kids going through their trials at home and all the pressure and time it takes to qualify. And, you know, it's exciting. We're going to go to the airport together. We're going to get on this plane. We're going to, you know, figure out our accommodations. And, I mean, it's almost like surf camp in a way. But it's bigger because you carry your country's flag, you carry your country's pride. You're basically, you know, living in a house and breathing your national pride.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the coolest things about, some of the coolest things about these ISA contests for sure, Mike. As we see our jet ski team just driving around there, they have a very important job, keeping everyone safe from the water, just paying close attention, and we go to live action.
Well, there is another ride from our surfer in white. It's got actually a little weird reform in there. Too bad. It's tough to read that wave, but you could see it double up on the corner, right-hand corner of the screen. There was another section there. He chose to cut back, but had he floated that, you know, he would have had some scoring potential on the inside. Now he's only got 1 minute and 22 seconds left, so debatable whether he's even going to get another wave.
Cristobal Montesinos, that was the guy surfing on that last wave, 3:07 for his score, and he goes to third, needing a 5:84 to go second. Cristobal from Chile, Maxim now fourth, under 1 minute to go. Caius King and Diego Suarez just taking a breath and getting some relaxing time going at the moment, as we see the surfers in the next heat already in the lineup. And hopefully they started paddling early and they now are recovering and keeping some energy going. This is rad Diego Suarez.
Well, Diego Suarez doing a good job of getting a big wave. I mean, that wave had nothing to it other than one big maneuver, and I have to applaud him for going for it. Not sure the judges are going to see that as a ride out, but extra credit for just taking this set wave. Drops to the bottom, no fear, no hesitation, has a heck of a time there trying to pull up out of the whitewash, and unsuccessful, but great attempt.
Great to see commitment from Diego Suarez, coming from Tenerife, from the Canary Islands, and there's plenty of heavy reef breaks there, so I'm pretty sure that Diego Suarez is confident in this type of conditions as we hear the horn blowing, and this heat is pretty much done and dusted with Spain actually Australian first and Spain second, taking the win and moving on to the third round, while Team Uruguay and Team Chile will go to repechage. Let's go for official results on our screens right now. Congratulations, Caius and Diego, and kudos for the King and Suarez family. And hopefully we'll see some more good surfing from Cristobal and Maximo in the coming days. We're going on a short commercial break. We'll be right back with more action straight from the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Stay with us.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Novo Small Maçã. Prova, joga e o improvável pode acontecer.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, as we are at the Azore Islands of San Miguel, the archipelago here in Portugal. And welcome to boys under 16 main round number 2, heat number 7. Let's introduce our surfers. Ethan Osborne from the United States in red. Angelo Faulkner from South Africa in white. Cowley Vost from Tahiti in yellow. And Harakat Assad from Morocco in blue. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. And beautiful sunny skies yesterday at this time, Mike. We had semi-stormy conditions onshore, winds, gusty onshore northerly winds, and a building swell. We went from flat conditions to about 4 to 8 feet, and we're seeing some 4 to 8 footers out there.
Wow, huge attempt right there, opening the gates. That was Harakat Assad from Morocco, just getting absolutely blown up, but going for it. I like to see it. Here we take a look at it again. Look at all the chop on that wave. No hesitation, just gets driven down to the bottom of the sea right there. And yeah, lovely sunny conditions, semi-glassy, but you can see how much water is moving out there, Bo. There's just a ton of shifty peaks. You can see there's a slight current, and it's causing a ripple effect. I mean, we're probably looking at like 300-400 square yards out here, and it is, I don't think there's a smooth spot out there. But I tell you what, I have seen much worse. This is very, very, good news to see that we have this much swell energy in the water. No one's going to come in saying, hey, I didn't have my chance to catch a wave. There is definitely a ton of ocean energy. And here goes our surfer in red. This is Osborne out of the USA. Nice slash in the open face there. Stylish cutback. Ethan Osborne making his way to the inside. It's another little roundhouse cutback. He's waiting for this thing to reform. He's gone all this way. He wants the bonus section on the inside. And he clicks it really well there at the end. So nice job by Team USA's Ethan Osborne putting together what I think was maybe the longest ride I've seen in hours.
Up and down for blue. That was our Moroccan surfer, Assad. Opened up with a 1.27. Here's yellow. Kauli Voss from Tahiti. Kauli's 14 years old, competing in the under 16. Let's go back to Assad.
Well, Assad is just quickly taking to these close-out gaffs, and that one didn't come through. Unlike that, Ethan Osborne takes a gaff and just planks it, nails it. He is working on a good score. It's not the biggest wave we've seen, and he's got a lot of downtime, but he's strung together at least 2 or 3 really quality turns on this wave.
Yeah, and even closes out very well on this ride and kicks out. So good wave for Ethan Osborne from Ventura, California, 16-year-old, competing in the under 16s. Remember, Team USA, the defending gold medal champion, and Ryan Simmons has put together a good collection of young surfers to defend the gold medal here in the Azores.
Wow, that section out there, pretty hollow looking. Kauli Voss might have thought he was at Chopes just for that brief moment. That wave was one of the hollower waves I've seen in a while. Picks up another one, so let's see what he's got. A little open face on the left. Nice slash out the back there. He's found himself a little bit of a foam stop, so that ends his campaign. But that first slash, a nice one.
12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining in this heat. Welcome to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, day number 4. Back to Kauli Voss now.
Yeah, that first turn was a nice little money turn, but look at that foamy section just came and surprised him, so gets cranked after that. I really like this wide shot, guys. When the surfers aren't surfing, it's nice to be able to see what's going on in the whole lineup. I know it's photographers' reflex to try to get a tight shot, but really like being able to see the whole playing field while the action's down. We see red paddling out. Ethan Osborne still trying to make his way out after that first good wave, Bo.
Yeah, Kauli Voss, 1.47, a 3.17. He is 14 years old from Papeete. He's the Tahitian national champion in under 16, under 14, and under 12s in his career, and the recent winner in Tahiti of the Rip Curl Grom winner. So he's got quite an accomplishment.
Well, you can see some large peaks coming into the left of the screen. This looks like a doozy. This is a massive looking left. White's in position. He's also got priority. He decides not to take it. So I'm a little surprised this wave stretches out. Maybe a good choice. Maybe time for a turn. Look at that backwash now. So surfers are going to have to deal with a couple of different variants creating havoc. We've seen Harakat Assad deal with 2 closeouts right on the chest. I think he's going to try to bide his time and wait for something more open-faced at this point.
5.5 for Ethan Osborne. 1 wave score. He's in the lead. Here we go. Assad up and riding.
Yeah, well, this time Assad actually gets a maneuver off before the closeout. He's dealing with a lot of chunk. I don't even know what you'd call that. Just whitewash pouring in from the other section coming at him. Does a nice little drift right here, but really didn't get on his rail that much. Got a little second hook in there, but that's all. He's going to improve on his small scores perhaps, but not by much.
Will be on standby for his 3rd wave score. Opened up with a 1.27. He's backed it up with a 1.47 and now registers a 3.57. Moves into 2nd place. Only needs a 1.94, but when Ethan catches his next ride, he'll increase his margin. Angelo Faulkner from Jeffreys Bay, the 15-year-old. Ranked number 19 in the WSL African Junior Tour. He had a 2nd place at the Quicksilver J-Bay Junior Pro under 16s. He placed 13th at the Billabong Juniors Series 1 over at Bellotto. And he's the 2016 Junior Open champion under 16s and the boys under 16s division in East London. So a pretty good combination of series for Angelo, and surfing on the South Africa team with his brother Josh.
Hey, and we do invite you to chime in. You know, we are open to suggestions here. Any questions you might have on the webcast, there's a message button on there. We're getting a lot of questions in Spanish and in Portuguese. Those are being answered by the webcast team primarily. That's the Spanish webcast team. But for any of you English-speaking folks out there in Webland, we'll try our best to answer any questions or concerns you might have. Or just comment. Do a shout out for your boys.
9 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. Ethan Osborne in red in the lead. He's holding down third priority. See them. There's Assad paddling back out. Nice duck dive over that white waller. Let's see who's out there. White with first priority. That is Angelo Faulkner. And yellow's taking a look at this. With second priority, Cowley. And he'll give way to Ethan. And both unsuccessful to get into that right wave.
Well, I'm not sure what they missed. That was a pretty tight shot of them paddling. Here we go. Looks like Ethan Osborne taking a look at that. Opts not to make an attempt. Kind of deceiving because you see these waves rolling in from the outside and you think, oh, you mind surfing them. You think you're already in it. But these guys are having to start from scratch right on the double up section. And here we go. Big dismount right there.
That was Ethan Osborne in red. So bailing on that wave was Ethan Osborne. So he'll get a small wave score. He'll probably use that as a throwaway wave. He'll be paddling back out with priority in yellow now. First priority yellow, Kylie Voss from Tahiti. He needs to get back on the board here. He's currently sitting in third, needing a 188 to go to second. He has a 317 high and a 147 low. Second priority is blue, Harakat Assad. And paddling, here we go, our surfer in yellow. This is Kylie Voss.
Yeah, well, he's got a big open face here. He's coming into this ruthless sandbar, does a kick turn, doesn't get back down through it, so will not get the points from that second turn. But, you know, he's got another score on the board. Let's see what he's able to do. Nice little cutback on the face, so he'll get scored on that. Unfortunately here, beautiful execution up to the top of that, but just kind of slides out the back bow.
Yeah, fins free on the moment, but that wave was moving faster than he was, so it kind of runs away from him. So Voss will go back out. Stand by for scores. He only needs less than a 2 to get into second place over Assad from Morocco. And score is going to be right in that range. See Ethan Osborne waving his hands. That's an indication from the surfer to the announcer for situational update. Last wave for Ethan Osborne, a 0.93. Score not in for Voss from Tahiti.
Well, interesting situation too is our surfer from Morocco is holding on to priority, yet he is sitting the farthest in. Okay, he knows he's got priority. He's got a good-looking left-hand wall, late to the punch on the drop, so really just using up his priority right there for naught.
5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. First priority now allocated to Angelo Faulkner. He has 2 wave scores, all under a point. He needs to get his campaign going fast. A 4.55 at this time will get him into second, but scores are still being tabulated for Cowley Voss. And that's not in yet.
It's going to be a small score, Bo. It may well put him in the second place, and it really depends if Harakat Assad missed that last opportunity. But with 5.5 minutes left, I would say even if Voss moves in the second, he's going to definitely want to get a better wave.
2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Today's day number 4. Still have 5 full more days of competition till Sunday, We'll give out gold medals in all 4 of our categories, boys and girls, 18 and under and 16 and under. And then, of course, the team award. And we shall not forget the Aloha Cup.
Oh boy, can't forget that. That is a massive event, grueling event, and I'm sure in these conditions it's going to be a terrorizer, tapping a lot of energy. But we got some English speaking. We got Lorraine shouting out. Just a shout out to my bestest boy, Sonny Perusel, coming up in the next heat. He must be on the other podium because I don't see him here on our runner-up heat. Please tell him lots of people cheering him on in Bali. Well, always good to send the positive energy. I'm sure he will be feeling it. Our next heat here is boys under 16. Looks like the lineup is Leonardo Berbate from Brazil, Gabriel San Miguel from Puerto Rico, Keitaro Fujinuma from Japan, and Lucas Perez de Solar from Peru.
Yeah, happening on the second podium is the main round number 2 for the boys, 18 and under. 3 minutes, 55 seconds. Now that score just came in. Kaoli Voss at 2.6, so he does move to second place, pushing our Moroccan surfer, Harakat Assad, down to third place, needing a 2.21. Our South African surfer in white, now requiring a 5.28. Angelo Faulkner from Jeffreys Bay, needing a 5.28 again to get out of fourth into second place, and he's up and riding.
Well, here he goes on a funky-looking right-hander. So this is not J-Bay, that is for sure. These waves are tricky, and really having a hard time reading that wave. Picked a sort of a less than good wave, and here is our heat leader. Finds another good open right-hander, planks it off the top, a little mixed up, but follows up with a good sort of off-the-lip float combination. So that is definitely going to be a securing ride for our surfer in red from USA. Misses it kind of there, deals with the backwash, but does a good job of getting back into it, cracks it a little cleaner, a little harder on that second one. So Ethan Osborne doing a great job of filling in the blanks right there.
And the last bit of ride for Kaoli Voss from Tahiti, 2.5 minutes remaining.
I only saw the tail end of that, so I'm sure our boys have a replay on order. We'll see what other actions there. Looks like Voss is able to get up and riding again. So a little snap to start things off with, another little snap, and then it's just a piece of the foam. So not a bunch of critical stuff happening right there. Somehow Faulkner's back in position and finally gets himself something that he can score some points on. It's kind of foamy and he's doing a lot of bouncing, but he is probably getting his best wave yet.
1 minute, 58 seconds on the clock on standby for scores. Last of red, last of white, last of yellow. So the judges are busy upstairs reviewing these waves. They happen all together. Rising tide, high tide coming up between 4 and 5 o'clock this afternoon. Just coming off the full moon a couple of days ago. Saw some radical tides during the full moon. Here we go. Ethan Osborne.
Well, Osborne's just had great rhythm in this heat. He's picking good waves. He's really capitalizing on his opportunities, and he just keeps upping the ante in this heat. Now he's got a little bonus reform on the right. A little fake left, go right, little click turn right there. Another strong cutback. So Ethan Osborne really having a good campaign right now.
Rides this way all the way to the beach. He's looking over, 1 minute left. Ryan's saying, don't even paddle out. You've got this heat. You got 3 good solid scores. You're in.
I mean, who knew that wave was going to have a right-hander afterwards? So really, really luck of the draw right there, reading the ocean well and capitalizing on it. So that could well be the best score of the heat.
Yeah, we're standing by for 2 scores for red, 1 for white, 1 for yellow, and also 1 for blue. Let's watch Faulkner's last wave.
Well, Faulkner finally gets an open face, but just uncomfortable with that backwash. We see a pretty decent score being laid down for blue right now. Not sure if we have a replay of that.
Yeah, Harakat Assad in blue, still in contention. So 2 waves each for red, white, 1 wave each for yellow and blue. So there's the sound of the horn.
Now, I wonder if that was deemed as a stand-up before the horn because he was just getting up. We'll have to see what the judges say about that. And, you know, I may have jumped a little too soon on that score for Harkat Assad. I'm not sure if he got another wave because sometimes the judges put an electronic score in the wrong slot at first, and then they have to go back and replace it. So let's just see what happens.
See Angelo coming in. So 2, 4, 6. I can tell you that third wave for Ethan Osborne now in at a 5.7. His fourth wave a 6.17, so he improves his margin for the lead. Cowley Voss still awaiting his score. Previous wave of Angelo Faulkner, his fourth wave in at a 2.57. And Harkat Assad a 4.87 on his sixth wave. So we're waiting for scores for Voss. Got a 2.57 for Angelo Faulkner, a 4.13 now for Voss. And don't quite sure know if he's got a fifth wave score. See Team Tahiti greeting back their surfer. It's going to be a close call here, Mike.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You know, there's one score posted on Cowley Voss's roster right now, but as I said, sometimes you know, the judges just simply put it in the wrong column. Not often, but we'll see what happens. It looks like they're removing that score. Yeah, that was just sort of a phantom.
So here are the official results of our heat in the water. Of the boys under 16 main round number 2. This is heat number 7. And the official results are now official. Ethan Osborne from Ventura in first. Harkat Assad from Morocco in second. Cowley Voss from Tahiti in third. And Angelo Faulkner from South Africa in fourth. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. Heat number 8 of the main round number 2. Coming up next, stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. We are in the beautiful Azores of the archipelago off the Portugal coast at São Miguel Island. We are in main round number 2, the boys 16 and under, heat number 8. Let's introduce our 4 main surfers in this heat. Leonardo Berbet from Brazil will be in red. Gabriel San Miguel from Puerto Rico in the white jersey. From Japan in the yellow jersey, Keitaro Fujinuma in the yellow jersey, and in the blue jersey, Lucas Perez de Solar. Let's go down to the beach, check in with Mike Latronic.
With Eton, a heat winner of that last exchange. You had an incredible rhythm out there. I mean, based on what we've seen, a lot of guys getting caught inside for 10 minutes at a time, a lot of guys just getting 1-point ride. You seem to be in extra good rhythm in the ocean.
Yeah, I got pretty pounded, actually. I think I got caught inside for like 10 minutes. But I got lucky, we got those 3 waves, and there happened to be a lull right after, so I got back out, but it was tough.
Okay, my mistake. But, you know, maybe I was fooled by that. There was that one wave towards the end. You went left, you hit it like 3 or 4 times, and all of a sudden you're on a right hitting it through. I mean, who had that luck today?
I don't know. That wave like reformed on the inside and it like got pretty good, and I got like 3 more turns, I think, so, you know, it helped me out.
Well, great way to read the ocean. How important is rhythm?
Right now it's really important, because if you get in a bad rhythm, then you're caught inside like every set, and that sucks. So, you know, rhythm helps. It's just, you got to be on the best waves, I guess.
And there's a certain thing called team rhythm. I mean, how is it with the USA? It looks like there's a lot of energy and a lot of forward motion for Team USA. You guys are defending the title.
Yeah, everyone's super psyched and everyone's cheering each other on, and everyone won their heat and they keep winning their heat, so keep it going.
All right. Well, great job. Ethan Osborne, we'll see you in the next round, and congrats to a great shot there for Team USA in the arm, and we'll go back up to the booth.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Way to go, Ethan. Congratulations. All Team USA is proud of Ethan, a very accomplished surfer, and there's probably Mom right there.
Yeah. Let's hope so. Just a random stranger walking past.
Hey, let me give you a kiss.
Yeah.
You get a kiss, you get a kiss, you get a kiss. So let's get you updated on scores. We can tell you that Lucas Perez Solar, he's got a 4.5. There's our Japanese surfer, already with a 1-point wave. We pan over to the left side. There is Leonardo Berbet from Brazil, a 1.2. Where is Gabriel? We'll find Gabriel. There he is. There's Gabriel San Miguel, a 0.93 from Puerto Rico. Hey, the surfers from Puerto Rico doing very well today.
Yeah, I mean, Puerto Rico, they've got a mixture over there. They've got some good point breaks. They've got some nice beach breaks. Probably a very similar temperature as well. I know it's slightly warmer over there, maybe more tropical, but they should feel right at home in these powerful waves.
Yeah. As we see a replay. This is the opening ride of Lucas Perez de Solar, the 4.5.
Wow, that was a nice first turn. See him style out of that thing. Got away from that closeout re-entry, but that first turn gets in, like you say, Bo, 4.5 for 1 turn. It's one thing these surfers need to remember. They don't have to look for these long, wally waves. If they show commitment and, you know, they make it, the judges really do like that.
You see that wall of white water that he had to duck dive? That was about
yeah.
4 or 5, maybe even 6 feet high.
Yeah, I mean, that just doubled up on itself. Here we go, Leonardo having, well, he didn't have a look at that, so he won't lose priority. And our Japanese surfer, as you said, just a quick up and down. So the best way so far for our surfer in blue. And we have a message. I'm going to go quickly to the messages. Debbie Evans from Wales. Shamai. Good luck to Patrick Langdon Dark in Heat 10 under 16 from all his family in Wales. So I'm pretty sure you'll be sending him text. Good luck. And fingers crossed he gets the results and gets on through.
Here's our Japanese surfer, Keitaro, currently ranked number 5 on the WSL Pro Junior Tour this summer. Nice couple of carving turns. This will be a good keeper wave for him. Watch him on the takeoff.
Bit of a frothy one, but he deals with that froth really well. Opening cutback, gets those shoulders twisted round. A little snap close Rio into a little float. Now, whether the judges deem that is complete, that will be reflected in his score. He's making his way out the back, still a little bit affected by this high tide and the backwash. Another surfer in blue. This is a different angle we haven't seen for a while, looking like way down the beach. So we may have a camera up on the headland, which will give us another perspective.
Leonardo getting back out there. Also Lucas. Leonardo getting up on this board, trying to peer over some of these rollers that are coming through. He may attempt this. He has first priority. Could be a good left-hander here, Lee.
Wow, between sets, this looks so much fun. This is Gabriel. That wave didn't really open up how it looked on takeoff. It looked like it's going to be a really nice long left-hander. He gets that first turn in, but wasn't really complete. I don't think the judges are going to buy this. But look at that, when he takes off, you're thinking, yep, I'd love a wave like that. Then it kind of shoulders out, bit of backwash thrown in as well. So he kind of gets a bit of a half check turn in. But it looks like we do have a decent score coming through for our surfer in yellow from Japan. Well, here we go, back to live action. Our Brazilian late drop, eyeing the lip a little bit late, and he kind of came down. He wasn't over the top of his board. He was leaning back. He knew he wasn't going to make that. He was just making sure that his board didn't land underneath him. So let's see what happened here. Nice take. He got a little bit hung up there. He was then late to that lip and never really got the turn on his board to ride out of that.
Yeah, good score for our Japanese surfer. Good score for our Japanese surfer, Keitaro, a 4.07, a 2.0 for Gabriel San Miguel, a 1.1 for Leonardo Burbet. And we're still watching these guys dodge these whitewater walls. Here we go. Gabriel San Miguel taking a look here. He has second priority. He'll pull off this one.
Just look at the color of the water, Bo. It's beautiful over here. It looks like a swimming pool.
Isn't the ocean supposed to be blue? I see blue all the time
Oh,
in Hawaii.
yeah.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
in
from
England.
here.
Oh, you have that kind of grayish, greenish ocean.
I do miss the grey sky, the grey water, the grey locals.
You got to go back home and spread the aloha.
Yeah, I will. I'll go back home and I'll be buzzing, and then I'll paddle out and I'll realise the water has dropped like 2 degrees in 2 weeks. So I'll probably throw my boots on straight away.
There's Gabriel San Miguel. He's opened up with a 0.93 and a 2.0. He's currently in third, needing a score of a 2.51. Here's a shot of our Japanese competitor, our heat leader right now, Keitaro Fujinuma. There's Lucas Perez de Soler. Open up with a 4.5. He's been very patient, holding down priority. He's probably waiting for that good backup wave. He knows he's got a good keeper wave.
Yeah.
And he's being patient.
Well, hopefully they can hear, because the wind has dropped off a little bit, so he knows the requirements for white and red. He knows he's got the best wave of the heat so far. It's his only wave, and he's in second place.
Yeah, well, our Japanese surfer, Keitaro, number 5, the WSL Juniors over in Japan. And we'll tell you more about Keitaro. Let's go check in with Diago.
Once orthopedic surgeon and specialist in sports medicine. A lot of work for all these 3 boys, responsible for all the medical events that are happening in the last few days. First and foremost, thank you for all your help and all your work. And Noon, I'm going to start with you. How has work been in the last few days? Are you everything okay or what?
Yeah, it's been quite busy. We had lots of small injuries and also a major incident yesterday. We had a drowning that went good. We worked well, and the guy went to the hospital. It's everything okay. Today we had a fracture of the midfoot. It's been pretty busy because the conditions are getting a little bit heavier, but yeah, things are going well and we're organized.
And tell me a bit, we have a forecast of big waves coming for the next few days. Do you expect more injuries, and how are you guys helping the guys here to stay healthy and not get injured?
Yeah, it's expectable that with the conditions getting heavier, the injuries may be more frequent, because the more energy it comes on the wave if the guys fell, so they can have major injuries different from today. But yeah, we are prepared for that. We have everything we brought with us, and we are pretty okay with stuff.
Nuno, tell me a bit about your work and Gonzalo's work, and every one of you in your team. Tell me a bit about your specialization and what you're good at.
Yeah, I'm an orthopedic surgeon. I'm also postgraduated in sports medicine, more focused on surfing medicine, surfing injuries. Yeah, we get education for this kind of events and for surfing injuries. And we are a team of 2 doctors, which is easier for helping more severe cases, and also the precious help of Gonzalo, a physio, with lots of experience also in sports medicine. So yeah, we make a great team.
Do you want to add anything?
No, I don't think so. I think our leader took us the best part, so I don't think there's going to be need.
Neither do I.
Great jobs, and hopefully you don't have too much work in the next days.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Diogo.
Obrigado, Malta.
And yeah, they've been busy. There was a Scottish boy who walked in there who ripped off his toenail.
Yeah, Andrew.
There was a guy earlier who walked in there and he needed a couple of stitches on his forehand and broken ankle from a Japanese competitor over at Podium 2. And to correct him, what the doctor said, that we had a near drowning, not a drowning. A near drowning is the correct pronunciation of the boy yesterday he was ill with the flu. He shouldn't have paddled out. He was kind of green when he checked into the beach marshal. He tried to give it out there. When he got out there, he was overwhelmed, and he needed some assistance to come in. They took him into the ambulance, and he's doing okay now. But a near drowning, not a full drowning. But let's get back to the action out in the water. You can see our Brazilian surfer. He's locked in a pretty good score here, and he needed it because he had 3 scores in the 1-point range. He's sitting in 4th place, needing a 3.31 to get out of 4th, and he goes from 4th to 1st with that 4.27. So Leonardo Barbet in 1st with a 4.27 and a backup of his opening wave of a 1.2.
Okay, Gabriel I just couldn't get around in white there from Puerto Rico. His replay, okay, this is what we missed as we were interviewing our medical team there. Just a nice big snap, and it runs away and kind of fattens out. He doesn't make that second turn. He's got to really work to get back on the open face. So pretty much a 4.27 for that one opening maneuver, and that's a score we've been seeing a lot. Keep him busy through the inside, but you know, these are he's keeping busy all the way through to the beach break. So, I mean, those first 2 turns would have been where he got the majority of his score, and the others would have just been a small change.
Now, some people are asking, 4.27, how does someone just come up with that number? Well, we have judges. We have 5 judges on the panel. They judge from a 0 to 10-point scale, and the judges didn't actually give him a 4.27. 5 judges, you drop off the high, you drop off the low, and the high wave for Leonardo there was a 5. The low was a 4. So you're left with a 4.2, a 4.3, and a 4.3, and you average those 3 scores out, and it comes out to a 4.27. There's a fishing boat. Are they carrying your dinner tonight, Lee?
Well, we had tuna for lunch. I love my tuna. I'm not a very fishy person, which is strange because I come from Newquay, which was originally a fishing village, and my late dad was a fisherman as well. So that's probably where I lost my appetite for fish, seeing as though we ate that for the first 15 years of my life. But yeah, so much to see over here. Not just the fishing, but diving, because we were talking about how clear the water is. And Diogo went for a snorkel at high tide when we went on hold the other day. And he said, you know, there's boulders under these main 2 podiums, which is probably why the sand's been built up like that, and we have these 2 distinct surfing spots.
So Blue's been very patient. He's had priority for about 15 minutes out there as we watch Yellow foam climb. That's Keitaro from Japan, who was in the lead until our Brazilian surfer went from 4th to 1st. There's a shot of our Puerto Rican surfer. Gabriel taking a look at this wave, Lee.
Yeah, he's going to go left. No, he doesn't go. He's in last priority, so there's no problem with that. Surfer in red, he was second priority. He's going to go to the back of the queue now. So really the danger man in this heat is our surfer in blue. As you said, Bo, Lucas, 1 wave, but it's the best wave so far in this heat. And now our Japanese surfer has just got an interference.
Yeah, Blue had first priority. He was going to go for that wave, but he had to wait for the Japanese surfer. But priority allocation, giving these surfers where they're not hassling each other. You know, in surfing, the offense, the defense is kind of taken out with the priority flags.
Okay, here's Red building speed. Is he going to go for an air? No, nice big huge off the top Styles out of that. That's going to be around that 4-5, 5-5 range as well. Watch this for commitment. The judge is going to like this. A clean face, bottom turn, cracks it there. Just looking at his back foot as he comes around. And Styles out of that, looks at the beach, and I'm pretty sure the Brazilian team would have been going mental at that point.
Controlled, radical maneuver in the most critical section of the wave. He achieved that. Here we go. This is Gabriel San Miguel.
2 big turns there for our surfer in white. Now, this heat's getting very interested, and it's going to be a 3-horse race because I think our Japanese surfer is going to get an interference. Nice size wave. Bit of a delay on that bottom turn. A little crack off the top there. And then he gets a bonus re-entry just as it closes out, and he sticks it. As far as I'm concerned, that's going to be a made maneuver.
Okay, so we're standing by for a series of scores from all 4 of our surfers, but more critically, it was between yellow and blue, where yellow had second priority, our Japanese surfer there, and blue had first priority, our Peruvian surfer, and both were paddling. One was already actually riding, and now we're getting word that an interference has been called, yellow on blue. So what happens at this stage?
Well, unfortunately, our Japanese surfer is going to be counting 1 wave. He has a good wave as a 4.07. Once his scores drop in for other surfers, he's probably going to go to 4th. He can still get through, obviously. I mean, a combined score for our surfer in red at the moment, we're still waiting for a score, is a 5-5. And so whatever score our first and second has, our Japanese surfer has to do that in 1 wave.
So the judge is incurring here. Here we go. Our Japanese surfer is not going to wait and see what the call is. He's going to go on the attack.
And it's a shame because he's a really good surfer. A little grab rail floater there, mixing it up a little bit. That's going to be his best wave. 29 seconds to go, so he's going to take this all the way through to the inside. Once our scores have dropped in, we're going to know what his requirement is. Remember, he will only now be scored on his single best wave. He might just be finding out now that he kind of did a boo-boo.
Yeah, there's the indication. Let's watch this wave from the beginning, Lee.
Okay, little check turn on that bottom turn. Nice spray coming off the top there. Has to delay his turn there. Back on the open face. Nice cut back. Finishes with a little grab rail there. I like that. And then gets a nice little foam climb tweak through to the inside. So a few scores to drop in. Our next heat's going to go on hold until the judges sort this out.
Yeah, if he can get like in the 6, 7, maybe 8 range, he can overcome the bobble because we're going to wait for a second score for white and another score for blue.
Well, I imagine his coach is just about to tell him that...
yeah, 6.5 for Keitaro. So even though with the priority interference, still waiting a 3.7 for Gabriel San Miguel, a 1.57 for Lucas Perez. So right now it looks like...
He's done it.
Yeah, he did it. Leonardo Burbet will be our Brazilian in first with good combination scores. And on a 1-wave count, Keitaro Fujinuma will take second. Lucas Perez de Soler in third, and Gabriel San Miguel in fourth. Wow.
Yeah, but that just goes to show, just because you have an interference doesn't mean you're out of the contest.
Doesn't mean you're out of it.
No.
He was sitting on that 4.07 lead, but he said, you know what? I got to get something better just in case I don't have it. Look at that, 6.5 versus the 6.07. We'll be right back. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. We have heat number 9 coming up next.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the beautiful island of São Miguel in the Azores with Praia do Monte Verde, where we have been for the last days. Now in the water, round 2, boys under 16, heat 9 with Hawaiian's own Baron Mamia. From Portugal, local boy Joaquim Chaves. From Costa Rica, Oscar Urbina. And from New Zealand, none other than Kihu Butler. Hopefully, the only thing he will serve us are some good scores.
I missed out. I don't.
He's a butler.
Oh, he serves up a good score. Man, I need a coffee.
Oh, man. That was a bad one. That's Kehu Butler on the screen right now. Hopefully, everyone at home is watching Kehu serve. So, hi, everybody. Hope you had a good day. And hopefully, you'll get some good sleep after your boy serves your heat. And we have some scores served already. We have a 4-7-7 for red. And hopefully we'll see the replays soon. That's Baron Mamia from Hawaii.
Baron Mamia. Mamma mia. Opened up with a solid wave. Mind you, a couple of the lads are expecting a score. Here we go. This is what we missed. Just one big, huge, powerful off the top there from the Hawaiian. Keeps hold of that board. It's like he's on the back of a bull there going, yeah. Judges deem that complete. He obviously stayed on his board long enough for the judges to be happy. And our first wave for our surfer in blue.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we'll see the replay of the last of the first wave of blue, a 4.5. Interesting exchange between red, yellow, and blue. Unfortunately, white didn't take any part in that exchange. Now priority sits with blue. We have seen some good surfing already today, and let's watch a replay of the first wave of blue, Lee.
Okay, nice size wave. Bottom turning, cracks off the lot. Free falls back down to the face. He was happy with that. The body language is, very positive. That was a hefty section, and he's up and running. This is live, and there we go. That's what happens when two peaks come together, and you're in the middle of it. Bit of a leg sweep. Here we go. This is what we missed. Again, a nice clean wave. Cracks off top again. Lots of spray, and here's the second turn.
Oh.
It was this closeout turn where he got into trouble just there. So expect a bigger score than his opening ride.
Yeah, absolutely expecting one of the biggest scores we have seen in the last heats with this last wave of Kehu Butler. And we're going for an interview with last heat's winner. That's Leonardo Barbe from Brazil. Take it away, David Prescott.
Thank you so much, boys. I'm here with Leonardo, winner of the previous heat. Leonardo, condições bem difíceis, a ondulação continua a subir. Você conseguiu sobreviver a esta bateria e a boa notícia agora é que a partir de agora as condições vão melhorar até o resto da semana. Como é que correu a bateria? Conta um pouco para a gente e depois a sua motivação para o resto da semana também.
Então, no início da bateria, eu e os outros atletas tomamos várias ondas na cabeça. Passamos bons minutos ali tomando aquelas boas séries que entraram. E a gente conseguiu varar. Graças a Deus eu consegui pegar algumas ondinhas que me garantiram avançar essa bateria. E estou muito feliz, quero agradecer a todos que me ajudaram a essa viagem, a todos os meus patrocinadores. E é isso, a bateria foi muito difícil, altas ondas lá fora, tomando várias ondas na cabeça, mas a batalha continua. Vamos para a próxima.
Well, Leonardo just saying it was a very hard heat, especially the start of the heat. All the boys got a few sets in the head. We fought a lot at the start of the heat, and I battled and I made it pretty much, and he's stoked to go to the next round. Leonardo, you come from the same place pretty much at Ítalo Ferreira. Brazilians, well, during the pro events we had here, they've been ruling throughout the years. So Brazilians have a really good story here in the Açores. Do you feel motivated about that as well? Did you talk with some of your fellow Brazilians who surfed here before? Leonardo, você falou com outros brasileiros que normalmente surfam aqui também, você vem da mesma terra também do Ítalo, falou com eles, pediu conselho a eles, brasileiros normalmente estão muito bem aqui nos Açores.
Então, venho conversando bastante com o Samuel Pupo, que competiu aqui com a outra etapa em Açores. A gente conversou bastante, ele me deu alguns toques, algumas ideias e eu tentei impor na bateria.
Muito obrigado, Leonardo. Quero mandar uma mensagem lá para casa, a message for everybody watching at home.
Sim, quero mandar uma mensagem aos meus familiares lá em Baía Formosa, todos os meus amigos que estão na torcida, aos meus empresários, Denise, Freitas, obrigado galera, tamo junto família, tô com saudade, valeu.
Leonardo sending his love back home and telling us he's been talking a little bit with Samuel Pupo, who has been competing here just a couple of weeks ago and getting some nice info about the break. Thank you so much, Leonardo, boa sorte para a próxima bateria. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you, Leonardo.
David,
don't leave him
hanging.
hanging.
Left him hanging, David. Come on now.
All the Brazilian boys there. And thank you so much, David. Thank you so much, Leonardo. Good luck for the Brazilian team. And scores dropping for the last of blue. And it's a major score, taking in consideration the scores. It's a 7-1-7. And Ooh, this is live action.
This is where the points come. So he's looking down the line. First turn, nice turn off the top. Lots of spray. Backs it up straight away with another turn. Drifts the fins. Third little check turn there. That's where he gets caught. So those 2 turns, you know, that got him a 7.17. And now we'll be waiting for another score. So at the moment, he's taking a very early lead for Kehu Butler from New Zealand. Everyone else is playing catch-up at the moment.
And if I'm not mistaken, Blue just got another wave while we were on the replay. But it looks like it's going to be a throwaway for him. It would be a useful wave. Let's watch the replay. It's a frontside wave.
Okay, bit of a frothy right-hander. Nice re-entry there, lands it, and then it kind of just doubles up straight away. So no real points. Doesn't go into his top 2. He'll be stuck with his 717 and a 4.5. And I'm just looking at the messages. Mel from Australia is asking about the results. I'm pretty sure, Mel, we have a lot of information to put in. If you just keep refreshing that browser, hopefully you're going to find out the information you need. I hope that helps.
And good luck to Patrick Langdon Dark in Heat 10 under 16 from all his family in Wales, XOXO.
Yeah, PLD, family in the house. So I just gave him the shout early on. So not sure how Patrick did. Unfortunately, we don't get the results from Podium 2. Don't forget, people, at a certain stage in this contest, we will be going to a single podium, so there will you're not going to miss any heats. If you're surface through, you'll get to see as Baron there just couldn't get to grips with that big, lumpy, bumpy right-hander, and he's still in second place with that first wave, that first 1 turn.
And now Blue coming, that's a nice-looking drop for him, and then let's look for the turn.
Oh, look at that backwash. He kind of looked slightly over his shoulder as it was coming towards him, and he was thinking, that's why I want to hit, but now I've got to work out this backwash. And fortunately, he goes down. But he's got solid wave, and he's got a solid backup as well in these conditions.
And I just saw Butler before when he got his vest, and he's a big boy. He has a big board, a foamy one too. So I'm not surprised that he looks so at home and so comfortable in these conditions. He might outpower these waves.
Yeah, I mean, we always see the bigger surfers do like the waves that push back, and they can really exploit their power. It's the thing I was talking about the other day when it was slightly smaller. If you're a quick, sprightly surfer, stick to your positives, which are being quicker and more fast and more springy. If you're a power-based surfer or one of these surfers with a larger frame, do those power hooks because the spray is going to go everywhere. The judges really are impressed. As long as you're attacking the key points, the key parts of these waves, they don't want to see these out in the open face turns, which is why we've been seeing pretty good scores for single maneuvers, because you have to attack the lip, especially if it's a closeout. Otherwise, you may as well just kick straight out.
Absolutely, and let's go for scores with 9 minutes to go. First priority sits with White, and it's actually White who's in 4th place with a 3.23 and a 0.9, needing a 2.55 for second. That's nothing. And Blue just seems in rhythm with the ocean. Look at this first section. He hits it with a foam climb, and he's out of there.
Yeah, just 1 turn. He coped with the takeoff really well because, again, it had that backwash. But Kehu, here we go. Watch this little jump there as the wave bounces, comes round off the bottom. A little foam climb there, but he's like, okay, I'm out of here. He's kind of got that rhythm where he's getting 2 turns in and then kicking out before he gets in trouble on that impact zone.
I got very excited with a foam climb
You
there.
did, yeah. It was the highlight of your day so far.
Absolutely. Urbina now up and riding. That's Oshkar trying to better a 1.53, and that's a nice heat, unfortunately, coming in second.
Yeah, very low center of gravity, so you can see the difference between Oscar and Kehu. You know, Kehu's obviously a taller, more long surfer, and now Barron from Hawaii, he looks like he's a big kid as well. There's a huge turn there, just opened up the shoulders and released those fins on that cutback. So this is going to be, it's going to get down to the last 8 minutes, and things are going to start to stiffen up. Here we go. Watch this first turn. Nice one. And now this second turn is more the money turn. A bit more steep and just tweaks the tail towards the beach. Not sure if they're going to consider that a make, though. On the other side, now look how low to the board that Oscar gets on his backhand from Costa Rica. Just waiting for this wave to double up, and it does. He finishes again with a re-entry, but he comes unstuck and doesn't ride out of it.
So we're waiting on scores for the last of yellow and the last of red. Meanwhile, this was White up and riding.
Yeah, he had a little bobble on the bottom turn there for Joaquim Chavez from Portugal. Works this all the way through the inside. You can see this is one of our smaller competitors in this heat. He's got these little cutbacks sorted. as the wave reforms, but unfortunately didn't have the big power turns out the back to get really kick off.
Yeah, surely Joaquin was waiting for some bigger sections on that wave. Unfortunately, they weren't there, and he'll get out the back and try to get some more good waves while we wait for the last one of yellow and red. I'm pretty sure the judges are going over the replay as we see yellow up and riding lead.
Oscar, nice roundhouse there, back into the power section. That was an even better turn. Oh, and he just had to prone out and try and catch that wave. Only needs a 2.61. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets it with that first turn, you know.
We're still waiting on scores, and now it's blue up and riding from New Zealand, Mr. Butler.
Well, he's been very busy. He's caught the most waves, and he's got the biggest score by far, a 7.17. Best wave we've seen. 2 big backhand turns. If he'd made that final turn, it may have gone up to the excellent range. And this is a replay of our surfer from Costa Rica. You can see this first turn, nice swooping cutback. You see what happens on the second one. I thought he had it dialed in, and then he just kind of stalled and the wave ran away from him.
Yeah, the white water didn't really push him back.
Nah, and it looks like he's not going to get the score if you take away the judges with a high. He's going to come in a little short, and our surfer in red. Still waiting for that last score to drop in from him, that right-hander. So things might change yet.
6 minutes to go. First priority is with red. Baron Mamiya from Hawaii. He sits in second at the moment. His last wave, it's going to be something around 3. It's a 3.33 for red. And he's in second place. 2.73 for the last of white. Jumps to third, the Portuguese surfer, while the last of yellow, it's a 2.53. So situation is that one, and now red on a big drop.
Wow, that was a nice takeoff for Baron. You can see that wave just dies out really quick, but he's got a bonus inside section. Look at the wedge on this thing. Kicks the fins out. Hold on. Make it. Oh, I don't think the judges are going to deem that complete, but that was a massive, powerful turn.
Massive, powerful turn for Baron Mamiya, and this is the replay. The drop is incredible.
Yeah, look at that drop. He deals with that really well. Looks over his shoulder. Has to wait for this wave to wall up. He knows he's got one more section. Now watch the fins kick out the back of this wave. Boom, there you go. And then this was where he was holding on, and he's on his toes and in heels. And, well, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges deem. I don't think they'll give him to it, but it's looking promising. He seems to be warming up as this heat progresses.
Absolutely. Baron Mamiya, Team Hawaii, has had some good results. It won team gold in some years ago, so Baron Mamiya might be one of the surfers expected to perform well there, and the backwash, insane.
Well, I said earlier on how it hasn't come into play, and it's definitely proven me wrong. Tide pretty much still coming in as we go towards a high tide, and you can see it's washing up the beach and then going back out to sea. So although the swell has calmed down a little bit from our midday, you know, those monster sets coming through, they really do have to keep an eye out, which is one thing you're not used to as you're surfing. When you're surfing a wave, you're looking down the line, you're picking your spots. Now you have to keep glancing at the beach to see if there's anything coming at you.
Good thing a good thing of these conditions at the moment, and with the incoming tide, is that the surfers are much closer to the shore.
Yeah, I mean, they should be able to hear the scores, their requirements, and they don't need to hear where they are as far as priority goes, although that is given to them verbally. They do have a board out there, and they can see pretty much, you know, who has first, second, third, and fourth.
Again, this is heat 9 of the second round of the boys under 16 division. We still have 9 more heats to run in podium 1. Meanwhile, in podium 2, boys under 18 main second round with 16 heats. That's what they're running up there. Hopefully all going well for the boys in the booth there, the judging booth, of course, because we're only broadcasting and webcasting podium 1. And exciting day here for day 4, Tuesday, in the Azores, and hopefully some more good waves are coming. It looks like with under 3 minutes to go, situation won't change as we keep on seeing the backwash just playing tricks on the surfers in the water.
Yeah, on that wide angle, you can see the water, on the inside, moving from left to right at a pretty savage rate. And now Baron, he's looking at this wave, little double up. He's got a lot of speed. He's like a big kid, little grab rail straight air there over that backwash. Didn't really pull it off, but that was pretty cool to see. We haven't really seen many aerials, but then the surf hasn't been allowing it because it's pretty chunky out there.
but this air attempt or this ollie attempt comes to show how Byron is at home in these kind of conditions. And I tell you what, these Hawaiian surfers are sure to be comfortable in this kind of a messy shore break and foamy kind of waters, because you name it, Alaiva, Sunset, all those waves have some heavy shore break there.
Yeah, I mean, even Ukai Beach Park, you know, I've seen it look like this before, and I'm sure Mike will back me up. He's looking over my shoulder now, watching this heat with interest, obviously rooting for Hawaii. So yeah, these guys get to, you know, surf in this, and the countries where they don't have this kind of surf on a everyday, they're the ones that are going to struggle, and they're the ones that have to have a really quick, a really sharp learning curve. Otherwise, they're out of the contest.
Look at the rip that's going through right now in Latam. So
the rip on the inside towards the bottom of the screen is going from left to right. Out the back, it's going from right to left, so it's almost doing a complete circuit. You can see these guys paddling really hard and not actually moving.
Yeah, I wouldn't like to be in their position now. Blew up and riding, that one he'll take it to the beach for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to bust his board. It's obviously a good board with a score. Like he gets a 1.71. He's been in the lead from pretty much his first wave, a 4.5. He took an early lead. We thought the battle was going to be between himself. Here's little Joaquim Chavez. Tiny little dude compared to the rest of these guys in his heat.
Absolutely.
Nice snap there, and he's just going to get out as he'll get thrown around like a rag doll.
Yeah.
Let's see this replay. Nice takeoff though. Looks drops to the bottom. This thing's double overhead. It's like pipeline on him. Jumps over there. A little snap under the lip. So once his kid grows up a little bit, gets some size and some muscle on those bones, he'll be laying into massive turns on sections like that.
Joaquim Chaves, also known as King Jo for Portugal, got a 1.97 on his last wave. And there are 15 seconds to go. It looks like Oscar Urbina in yellow also got a wave, but it won't factor in as it's is a 0.97, so nothing for Oscar and Costa Rica, as we see Red trying to catch this one wave.
Yeah, he's just making sure he doesn't want to get caught inside by a set, so he's going to take this one all the way to the beach, hopefully knowing that he was in second place. He gets out 4.77, his very first wave, had a 3.33. Couldn't really find anything else, but it was pretty much a battle for first and second in this heat.
In first place, that's the guy, Keho Butler from New Zealand with a 7.17 and a 4.5. The young man from New Zealand getting some good scores in and definitely making his dream. The All Blacks, of course, rugby team, All Blacks of New Zealand on your screen right now. They don't look too puzzled. Maybe they were expecting such a good result from their teammates. And official results are now official results of that last heat. Keho Butler in first, Byron Mamiya from Hawaii in second. Third place goes for Joaquim Chaves from Portugal and Costa Rica in fourth place. Hopefully all the Ticos and Ticas will support their team members in a rapid charge round as we prepare to go to commercial break, and we will be right back. Stay with us. Stay with the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, straight from the Azores to the rest of the world. What a beautiful beach we have here.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome to the beautiful Azores Islands of Portugal for the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. We are live at Praia do Monte Verde on the wave-rich island of São Miguel. For Hits in the Water is number 10, featuring Israel, Reef Shahaf, Wales, Patrick Langdon Dark. From New Zealand, from Australia, sorry, we have Billy Harrison. And from the UK, we have Sonny Perusel. My name is Diogo Alpendre. Along me is Mike Lutronic from Hawaii. Welcome back, Mike. And hopefully we'll have exciting hit coming up with 16 minutes now gone and only one wave surf from the surfer in white, Wales, Patrick PLD, who I believe has a message waiting for him in the message board.
Yeah, so it looks like Debbie Evans has said wishing good luck to Patrick Landon Dark in heat number 10, under 16, all the way from Wales.
There you go. Good luck to Patrick, and let's go with this wave from white.
Yeah, well, white, this is a 2.17. Just sort of look at how weird that wave is, just sort of going back and forth, trying to find a section to hit. Finally finds a little section to crack, but comes unstuck. Here is surfer in blue. This is Sony Perusel from UK. And Per Russell is on the hustle to get back out there.
The Commonwealth is well represented in this heat with one surfer from Wales, Australia, and another one from UK. And then you have Israel in the mix, of course, and now Billy Harrison from Australia. Oh.
Well, these Australians, in my belief, are no stranger to sandbar conditions. They're always surfing sandbars, at least most of them. Not sure where Billy Harrison is, if you can look that up. But in the meantime, we got another message in from Shannon. I guess this was sort of shouting out for the last heat. Small country of Costa Rica has some big chargers. Surfer has become respected, impressive sport in CR, and we're now challenged warriors of the sea for the rest of the world to keep their eyes on. Go team, Malachi, Martinez, M, and Guap.
So you just asked me about Billy Harrison, coming from Melbourne, having Cloudbreak as his favorite wave. He once placed second in the Subway Phillip Island Pro Junior. He likes surfing, has some good sponsors on him, but coming from Melbourne and having Cloudbreak as his favorite area, hopefully he's a well-traveled chap.
Well, if he's got Cloudbreak on there, we know he's been to Fiji.
Yep.
He just had another wave. You can see the high tide. If we could pull back the camera a little bit, we can see the high tide has really caused a ton of water, and they're dealing with a lot of chop out there. Yeah, I really like it when we get a full view of the contest area. There it is. You can see just how much rippling effect is going on out there. You've got large surf coming in from the outside, and now with this higher tide, the sandbank on the inside is creating a ripple effect. It's sending water back out to sea, so that's why there's backwash. The waves come up the beach, they slide down the sloping sand back out to sea, and wow, another wipeout for the highlight reel right there. Patrick Landon Dark from Wales. PLD looks like he's fine. He's a young, strong boy. He's going to get back out there.
And let's find out some stuff about none other than Reef Shahaf. I hope I'm saying his name right. Coming from Israel, surfer in red. Still no wave surfed, but where he comes from is a place of some occasional good waves. He was born in Kibbutz Michael, and has Coxos in Portugal as his favorite wave. That's one good wave for sure. And he has competed in a WQS event in Israel this year, so hopefully he will be okay in these conditions. Reef Shahaf, 15-year-old guy, has a wave in Portugal, a long point break wave. Coxos. Have you surfed there, Mike?
I've never been to Portugal yet. I'm hoping one day to put it on my list of places ventured. And here is a strong off the lip from Billy Harrison from Australia. Another whip backside whip there, so 2 good turns. No doubt that's going to separate him from the pack right now. Take another look at that. Clean right-hander's got a nice lip to track off of and hits it really well. Deep bottom turn combo, manages the backwash quite well, so he's going to get a solid score. There it is. Excellent score for the Aussie.
817 for the third wave of yellow, and he jumps into a very solid lead. 817 at a backup of a 1.1. So exciting, such an exciting surfer, and then he's proving to be Billy Harrison. And I was just about to ask you how difficult it is to wrap up a wave with that last turn being done in this mushy, backwashy conditions.
Well, it is tricky. I mean, that's the best word for it. It's tricky, but you kind of go on autopilot. Once you get a good bottom turn, there's sort of a snap reflex, and if you time it correctly, you're going to feel a little bit of a release after you've clicked. Meaning, your tail goes from going up the face of the wave to going over the lip, and then you're heading back down again. Once you've done that initial click, that snap, you're going to feel that backwash, and it's just a subtle adjustment, and he did it really, really well on that wave.
And he got rewarded for that. Some of the judges even gave him 8.5, and exciting surfing from the surfer, now in first with second priority, while we're still waiting for the first wave of Reef Shahaf with priority in red.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see red, and he's waited a long time. He looked at that wave, not sure if they're going to call that a paddle. They did, so he lost priority.
But let's go to the interview zone with Lee Bartlett with last heat's winner. That's none other than Keho Butler, if I'm not mistaken, Lee.
Yep, thank you, gentlemen. I'm here with our last heat winner, Surfer in Blue, Kehu. We were talking that it was kind of fun between getting hammered by waves.
Yeah, well, not really, but it was, I got a bit of a hiding, but, you got to take those, hidings to get the good waves. So, yeah, lucky it turned out.
And your best wave was a 717. You must have been happy to get that under your belt. Do you kind of relax once you get a score like that?
Yeah, once you normally get your average score or a good score, you kind of feel more settled into the heat and feel like, you can take everything a little bit easier. A little bit, but yeah.
And can you ever see your competitors out there, or are they just off in the mix somewhere and you deal with your own whatever situation?
Well, at the moment, I just seen half of them underwater when the sets are coming through. So, I see them out there. It doesn't really matter. You just got to think of your own things and your own strengths. So, yeah.
We were saying this isn't your big wave board, but this is a slight step up. So, have you got anything bigger? Because tomorrow could be bigger than this again.
Yes, I do have a bigger board, but hopefully I'll just gonna have to bring it out tomorrow and give it a test. And hopefully I survive tomorrow in the big surf. So yeah.
Any words back to your friends? I mean, they're all stood around you, watching you now, putting you under pressure. But friends and family back home in New Zealand.
I like to thank all my friends and family and fans back at home who are up early in the morning watching me right now, and all my boys here and our team. And that's it.
How did you do, guys? Was that happy with that interview? There you go, Kehu. Congratulations. Looking forward to see you, especially if the surf picks up, because you're a young, powerful surfer. Well done, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Lee, and quite a happy New Zealand team there with Kehu Butler from New Zealand winning that last heat. Now red up and riding. That's Reef Shahaf on his second wave.
Yeah, well, he got a quick up and down. This is going to be a fair bit better. Still unable to find any clear water, but just muscling through all that jumbly whitewash. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Current situation, Billy Harrison way in the lead with that one massive score. We're going to take a look at Reef's wave here. Able to get a little top turn before all this, but just struggling with this really, really strange reform on the inside.
That's Reef Shahaf with a 227 on his last wave, and now Blue is up and riding on the replay.
Well, Sonny Russell finds himself a little more open face, tries to get up there for the float, and just comes unglued.
7 minutes. 7 minutes to go, and that's a 2.8 for Sonny, who jumps to second place with Reef in third and PLD in fourth. PLD needing a 191 to go second, and Reef needing a 181, and now Yellow is up and riding once again.
All right, well, this is key because Harrison's looking for a backup, falls over the front of his board, but not before he does one turn. So that's going to definitely replace the 1.10 with a better score. There it is, a 3.6. Not a score he wants to hold on to. He's got plenty of time to replace that, but sitting really, really comfortable with that excellent wave score.
He got tricked there by those pockets of air in the white water on that 3.6, wasn't it?
Well, you know why he wants to get another high score? Because he'd have a chance to win a free pair of shades.
Oh, that's right. The Blanc highest heat total of the day. Today went to Jake Elkington, who was yesterday's winner. And hopefully we will see, there's a bit of a battle going between podium 2 and 1 to see who does win the most of the Blanc highest heat totals. And I think podium 2 is winning against us. And a big set arriving.
Well, we got a huge set arriving. You can see a little alien drone in the lineup right there, documenting these massive shore break waves. Got a big question here from South Africa. Looks like the scores on podium 2 don't seem to be working. We're in the webcast booth. We don't have that information, but let me see if I can find out some information for you, and we'll get back on that. Also, we've got another shout out from Team Costa Rica. Malachi Martinez representing over there. Such a great surfer and a great person. Go Mala.
Under 5 minutes to go, and situation is the same, but a little heavier since every surfer is taking this set in hand. And look at that, the white water just coming through, and surprising Team Israel right there supporting their fellow countryman Reef Shahaf, and let's hope these boys have some good lungs on them so they can keep on duck diving this big set that just got here. We are heavily influenced by the Gulf Stream here in the Azores. That's why the water is warm, and that's why the weather here gets so fleeky, you know, just keeps on changing. And let's go with Yellow Harrison from Australia, still in the lead with 4 minutes to go. An interesting heat from Billy.
Yeah, well, interesting waves, quite backwashy, providing some entertainment, if not excitement. Definitely excitement, actually. And for Billy Harrison on his 8.17, providing some good action. We're going to take another look at that 8.17 while we've got a little break. And he just takes the drop, falls out of the sky, bangs it right off the bottom, off the top. Beautiful surfing there, snaps it in the hook, and once again negotiates that oncoming backwash quite well to complete the maneuver.
And let's go with a little bit of bio on our man in second. Sonny Russell currently lives in Australia, has Canggu in Bali as his favorite wave, and you know what? He won Taj's small fries contest some time ago. So very interesting stuff coming from the 16-year-old who has Canggu, Bali. Have you surfed there, Mike?
I've been to Bali. I've been to Bali a couple of times in my day. I have not surfed Canggu. I was fortunate enough to surf
Karamas.
No, I surfed Uluwatu. I surfed some great beach breaks there in Kuta. I got to go to G-Land twice. And my only regret is I didn't surf the other side of the island. There's a right-hander called Sanur. But should I make it to that side of the world, I'm definitely going to focus on my bucket list stuff.
You're making me envious with all the G-Land talk there. I would love to go there one day. It looks like one perfect way for me.
Yeah, well, I went back in the day when there was only one boat. We were on the land crew. There was no other camps, and there was only literally 8 surfers in the camp, and the boat had to leave for repairs. So there's 8 of us for a week surfing 300-yard long left-handers. No Instagram, no Facebook, no photos, no nothing. Just a great time amongst friends.
And what's your favorite section of the wave?
I don't know, that one 200-yard long section. I kind of liked Money Trees. I was on my backhand. I really enjoyed the sort of doing some figure eights out there, but you know, everyone's got their picks. That inside section, I can't remember what they call it right now, but that hollow.
Speedies?
Speed Reef, yeah. That was, yeah, you start going at Speedies, you don't know when it's going to end.
Meanwhile, nice looking wave for Yellow. Billy Harrison improving or trying to improve on that 3.6. We'll soon watch the replay with 1 minute to go. It looks like Yellow is going to solidify his lead. Let's go with the replay.
Well, he really likes to drop out of the sky, doing a good job of controlling his board off of those late takeoffs, muscling his way here to the inside. Just really good timing as well. Lands his board in the flats. Definitely doing a good job of maximizing these sort of tricky waves. You can see they got the kangaroo back on the beach.
And the flag with the roo.
Yeah, well, Team Australia is going to be stoked about that performance.
Look at him out of the water. Got out the back. Doesn't even need to go out the back because he has 8.17. We're still waiting on scores for his last wave. For the looks of it, it's going to be a Yellow win, Australia win. And let's go with the replay of this last one wave of blue. It's Sonny Peressel from UK.
Yeah, well, it's looking like he's doing enough to stay in second position with that wave.
Absolutely, and a big hug from the flag bearer there from Team GB as we hear the horn sound. And 5.67 for the last of Yellow. Sonny Peressel is going to have his best wave so far with his last wave that we just saw. And look at all the team just high-fiving Sonny. And they're going to go for their moto, aren't they? Big hug, everybody. And what a cool moment. I love this team. Oops, there's one member left. Oh, there he is. And I wonder what they're going to scream at each other.
Well, it is all about inclusion here at the 2016 ISA VISSLA 2016 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. And we're going to bring it to break. We'll be back with more action right after these messages. Sorry, Diego, I stole. Oh, I'm sorry. Official results.
Yeah, official results of Heat 10 of round 2 of the main round in the boys under 16 division. Billy Harrison with one of the best waves so far, 8.17, taking the win. And Sonny Peressel sneaking through with a 5.8 total. Unfortunately, Reef and Patrick are relegated to the repechage round. But we'll see them surf in the next days. We're going on a short break. Stay with us. Bo Hodges will be back to give you the announcement on the next heat. So stay with us.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back to the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. I'm Bo Hodge along with Mike Latronic. We're in the beautiful archipelago area known as the Azores on one of the beautiful 9 islands called São Miguel. And we're into heat number 11, round number 2 of the main event for the boys 16 and under. Let's introduce our surfers out in the water from Venice, California, representing Team USA, Noah Hill. From Brazil in the white jersey, Carlos Nunez. In the yellow jersey, Johnny Guerrero from Peru. And from Spain in the blue jersey, Miguel Castrillon. And another great heat here. Noah has already opened up with a 5-point ride. Nunez has already secured a 2-point ride in the early going of this heat. Another 20-minute heat, 12-wave max, and the best 2 waves will be tallied up for the final score. And here we go, Miguel Castrillon.
Well, big open face there on that first section. Almost manages to get around that. But yeah, big glassy section to start with. And here is Noah Hill banking off a big backwashy wave right there. That may have been the 5 points we were looking at. So big maneuver, pretty big score for a single maneuver.
Let's go down to the beach to Diogo and check in.
Yeah, Bo. Yeah, Mike. I'm here with last heat's winner. That's Billy Harrison from Team Australia. And Billy, in these tough conditions, how happy are you to get a high score such a high score as an 8.17 in your heat?
So happy because it's just so tough out there, and it just took me like 15 minutes to paddle back out after the good wave. So yeah, pretty happy.
And you're happy for being here in the Azores. Is it your first time?
Yes, first time here. It's a lovely place. Yeah, it's great.
And you're enjoying representing Team Australia in this event?
Yeah, it's awesome representing such a great country. So yeah.
Tell us a bit about that arm thing you guys do before and after each heat.
Oh, it's called the Tunnel of Love, and they all run through the tunnel after heat. So yeah, it's pretty good.
It seems to work for you. Congratulations, and you want to send a message home?
Just shout out to Mum and Dad at home watching, and any friends up. Yeah, all right.
Thank you, Billy. Good luck for your next heat, and back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, and congratulations, Billy. Way to go, going on through to main round number 3, the boys 16 and under. There's Team USA, there's Team Peru on the beach with their flags. So exciting to see these countries back up these individuals, because mainly surfing is an individual sport, but the ISA makes it a very well-documented team event.
Yeah, and there was Yanni Guerrero from Team Peru trying to get something going. Unfortunately, that wave sort of digging out small scores. Miguel Castrillon, on the other hand, is judges deliberating on a pretty decent one maneuver wave on that side.
Johnny just not able to make that connection on the inside. Very bumpy, very choppy, a little bit of onshore wind, nothing like we saw from yesterday. This swell is really building. On the outside, there are some 8 to 10 foot bombs.
Yeah, and it's strange. The wind is not immensely strong. It's more like the soup bowl effect. I mean, we've got rocks on both sides of this long beach, and I think the water is washing up here at high tide, and it's draining back into the ocean with just a lot of jumbly backwash. Sort of long period backwash, I'm going to call it. Well, Noah Hill registers at 4.27 on his second ride, so that replay maybe was a second ride, Bo.
Yeah, that was during the interview. So a 5 and a 4.27. Noah Hill from Venice, California. Noah is 14 years old, competing in the 16 and unders, and already making a statement early in this heat. Just about 13 minutes remaining. Second place right now, Miguel Castrillon from Spain, a 4.73. Carlos Nunez has a 2.0 and a 1. Johnny Guerrero with a 1.8 at this stage.
All right, answering back to our gentleman JB from South Africa, saying it looks like scores on podium 2 weren't working. They seem to be working fine on our iPad here in the office, so check your connection. Maybe it's freed up since then.
There's Jim saying, go Team USA, bring the gold back home. Yeah, Latronic, good job. Speedies.
Speedies! Yeah, pretty fast.
I was more interested in the figure 8 surfing. The barrels, I left that up to Ronnie Burns. But yeah, I did enjoy a few barrels at Speedy's. Just really, really loved those big open faces.
And Costa Rica cheering on a competitor down at podium 2. Malaiki Martinez representing Costa Rica. Such a great surfer and a great person. Go Mala.
You can check the results on podium 2 by simply going to the live webcast, and where it says live, click that. There's an option for podium 1, podium 2. Podium 2 will not show you the live action, but it will show you the live scores.
There you go. So there's our surfer in white. Third wave for our Brazilian on the takeoff.
All right, well, this is strong off the top, bottom turn, top turn combination. A little bit of flaring going on there in that last turn. Maybe too much, doesn't negotiate that sort of long period backwash. I'm just going to stick with that. Doesn't negotiate that, and ends up going down on that second section, but good work done on that first opening turn.
Yeah, definitely throw out his low wave of a 1. He's counting a 2. Judge is still deliberating Calvin Nunez's wave. And here we go, our heat leader, Noah Hill.
Noah Hill finds himself a open section there on the outside, gets a crack in the whitewatery closeout, so he's going to try to beat out that 4.27. Looks like the higher tide is giving them a lot quicker paddle outs. I'm sure it's a pretty vigorous job getting back out there, but they are getting back out there much quicker. A little bit late on that second turn. I'm not sure if this is going to beat out what he's got so far. Good opening snap. Leave that to the judges. They're deliberating on that, taking their time. Meanwhile, we're still waiting on scores for white as well.
Yeah, white and red on standby. Third scoring wave for Noah Hill, 14-year-old out of Venice Beach. Currently in the lead with a 5 and a 4.27. This World Championship being presented by VISSLA. We're supported by the Azor Tourism and the Ribeira Grande Municipality, Kia Motors, and Portuguese Surfing Federation. Media partners include RTP, the Insura, Magic Seaweed, Vibris, Magazine, Grave Dad Zero, Coastal Watch, Free Surf Magazine, and Via d'Escape.
Oh, I like this wide shot. It really lets us see what's going on. You can see 3 surfers on screen. Looks like that is surfer in white, Kaua Nunez from Brazil. There he is. There's a close-up. Still waiting to get his score. He's got a kind of a throwaway set of a 2 and a 1 before this next score, but something big's coming in. Couple of good scores coming in, Bo.
Yeah, we're on standby for 3 wave scores. We missed Blue's wave. Now the scores are starting to be entered in, so the judges have been on replay mode, reviewing all 3, red, white, and blue. So score in now for Noah Hill, a 5.47. Let's watch Calvin Nunez up and riding.
Well, Nunez here looking like a pretty strong young man. Gets 2 cracks in. Let's see if he's able to hold on. So once again, doing a first turn, but not able to hold on to what looks like a more powerful second turn.
So we can't tell you that Miguel Castrillon scored a 7.33 as Nunez, this is the replay of his last ride.
Well, Nunez got a good crack out there on that first section. Shame he wasn't able to hold on to the second one, because 2 maneuvers definitely would have added to the score.
So for Nunez, the scores are now in his 3rd and 4th wave. A 4.27 and a 3.57. So Situation Castrillon from Spain in the lead with a 7.33 and a 4.73. Noah Hill goes from 1st to 2nd. He has a 5 and a 5.47. Calvin Nunez in 3rd with a 4.27 and a 3.57. He now needs a 6.21 to go to 2nd. And Johnny Guerrero from Peru in yellow in 4th with a 1.8. He now needs an 8.65. 7:11 remaining. Here's the DeBlanc replay, the last of blue, the 7-3-3.
All right, bottom turn, beautiful snap off the top. I'm thinking that's the first wave he got.
Yeah, that was the 4-7-3.
Unless, yeah, I think our technicians are going to show us the next wave of Castrillon. But big set on the outside. Look at this, just tons of whitewash. Anybody got some clothes they want to get clean, because it is a washing machine out there, Bo.
Even the teams cheering on the surfers are getting the high tide washover on the beach. And some bags and some backpacks and some towels have been soaked.
Well, you know, what I think of too after this set, these large waves are going to push up the beach. You can see now that the wet sand goes pretty far past where the teams are standing, and that is what's causing the backwash. The sand is coming up the beach, a slight incline, going back out to sea, and giving us this ripple effect.
5 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Castrillon from Spain in first. Noah Hill, the United States, in second. Kawa Nunez from Brazil in third, needing a 6.21, and Johnny Guerrero from Peru in fourth, needing an 8.68.
All right, so I got Luis from Portugal writing in. He's writing in English, so I'm thinking he's directing this at us. Why don't you have jet skis to put surfers on the lineup? Thanks. Well, first thing I think of is liability. These kids are underage, and you know, it would be a pretty huge liability to put them on the back of skis with a motorized craft and try to get them out there. That's a huge ask. You know, you need a jet ski team of 2 to 4 people, so then you got budget coming into play, and it's just
2 podiums.
2 podiums, yeah. I mean, and then you need really well-trained jet ski operators. I mean, what you see in Hawaii during the Triple Crown and on the WSL Tour or WQS in some events, some instances, are some of the most highly trained watermen in the world operating these jet skis.
Yeah, Abe Lerner, a veteran lifeguard for over 20 years on the North Shore, just recently retired on the North Shore, and now he's getting calls from the WSL events. He's been down to Fiji and Tahiti and done those events, and of course there's that famous classic shot of Abe going over that wave in Waimea, the closeout with Larry Haynes, the photographer, with the video camera, and Strider Wozalewski on the sled. It's just a famous shot, and I asked Strider, was there any doubts of Abe making that? He goes, hey, it's Abe. All my trust is in him, and we made it.
Well, that is a whole nother level of crazy. In fact, we did a story on that in the Free Surf website, which is one of the sponsors of this event. But it is completely another level of nuts. And Waimea Bay, I was there on site that day. It was a massive amount of water. I think one more thing that I can think about here is, let's face it, these are Groms. Make them paddle. They got to learn the right way.
Well, these guys are really performing outstanding today. I mean, they're challenging these challenging conditions. They're facing them head on. And we're seeing some high scores, you know, for some one-way maneuvers, for some multiple combination maneuvers. And let's watch Caldan Nunez. This is going to be a good keeper score for him.
Yeah, that was a hard turn on a big wave. He needs a pretty big score, 6.21. I'm not sure he's going to get into that range, but
he does, a 6.33.
Okay, well, he got it. I was going to say he's definitely going to do better than that 4.27, but really the size of that wave and the intensity of that turn were, you know, approaching the excellent level.
So with 2 minutes, 52 seconds, a new situation. Castrillon from Spain in blue still remains our leader, 2-wave count of a 12.06. Calwan Nunez from Brazil in white now assuming second place, 2-wave score of a 10.6. Noah Hill from the United States delegated down to third, just fractions behind, 0.13, separating second and third right now. Noah needs a 5.14 to regain second. Johnny Guerrero now needs an 8.81 to go into second with 2:20 remaining.
Well, Guerrero has just disappeared. I wonder if he's even still in the lineup. Do you see him out there? Okay, as we speak, he's got a left-hander, banks it, nice turn to start with, finds a little shoulder section here. This thing's getting pretty whitewatery, so he's out on that. He's got 2 minutes left, Bo. That could be just enough time to get back out the back and get another wave. All right, looking at this replay, deep bottom turn, nice crack off the whitewatery lip right there. So unfortunately, this wave just not offering much else. It's going to be a low score, but it's going to be a lot better than that 1.80. So now he's going to need to fill in the gaps on his next wave if he can get one.
Well, first priority belongs to Noah Hill. Noah Hill is in third, requiring a 5.14 to be in the advancing spot. Otherwise, third and fourth are delegated into the Repecharge round number 2. We will have more Repecharge heats coming up tomorrow.
Well, 2 things going through my mind. Noah Hill is more than capable of getting that 5.14, but Kawa Nunez is also very capable of increasing his situation by posting something better than a 4.27. So with just a minute left, it's going to be pretty tense.
See some big sets on the outside. Some sandbars out there that are creating the outer waves. As they roll on through, they reform on the inside in the competition zone. 40 seconds remaining. Castrillon in first, Nunez in second. Hill in third, needing a 5.14. Guerrero in fourth, needing a 6.88. His last wave registered at a 3.73.
Well, somebody's lost their board. They put their hand in the air. Looks like they're going to body surf in now. That might be Nunez in white.
Possibly because he's the lone surfer without priority in the lineup.
All right, well, only 12 seconds left, so we'll see if the young American can get another wave here.
And the final seconds of this heat. And there's the sound of the horn for heat number 11. That man right there, Miguel Castrillon from Spain. Another Spaniard advancing on through, fielding a full team for 2016. And there's Team Spain. Going to be congratulating Miguel as he comes back in. What a fantastic heat for him. Started out with that 4.73, and he was patiently waiting for his next wave. And when he did it, an explosive ride of a 7.33. So unofficial results right now, Miguel Castrillon in first, Kawa Nunez in second for Brazil, Noah Hill from the United States in third, and Johnny Guerrero from Peru in fourth. And here comes Miguel.
Well, I got my little cheat sheet, Bo, so I'm going to get out there and practice my Spanish again.
There's a good wide shot of the area. Miguel Castrillon in that first place spot. Well earned, a 7.33, a 4.73, and by 0.13, Kawa Nunez outpoints Noah Hill. So the Brazilian in white outpoints the American in red. Johnny Guerrero from Peru will assume fourth place, but Noah and Johnny, we'll see them in the Repecharge round tomorrow, Repecharge round number 2. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships from the Azores. Stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
And thanks for staying with us. You're watching the 2016 ISA World Junior Surfing Championships being presented by VISSLA. We're in the Azores, just off Portugal in the Atlantic Ocean in the archipelago of 9 great islands of São Miguel, one of the 9 islands here. We're on the North Shore side, and some fantastic surfing being done by over 371 of the best junior world surfers from around the world, from 39 teams. There's Team Hawaii and some of the other teams in the athletes' tents. There's about, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's about 5, 6 big athlete tents that are stretched out through the area up on the cliffside as we are looking down at this 4 to 8 foot surf with some 10-foot sets on the outside. I'm Bo Hodge along with Lee Bartlett. And Lee, welcome back to the webcast. And here we go. Our Japanese surfer, Yuji Mori, riding in the yellow.
Grab rail, backhand, bottom turns just to make sure he makes them. That's 2 huge cracks there, so I'm thinking he's going to start off with a massive score at the beginning of the heat. He really attacked this bottom turn. Look at the size of his wave. Takes off. Little grab rail there. Snaps under the lip. Watches grab rail, bottom turn. Gets a little bit frothy. Stability. Another nice re-entry there. Little free fall back down to the face, and he ejects before he gets caught on that inside bank. And now you look at it, and it looks like a lovely fun surf that you take your granddad out in.
I don't know if I would take my granddad out in that.
Look at it. It's dry hair paddle out.
Yeah, you guys from jolly old England would do just about anything.
Well, I'm sure there'll be another set come through in a minute and mix things up. So first wave for our Japanese surfer. It's going to be a good one.
Yeah, you open up with a 1, and that last ride, Lee, a 7-4-3. Love the attack, love the aggression, love the combination of maneuvers, and the judges like that too. Here we go. Our surfer from Tahiti. This is Erwin, up and riding.
Quick up and down there for Erwin. Didn't really have any open face on that wave. He was a bit late on the takeoff, and that kind of put him behind. You can see he just struggled to get around that section. Little check turn back into the white water, so that's probably going to be a throwaway by the end of the heat. I'm thinking, and I'm hoping he's hoping. So from red there, Sebastian Williams from South Africa did well to get through that section. Up again, kicking the fins out. I like the way he kind of extended his back leg just to drift those fins. Another good score. What's this? He gets around this reform then, but I thought he was gone there. And then this is the money turn. Watch those fins. Doosh, there we go. Stays nice and low. Always collapsed on his front leg and rode out of it in perfect control.
Yeah, Sebastian Williams out of Durban. Also says in his bio, Porto Escondido. So I wonder if he's in between both places. We'll talk more about Sebastian in a minute. We're going to go back down to the beach and check in with Mike Latronic first.
All right, hey, thanks, Bo. I'm here with Miguel Castrillon. Beautiful surfing out there in difficult conditions. Miguel doesn't speak any English again, so once again, busting out the cheat sheet. ¿Cómo estuvo tu heat?
Muy bien, tuve la suerte de que me cuadró una ola buena y contento de pasar primero.
All right, I asked him how his heat was. Obviously said, I shredded, I won, I'm advancing. Okay, so next I'm going to ask how it feels to represent your country. ¿Cómo se siente representar a tu país?
Muy contento, tenemos un equipazo y a ver si tenemos suerte.
I'm pretty sure he said Spain is the best country in the entire planet, and I can't be more happy to represent them. Yeah? He knows. He really speaks English. All right, lastly, we got quiere decir algo a tu gente.
Muchas gracias a todos los que me están apoyando, todos los amigos de Cádiz. Nada, un abrazo.
Okay, so I told him to do a shout out to his friends home, and he said that he loves everybody at home, and I'm his new favorite sportscaster ever. Hey, we got the whole, a little bit of the Spanish contingent over here. Why don't we come in and do a cheer from Team Spain, hold up that proud flag. Gotta love this red and yellow. All right, back up to you boys.
Well, the budget only called for one bilingual sportscaster, and all we could afford was Mike Latronic. Yeah. Diago, who speaks about 18 languages, offered to do the interview, but no, Latronic says, I can speak fluent Spanish. I got this. It's my job, and I'm on it. And he was on it. Great job, Mikey. So we're going to get you updated on the scores, and the judges really like Sebastian Williams out of Durban, the 16-year-old, with that second ride of a 7-1-7 lead.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have got most of the scores for that first turn because he kind of got stuck in the whitewater, but he really finished strong, wafting the tail, lots of spray, under control, which is what the judges want to see. This is Jose Francisco from Ecuador dealing with that backwash. The wave just dies away. That's his first wave, but there's 13 minutes remaining, so he shouldn't be panicking yet.
Okay, these guys in the lead. A couple of 7-point rides. They're making a statement here.
Yeah, there's always a big gap opened up already. As soon as these guys drop a semi-decent backup score, things are going to be very hard for Erwin from Tahiti. Here we go. Tahitian straight up. That thought he was going to pull in, but you can see the wave didn't really open up. He gets out, so he doesn't get washed too far in, has to deal with that backwash.
Yeah, 1.5 on his opening ride. He's going to get something similar or less on the second one. Yeah, there it is, a 0.93 for our Tahitian Erwin in blue. He's still in third place, needing a 6.35. So the situation, Yuji Mori out of Japan, the 15-year-old, doing well with a low of a 1, but a high of a 7.43. So you know he wants to drop that backup score, because that backup score at the end could be make or break from advancing. And here we go in red, Sebastian Williams. Nice forehand smash, but going down on the rail, and he'll be regrouping and looking for something better.
You know, I really like his style. He's got a lot of flair in his maneuvers, and he's another one of these surfers that hasn't got a lot of upper body movement. It's all down in the fins and in the feet on the board, and he looks really light and quick as well. So it'd be nice to see a wave where he gets to open up on a couple of turns, but he's going to make his way out back. He's going to take the lead. He gets a 1.3 and overtakes. Here we go. Just watch his turn. I love the whip. Very low arm movement, and then cracks it, just digs that nose and goes down.
Well, talking about Sebastian earlier, and he is from Durban, and ranked number 7 on the WSL Junior Series this past winter season down in South Africa. Had a first place at the Quicksilver J-Bay Junior in the under-16s. Placed 5th at the Van Surf Pro Classic at Lamberts Bay, and a 9th showing at Bellado at the junior event. And love the aggression there from Yuji Mori.
Yeah, he's got a lot of spring in his step, and I think he gets a 4.0 for that one.
He does get a 4.0, so he throws away the 1.
Yeah.
He regroups. Now he's got a good solid backup score. When you have double digits for your total, heading in halfway through the heat, you're doing a good job. Now he can start working on that base and improving it.
Yeah, he's taking the lead back. Sebastian there just took the lead with that 1.3. He had 2 scores. Here we go. Look at the size of this wave. Hoping that was just going to stand up and keg, but he had to pull through the back.
Our Tahitian, you know, he rides a lot of left-hand barrels. He was tube seeking right there. He was in position, but the wave just wasn't performing to what he wanted.
No, I thought on takeoff if we do get a replay of that, but we're going to stay with Yuji there. He doesn't want any part of that inside right-hander. Yeah, the surfer in blue there, Erwin, it looked like he might just do the classic stand-up, put the arms out, just get spat out. But unfortunately, this backwash does make things a little tricky. The wave kind of breathes up and down. On screen, it doesn't look too bad, but when you actually go outside and have a look, you can kind of hear the rawness in the swell.
What do you think? He's going to do an AI here?
Yeah, well, I thought if he'd got a nice barrel, we've already heard somebody's done that down on our podium too. They got a nice barrel, came out and did the AI, so.
Yeah, there's been many guys getting barrels down on that second podium side.
Yeah, I know.
I've been hearing rumors about tomorrow with the big swell that, you know, they may just go to one podium, and they're debating whether to use podium 2 or podium 1. So that's just the rumor. I'm not confirming anything. But another rumor I heard was we're going to stop at heat number 14. We're scheduled in the morning to go all the way through this round to heat number 18. So the word now is that we could be stopping at heat number 14. Heat number 12 is in the water, so that means 2 more heats after this. And we'll confirm that rumor. And there's another rumor that Lee Bartlett is going to buy the whole production staff dinner tonight.
Right, I can definitely quash that rumor right now.
Okay.
When you say the whole production team, you're talking about us, right?
I'm talking all 4 trailers here.
I mean, the ISA will pay me a damn load of money, but I give it all to charity.
Okay,
I give it all to charity, so
I
they'll lose out.
I'm telling the guys inside the big room.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Okay. Hey, we got some more messages here.
Yeah, good luck, Susan and Liam Murray. What's up, guys? How you doing? Back home in England. Good luck to Kit Ennis surfing in the under-16 heat. Go Kit.
Well, she'll get to surf over on the other side in heat number 14. If we stop at heat number 14, we see Angela from Spain. She was very happy with the results from the last heat. We see Bibi from Uruguay cheering in, people from Argentina, people from Portugal watching locally, people from Peru. Hey, chime in. We'd love to read your questions and answers. And we got Kira from the United States. Great job on the announcer side. Go Team USA, win another gold medal.
Yeah, surfing name to boot. Look at White there, just diving for survival for Jose Francisco from Ecuador.
And where that wave was breaking, possibly broken board, possibly broken leash right there. So taking the chances there. He's got his board in one piece, and the leash is intact.
And he's going to get another one on the head as well.
Yeah, he's going to dive down. Sometimes when you don't have momentum, it's hard to duck dive.
Yeah, and that's these young lads, they might be surfing slightly bigger boards. These could be their step-up boards, so you've got that extra foam. And we've seen, I'd be able to throw in my board. Sometimes you want to get away from it as far as possible. You know, once you duck dive, if it's in your hands and it gets ripped out of your hands, it's always very close and you don't know where it is underwater.
And I've talked to a couple of surfers today. When they've been duck diving, they've been bouncing off fellow competitors underneath the water.
Yeah, and also get pinned to the sand. And once you get pinned to the sand, it's very hard. Anyone who has ever dropped something on the floor that's very flat, you try picking it up, it's almost impossible. You try that with a surfboard underneath the water, and you're down there for ages, holding on, holding your breath.
Surfer in blue from Tahiti holding down first priority. He's got a couple of one-point rides right now. In third place, needing a 6.98 to go to second. There he is. That's Irwin. Taking a look at that wave, and it seems like every wave he's taken off on has been barreling, tubing, but not an exit point for him.
Yeah, it's been a shame. I mean, the superior wave selection has been Sebastian and Yuji so far, but there's still 6.5 minutes. The time is sweeping away from us, but he's not totally out of it, although he does need, well, the highest, second highest scoring wave in this heat was in there, 6.98. So we've already got a pair of sevens from two of our surfers, so it's not out of his reach.
And don't forget, we haven't forgot about Jose Francisco Coelho. He's registered a 1.1. He needs a tall order of a 7.38 also with 6 minutes remaining.
Yeah, our surfer from Ecuador in white, that was the young guy we saw diving under those waves. Hopefully he's got out past that impact zone now. It's kind of calmed down. Yep, he's out the back because he's got fourth priority, so that's a good sign.
So the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships being presented by VISSLA. We're being supported by the Azor Tourism Association and the Portuguese Institute of Sport, along with Azor Airlines and Sumal, our media partners, as we watch Sebastian Williams surf, is Surfline, the official forecaster, Surfos Magazine, Passion Extrema, Surfers Village, Waves, Zigzag Magazine, and Media Luso. And what happened to Seabass there?
Wow, yeah, Seabass indeed. Sebastian, he took off on that wave. It looked like he was trying to get a turn off. Then he grabbed his rail. It looked like he wanted to get out of that wave, and then he just ran out of time on both things, and he almost kind of went over the handlebars, almost like a head-on collision. And we do have a shout from Janito from South Africa, who wants to wish Sebastian W all the best of luck and hope he comes home with a win.
Well, you know, you don't need to win every heat to advance as long as you're in the top 50%.
Yep.
And right now, he's in the advancing spot, along with this young Japanese surfer, the 16-year-old Yuji Mori from Japan.
He just lost his second priority there. He drops to third as we're still waiting for our surfer in red to get out back. So currently surfer in blue with first priority. Jose from Ecuador. He's in second, but he needs a big score. And that last wave of surfer in red was just a throwaway, but I think it might have put him in trouble. He might be stuck on the inside.
Here's White taking a look here. He'll keep second priority. Judges will have to deem whether that was a stroke into a wave. I felt it was not. He was kind of looking, you know, when they really start going hard.
Yeah.
That's going for a wave. When he just kind of 1-2 peering over, that's just positioning.
Yeah, I think once you put your head down and you do those couple last two like power strokes, that's when the judges know, or the, you know, our priority judge knows that you've made a conscious effort to try and catch that wave. Here we go, surfer in red. He's back out back. Sebastian goes to his forehand. Nothing happening, so he kicks straight out.
Yeah, he had fourth priority, had nothing to lose. If that wave opened up, he was in position.
Yeah, he had a quick look, and he's very quick. I do like the young guy's style, even though he's a natural foot.
See Surfer in white, Surfer in blue. There's red. Sebastian paddling back out. 3 minutes, 25 seconds remaining. The VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. The best juniors from around the world have convened into the Azores this year. Last year, we were in Oceanside, California. Team USA won. And the year before in Ecuador, where Jose Francisco is from. And Team Hawaii won the team event in Ecuador in Salinas in that year.
We're scanning the lineup from our camera, which is basically just next to the beach marshal up here on our tower. And that wave kind of closing out. It's pretty much been a two-horse race, and there's really only been 2 solid scores. And yet our young Japanese did have that one backup wave where he did a nice big off the top kind of floater, and he gets a 4 for that. And now our Tahitian's been very quiet. His wave selection hasn't been the best, but it is very tricky out there. There we go. Nice, powerful backhand re-entry. Now he's got to deal with this. He's hanging on. There he goes, and he's off. So, again, that's going to be deemed incomplete. Started out well. He dealt with that froth, eyes the lip, cracks it, lots of spray. And then we get into this very unpredictable whitewater situation.
Yeah, it feels like one person's tugging on your right foot left side, and someone's tugging on your left foot on the right side. Someone's trying to shake you off.
Yeah, anyone who's ever been on an Indo board, imagine doing that and then someone throwing a bucket of water in your face as well.
Yeah, there you go. 2 minutes remaining in the heat. Our Tahitian will not be able to get the required score that he's looking for. And here's another angle of it.
So we see this first turn, it's a nice turn, and then it's just where the 2 waves come together, and he just kind of disappears. Looks like our surfer in white, Jose, as we see a massive set out the back. We still have our water patrol out there. You can see it just at the top of the screen. And these guys are kind of surfing the inside, and it's this size, especially if you're a young Japanese surfer. Nice re-entry, but that would have been a good score, I think. But he's in the lead, so he's doing everything right so far.
Yeah, Yuji Mori doing a fantastic job out here in this heat, dominating with a 7.43 and a 4.0 backup. And here come the bombs from the outside. 1 minute, 19 seconds remaining. And Sebastian better look towards the horizon instead of looking towards his mates on the beach.
And who was that just sneaking through behind him? Was that Yuri?
I think that was Yuji.
Yeah. And 2 surfers, you can see, oh no, just not happy with himself, smashing himself in the head with frustration.
Oh man, he was in 3 potential barrel riding waves.
Yeah, maybe why he's not completely happy, but he's had a really tough heat.
Yeah.
We keep harping on and we keep repeating that these conditions are ultra tricky with the size of the swell and the backwash and the rips. And although there's hardly any wind out there, I mean, as if these guys need anything else to contend with.
35 seconds remaining. Here comes Erwin from Tahiti. He's going to call it a heat. But you know what? He's not out of the competition. He may have been delegated to the repechage rounds, but a majority of our gold medalists in ISA history have come through the repechage rounds.
Yeah, I mean, as long as he gets through that round, he'll be back in the main event again as if nothing ever happened.
So a 1.17 register for Jose out of Ecuador. He'll still have 4th place. And here are the final seconds. Heat number 12, round number 2 of the main event for the boys under 16. And there's the horn. But I tell you, it was an exciting heat, especially when we had the 7-point rise, because they came back-to-back between Yuji and Sebastian.
Nice air reverse there by Sebastian on that wave. Unfortunately went after the hooter, but he's through anyway into the next round. And there's your official results as we wrap up heat number 12.
Our official results for heat number 12, main round number 2, Yuji Mori in first from Japan, Sebastian Williams from South Africa in second, advancing to main round number 3. Erwin out of Tahiti takes third, and Jose Francisco from Ecuador in 4th place. Stick around, more exciting action. You're watching the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships live from the Azores. We've got heat number 13 and 14 coming up next. Stay tuned.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Welcome back. Here we are with the heat number 13, round number 2 of the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships 2016 from the lovely Azores in Portugal. And my Portuguese counterpart, Diogo, has just joined me for these amazingly testing conditions, Diogo.
Absolutely, and I saw that last heat. That was a tough one for sure. Now in the water in red, we have Mathis Crozon from France, from Spain in white, Yael Peña in yellow, from Costa Rica, Tica Pura Vida, Malachi Martinez, and from Mexico in blue, Rigoberto Avianeda. Those are the 4 boys surfing up next. So rumor has it that heat 14 is going to be the last of the day.
I believe so.
So it's going to be an interesting finish of a day today with heat 14. This is heat 13. We already have one wave for Martinez, and now up and riding that's Yael Pena from Spain.
Yael, nice off the top there, a bit of a frothy wave. He's flying down the line. Watch this thing, what can he finish with? Another nice top turn. So only a 1.5 on the scoreline for anyone so far, and a huge closeout re-entry. He's going to be happy with that. That's going to go up. Well, let's see this replay. Delays that bottom turn. Nice off the top there. The wave just flattens out. He deals with it really well. Second little check turn, but this is the money turn coming up. He's got one more chance after this one. Guy even got another turn in. Crack. There we go. So I'm expecting that anything above a 6 for that first wave of white will be a bonus for the young man.
Yael Pena couldn't have asked for much more to start things off. With 17 minutes to go, gets one of the best waves of the day so far. I'm waiting for scores still. That was very well surfed. It might not go into the excellent range, but it sure was well surfed by the young Spanish surfer.
Yeah, we saw a couple of waves in our previous heat up into the 7s. And there you go, judges. Nice easy score to start the heat.
Typical 6-point ride for Yael Pena. I was hoping for a bit more, but it's going to be fun.
So it looks like 14 is the last heat. Just been told there by our head honcho as far as commentating goes, which was Bo.
Yes, Bo Hodges. Thank you so much, Bo, for your work. As I'm about to go through Yael Pena's bio, coming in La Candelaria as having...
Whoa! He got stuck on that one. He dove for survival. It'll be nice to see the replay. Who was that? Was that Malachi?
Yeah, that's Malachi Martinez from Costa Rica. I was about to say that Yael Peña's favorite race is La Candelaria, but watch a replay of Malachi.
Okay, what happened there? He snapped under the lip, he sat on his board, and then he just free falls like a dive, like an Acapulco swan dive into the flat water. Hopefully, he looked like he was okay. He had his board round quick, so there was no damage to his board or the young man. Take me in! That was one of those ones where it starts off really good, a nice snap, then he collapsed his weight onto his back foot, which stalled him, and then that wave just doubled up and spat him out.
Kind of got stuck in there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he's taken a little kick in. He looks fine, and now this is the problem. Yael had a really nice long wave, and now he's paying the price, having to paddle out through this.
And now Red's up and riding. That's a Mathis Crozon. What a drop.
That nice air drop there. Apparently, Mathis got an amazing barrel on podium 2 on a left. Now we see him on his backhand. Got one quick turn in. There's a nice open face turn. Just now cruising through to the inside. Is he going to get anything to finish with? Another re-entry there. So nice wave there for Mathis. Really tricky takeoff on that one. It looks like he hit backwash in midair.
Mathis Crozon coming from Reunion Island, but competing for France. That was a heavy drop.
That was good. I really like the way he held on to his feet. Sometimes when you drop like that, your feet shift positions on your board, and then you're all out of sorts. But he gained himself really well. Nice off the top there, slashing off the top. Bit of a bobble there. Follows up with a Rio on the inside. And the judges not totally convinced. Unfortunately, you don't get scored for making drops. And a quick up and down there for our Mexican surfer in blue.
Mathis Crozon coming from Royan and having Saint Loup as his favorite island, as his favorite wave, one of the best waves in the world for sure, in a Reunion Island. he has some good sponsors on him. Loves to play golf and rugby, and has been surfing for the last 9 years.
Well, I've just got a message now for Malachi Martinez, all the way from Costa Rica. Lilani and Forrest, go little brother. So they'll be watching.
Brothercito.
He was fine. I bet you were holding your breath when he took that wipe out on his last wave, but looks like he's made it out back. And now on the inside, that looks like our surfer in blue. Our Mexican surfer is caught, but further out the back. Here we go. Surfer in yellow, Malachi. See if he's brushed off that wipe out with the last wave. Very similar looking wave.
And similar.
Same thing as well. What happened on that one? It looked like he lost his fins maybe. He had a little bit of foam on the face of that wave and he kind of lost his fins and then his back foot slipped. See if we can see what happens here. Nice setup. Deep bottom turn. There we go. No, I can't understand. Maybe a bit of backwash, but his board, it looked like it stopped and he just went flying over the front of it.
And a perfect moment to go out because there's no wave in the horizon. We're going straight to an interview with last heat's winner. That's Yuji Mori from Japan, Bo.
That's right. We got Yuji Mori from Japan. I'm going to keep this short and simple. His English is very, very small. And so we're going to talk about first the big waves. All right, the challenging conditions. You can speak in English and Japanese if you want. Talk about the conditions and the surf out in your heat.
Yeah, so stoked to make round 2. And that wave was a little bit bumpy, but pretty fun.
Yeah, your 7-point ride. That was a very challenging wave. Sebastian also caught a 7-point ride at the same time. Talk about that good wave you had in the heat.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, it was a fun wave for him. All right, Yuri, I want you to talk about everybody back home supporting you. Ichiban, they want you to win the gold medal.
この調子を保って今自分のできるベストを尽くします。金メダル取って帰ります。待っててください。
Thank you very much. Smart man, knows how to talk in the surf, but I liked his English anyway. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Yuji, and thank you, Bo. And showing us his sponsors and good on him. It's always good to see a young surfer like himself being well supported and well sponsored by some good brands out there, like VISSLA, who's giving away wetsuits, 7 Seas wetsuits. Go on a VISSLA website or isaworlds.com. You have the tab with win there, and you can win a VISSLA ISA wetsuit. Every day we give one of those, and hopefully next time you at home watching us at this right moment will be the winner.
Oh, we've given away 2 already.
We have.
To 2 lucky winners, and like you said, Diogo, all they had to do was just fill in their email, put the country, and click send, and that's it, and they're in the draw. Okay, action, here we go. Malachi's had 2 big lefts just like this. Grab rail, that's much better. That was like Clay Marzo-esque on that one. Deep bottom turn, cracks it, fins out the back, and he fell again. But it was a solid first turn, so it's going to be his best wave. He's currently in 3rd. He doesn't need much. I'm pretty sure he's going to get a nice little boost of points for that first wave. If he had made that, he would have been up there around the 6 range, maybe slightly more.
First priority now with still with white, Yael Pena from Spain. Very happy to be in the lead, I'm sure, as Team Spain keeps on supporting their team members in the water. Of course, we were not seeing them there, but I'm sure they are close to Yael, supporting him. I remember first time I saw Yael, just a young surf-stoked Grom some years back, and I'm glad to see him compete at this level, and hopefully in the coming years in some other ISA contests.
Yeah, I mean, the reason you're not seeing anybody stand on the water's edge is because the swell now is so big, it's washing up over the top of that bank. There's been a few towels washed down the beach. I saw some teams earlier on losing their towel and the flag, but they got it back. Here's Mathis. Well, he's going to lose priority. Second priority has now disappeared from Mathis. Now he's in 3rd because Malachi's last wave for that one grab rail cutback gets 4.17, so he's now challenging for the lead.
And talking about all these surfers, because we have seen some repechage rounds today. Some teams have suffered their first losses today. How does a team deal with a team member loss in the contest?
Well, I mean, you have to give them space. I think that's the first thing you have to do. Like, everybody takes losing slightly different. So once you've lost, you feel disappointed as it is. You don't need a load of people around you kind of mollycoddling you, going, oh, never mind, blah. You don't. You get your headspace. I lost. I did my best. It wasn't enough. Put it behind you. You've still got teammates in the contest. You need to go and back them up. You need to make sure that you're there on the beach with a spare board or a spare leash or some wax or sunscreen, waving that flag. If they're doing a run around, grab their board and help them that way. So, and that was a really good wave there for Mathis from France. He's going to jump up into the lead. I'm pretty sure. Let's see what he does on this first turn. Gets around that section. There, nice clean snap off the top. Really gets around there. Well, there's only one turn, but it was a solid turn. A 3.83. I think that's now going to be his backup, and this wave will be his best.
And I'm certainly waiting and hoping for such a score for Matisse. It's a 5-point ride, so Matisse jumps in the lead. Yael Penne now second, needing a 2.84 to go first. Yellow third and blue fourth. I always like what Portugal's national coach says about someone in the team losing, which is for every team member we lose, it's one more supporter right by the team in the beach.
Yeah, exactly. When I used to compete, we were paired up before the contest started. So, whoa, Malachi there, I tell you what, he likes going left and he's not scared of them. Going back to my point though, yeah, when you got knocked out, when I used to compete in team events, I would then pair up with someone and I'd be their buddy. If they wanted water, I'd get them water. If they wanted to chill out, I'd leave them alone. You know, the best thing you do is back them up the best way. Now watch this drop from our surfer in yellow.
What a nice looking ledge.
Whoa, just free fell. Couldn't get out on the open face and just staying nice and low so he doesn't get knocked off. So Malachi, he's had at least 3 left-handers like that, and he's got hammered on. He's had 4 left-handers like that, and he's got hammered on 2 of them. He's made one, and he got away with that one as well.
If criteria was commitment alone, he would be winning by a mile.
Yeah, he'd have the other 3 surfers comboed. But here we go. This is our Mexican there. He gets one solid turn off before this wave just closes out and engulfs him. Good sized wave on his backhand. He grabs that rail quickly for a bottom turn again, snaps off the lip, and then just hits the eject button before that wave smashes him into 2 pieces.
And by the way, some big news coming from the contest director. We're going to wrap it up today by heat 14, and tomorrow, due to the heavy conditions we are expecting due to the big waves, we're going to do podium 1 only, which means all action that's going to take place will be webcasted, and it's going to be a boys only kind of day with boys under 18 and boys under 16. Boys under 18 will surf the main round 2. We're going to wrap up this round tomorrow morning. Then it's going to be boys under 16 for 4 heats, and then we're going to repechage with boys under 18 and boys under 16, both second rounds of the repechage. Was it clear?
Yeah, and I think that's a good call from the head judge, contest director, and everyone else involved in making these kind of decisions. It is really tricky out there. It is dangerous. You know, we've seen a few people injured throughout the day. Get it down to 1 heat. The girls, amazing surfers as they are, you know, we don't want to put them in any more danger. There's some of these girls, you know, 10, 12 years old, and we've got safety patrol out there for these guys as well. So it's looking really good at the end of the week as far as the forecast goes. After the peak of the swell tomorrow, the waves should calm down. We get lighter winds. They start turning more offshore. So I think tomorrow it's going to be a hard slog for our young gentlemen. And that's really going to split them up, you know, the guys that know what they're doing and the guys who this is maybe their first or their second ISA World Games. But it's going to be an interesting day, and it's going to be one that we're going to cover. And these people that haven't seen their surfers that have been on podium 2, don't forget, you can go on YouTube and you can find the days. They're in Spanish and in English, and you can watch the whole day from start to finish. even back to day one when we had the opening ceremony as well. So if you haven't seen your family member, your friend surf, it is on YouTube, along with all the interviews that we've done over here on Podium 1.
For sure. If he surfed in Podium 1, he'll be there.
Yep.
And now replay of the second wave of Yael, and an important wave for the Spanish surfer.
Nice re-entry there. Hooks it back up under the lip. That's his second wave, as you're saying. And, you know, he's been very patient. He's still in second place with this score to drop in.
I tell you what, Malachi third needed only a 1.84 to replace him as a second place surfer. So Yael with this score is going to widen the gap, and he's going to jump to the lead. So that was a very important wave. Yael really needed that backup score.
Yeah, Malachi, his requirement is going to go from a 1.84
to 4.67.
Yeah, there you go. That's the gap now. So he needs a very similar wave to his, which wave was it? His fourth wave, that one where he did that grab rail cutback. Something around that. It needs to be better than that, actually, because he wants to get in second place. But again, if our French surfer gets rid of his 3.83, the requirements will go up even more.
Yael Peña 4.03 on his last wave. So Team Spain celebrate because your boy is in the lead now. Blue up and riding. That's Avianeda from Mexico. Backhand turn right there. Unfortunately coming in stuck with all that backwash.
Yeah, the backwash going off into the channel. Hopefully we'll see this in a replay again. Opened up really well on his backhand. He's just had a bit of a hard time. His best wave so far is a 2.67 as he makes his way out the back. Let's see what happened here. One of the smaller inside waves. Little bobble and take off there. Again, not a lot of open face, and now up for a backside floater, and his board kind of bounced in that whitewash, backwash sort of area.
1 minute to go. Brad is in the lead. No, sorry, White is in the lead, but first priority is with Brad. Team Spain, Team France. For now, it looks like your team is winning against a Central American team. And 1 minute to go. Now yellow up and riding. That's Malachi Martinez, and what a nice looking wave it might be for him.
Well, it feels like the wind's picked up. He's stalling for the barrel there. Doesn't quite get it, and he only gets that first turn. So you could see as he took off, there's a slight ruffle on the face of the wave. He's trying to set this up. If it's offshore, he maybe could have got bowed. A nice little check snap there, and then he's just dragging that back arm. Couldn't quite get in there. It's going to be a throwaway for him, and he kicks out.
And Malachi Martinez probably has Carlos Munoz as his idol, one of the best surfers ever from Costa Rica, trying to qualify for the Pro Tour. And Red and White are alone in the lineup at the moment, and the clock is ticking down. Last few seconds in the heat, as we see all teams right there. Up next, going to be one more heat with a Japanese surfer. That's why you see Japanese team right there, and the horn's going to sound. Well, not yet, but the heat is over, I tell you that.
Yeah, it says time is up on our screen. There we go.
There we go. There's the horn. And that's one last wave for Red. So, interesting heat, heavily affected by the conditions.
Yeah, you can see the wind has picked up now. Normally the other way around, it's normally a bit stronger through the day and it drops off through the evening, but very changeable weather here over in the Azores, so we kind of take what we're given. You can see the flags there blowing quite hard on shore, so the wind only just kicking up in the last few minutes of this heat.
Absolutely, wind is here to stay, which means that it definitely was a good call to stop by Heat 14. Now, official results of Heat 13 with Yael Peña and Matisse Corazon making it to the next round. Round 2 of the main event of boys under 16 division, sorry. This is the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, straight from the Azores Islands of Portugal. We are very excited to be here, very excited by the action that is to come, and soon we're going to hear from Yael Peña in the interview zone, and we welcome Mike Letronic to the booth. Stay with us, we will be right back with the call.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the last heat of the day here at the 2016 VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship, live from Praia do Monte Verde on the wave-rich island of São Miguel in the Azores. In the water is Heat 14 featuring Yuji Nishi from Japan, Jose Mayer from Chile, Wyatt McHale from Hawaii, and Kit Innes from Great Britain in round 2 of boys under 16 division. This world championship, is presented by VISSLA, supported by the Azores Tourism, Portuguese Institute of Sport, Azores Airlines, Sumol, Ribeira Grande Municipality, Kia, and Portuguese Surfing Federation. My name is Diogo Alpendrelong. Mike Lutronic. Mike, welcome to the booth. And I want to hear what's your take on the decision for tomorrow to hold just one podium.
Well, I think it's a good idea. I imagine that with this type of beach break and the two podium situation they have right now, that it's just going to be a wash of one podium, and that other podium down there seems to work a lot better when the waves are smaller. So number one, they can focus on the athletes and ensure their safety better. And number two, there's going to be no mess ups when it comes to surfers either getting washed through or surfing through the other podium areas.
So with the big waves expected tomorrow, we might be using two jet skis, two water patrols, just to be extra cautious and extra safe towards the surfers in the water. And it's going to be a very exciting day tomorrow. But for now, we're going to wrap up today with this one heat. Yuji Nishi is in second place. He already has one wave scored as a 1-point ride. But Wyatt McHale from Hawaii has a 4-point ride.
Yeah, Wyatt McHale's got himself a 4.0. That wave came during the break. Here is White.
Okay.
This is Jose Mayer. I've been told to pronounce it Jose Mayer. My Spanish is definitely a work in progress. So
definitely
please
improving by the day.
excuse me if I butcher any names or say the wrong thing on accident, but I'm going to make a concerted effort.
Wyatt McHale, hailing from the north shore of Oahu, has Pipeline as his favorite wave, and he was once Open Boys national champion. He's 13. Oh, actually, he's surfing since for the last 13 years and has no other hobbies besides surfing.
Well, you know, a lot of kids in Hawaii, especially on the North Shore, pretty much have surfing on the brain. And but Wyatt's a good kid. He's really well behaved. He comes from a solid family. My boy takes jiu-jitsu. Well, talk about solid first. Yuji Nishi doing a solid backside slam on that wave. Let's take another look at that. Drops into a fairly sizable left. Times it well. Cracks it. Manages to hang on, and really beautifully done there. Well, I should actually say it wasn't pretty, but beautiful job of hanging on. So definitely radical.
14 minutes to go. Jose Mayer from Chile on our screens right now. Just 1-point ride for him. As we see Team Chile supporting their countryman alongside Team Japan and Team Hawaii right there as a huge set starts breaking out the back. Hopefully all these four surfers will make it past that.
Yeah, still plenty of surf out there, and is likely to be just a giant washing machine tomorrow. We have to plan to run this, but if it gets too big, we may have a down day. So event organizer are going to have to plan for that. Meanwhile, hold yourself down. Plan for this next score. Diogo, tell us what we got.
Yuji Nichi with that backside float off the top, something he did that was very pragmatic. Got a 777. That was all the score there, and the points there come from the commitment that Yuji put on that turn.
Yeah, really radical approach and a big wave. So judges rewarding that. And here we go. Blue, Kit Ains, not able to come out of that. Not even a bottom turn on that wave. So really small scores coming for that one. Meanwhile, here is Nishi, was not able to get back out, opts to run down the beach. There's a kind of a high tide hole off to the left of the screen, and you know, if you time it right, you can get out pretty quick over there.
He looked tired there, and there was team manager from Japan just giving him some support. Look at that beautiful picture. Everyone's running, and this is Kit Ains on his second wave.
Yeah, well, much better effort there. Kit Ains doing a little slash and then a bank in the closeout. Maybe he had a previous turn. Crew's been pretty good with the replays, but the score coming in rather small. Not sure if he had a turn on the outside. There's that first wipeout he had. We're gonna look for the left he just had.
And this is the foreride of yellow, I believe.
All right, well, this is Wyatt McHale in the yellow. Does bank off the top right there. He is jumping off. So that was his first wave, the 4-point ride for the young Hawaiian. And he is now back in the lineup, I believe. If we could get a wide shot of the lineup again. Meanwhile, Jose Mayer is making his way back. I noticed the way you sort of catapult the Y into the ER. So if you go Mayer, it's harder to do if you go Mayer. Then you got you free up your tongue to get the roll.
And you get the pronunciation right.
Apparently. Going to work on that. All right, looks like yellow Wyatt McHale's paddling into this one. He's got it. He's got a late drop on his hand. Let's see if he can get around this section. Kind of bobbles. Maybe some contest jitters right there, but he's going to shake it off. Get right back out there.
And that was a back somersault for Wyatt McHale, 0.9 for him. And tell me about Wyatt. Do you see him surf often?
I see him once in a while surfing VLAN, yeah. You know, he's a strong competitor. He's definitely out there in the Hawaii amateur ranks. As you mentioned, he won the nationals in the boys division. And yeah, I've often seen him and his dad. They're avid jiu-jitsu practitioners. My son used to take a class, and even his sister was there. So very, very athletic family. And I'm sure Dad is on the beach. He's traveling with Team Hawaii, and I can bet you he is biting his nails right now. Well, maybe not biting his nails. That's figuratively. He's there, and he's doing his best to keep calm.
And this is Wyatt McHale up and riding.
Yeah, well, Wyatt just a little bit off there. Seemed like his tail drifted when he was going to do his bottom turn. So you can see a little frustration there. He's going to reset, but yeah, just potentially check your fins. You know, sometimes, I mean, that's one of the great things about modern day surfing is all the new different options you have with changing out your fins. You know, you can travel now. You may not need 4 boards on a surf trip, maybe just 2 or 3 with a couple of sets of fins. I've even seen, I think maybe it was FCS or one of the companies had a changeable tail where they made a surfboard, and you could just with the same system that you use to tighten up the fins, you can put a round tail on, you can put a swallow tail on, you can put you know, a diamond tail on. You got
that's crazy.
These different options. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I had never heard of it. And while we're talking about Wyatt's dad being at the beach, yeah, we'll go right back to that. First, we're going to interview Yael Peña, who won last heat, and I believe he's right there by the beach with Iñaki. Isn't that so?
Okay, I'm Inigo, not Iñaki, but it's okay.
Inigo, sorry.
All good. So here we are with Yael Peña, winner of the last hit. It was a tough battle, also with the ocean. Tell us about.
The conditions are really hard, but I got like 2 good waves, and that's it.
We could see like fighting against those big masses of water. How are you feeling there?
So hard to paddle out, but if you get like no set, sometimes you can get like really easy.
Okay, good job. So now tell us about what was your like choice about like according to the boards. Did you choose something bigger?
Like a little bit bigger, but more thin than my normal board. Goes really good with that conditions.
Okay, good performance here with Yael Peña. All the Spanish team supporting the guy. So now it's time for you to say hi to all the people at home.
Nada, muchas gracias a todos y nos vemos pronto.
Super stoked, this guy, all the team here, like cheering up. Let's go. Team Spain, back to the booth, guys.
Thank you, Inigo. Sorry for that mispronunciation of your name. And say hi to our good friend Mikel. And back to the action in the water. Jose Mayer with a 3.93 jumps to second place. And Wyatt with a 1.27 and needing a 1.94 to go second. And fourth, it's Kit Ines needing a 2.31 with under 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, here's a priority situation. Blue has priority, opts not to go. Too late to take the drop. Wyatt McHale is going to benefit from this. Gets a one little open face turn, then does a better little slash there on the end. So important ride for McHale. Definitely going to throw away that 1.27. Yeah, looking at that again, you can see Blue had to duck dive. Wasn't able or game to take that late drop. And McHale is just kind of looking like almost a little bit of a safety turn, but he wanted to make sure and get a completion.
Absolutely. Wyatt McHale aiming for a good score, and he got an average score of 4.07. It's enough to be his best wave so far and jumps him to second place. Now Jose Mayer is third, needing a 4.15 to go second, and a 4.45 to go second is what Kit Ines needs with under 6 minutes to go. And once again, I remind everyone at home that this will be the last heat of the day, and we will back tomorrow with only one podium. And first thing in the water tomorrow will be the remaining 2 heats of this round. Main second round with boys under 18.
All right, well, here goes Kit Ines. Big front side off the lip. Quality turn right there. Smaller wave, but really, really opened up on that turn. He only needed a 4.45. Gets around this section, hits it square, throws some spray. So good surfing there from the young surfer from UK.
Kit Ines, coming from Barnstaple, has trestles as his favorite wave and is the English national champion of the juniors 2016. So we have a exciting surfer here with us who likes cars and skateboarding. That's Team Britain right there, and some good circus action going on with the flag bearer. And there's scores dropping and important wave for Kit with under 5 minutes to go, Mike.
Yeah, there it is. A 4.93 jettisons him into second place. Yuji Nishi still holding on to first, basically with one really, really good wave. So we've yet to see the Japanese surfer lock in a backup score, which could be important here in the last 4 minutes.
And there we saw just a minute ago Team Hawaii supporting Wyatt. Team Hawaii that I know of has one of the few surfers that were on the CT that are at the moment in Azores in the name of Kekua Bacalso, also known as Bam Bam.
Yeah, Bam Bam's just such a classic human being, and what a surfer. He had a brief stint, a couple years on the WSL tour. I think it was the ASP tour when he did it, but you know, what a fantastic surfer. Such a solid frame, really a lot of power, but it always used to amaze me how Bam would light up in small waves.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully he's giving some of that experience and sharing some of the experience he had with Hawaiian team members here in the Azores, as we see once again how green this island gets to be. It does rain quite a bit here, but it makes everything so green. This is the true Greenland.
Well, yeah, beautiful coastline you guys have here in the Azores. Once again, super happy this country has opened up its arms and invited the world to come surfing in this fabulous land.
Under 3 minutes to go. First priority is with red, but this is white. Mayer trying to get something more than a 2. He needs a 4.64, and Mike to go to second.
Yeah, well, he is dealing with some serious backwash. Great job of holding on. Got his board up in the lip. He's going to improve his situation just slightly with a 2.47.
So he still needs a 4.64 to go second. For now, Kate Eames is in second place over Hawaii, and that's a bit unexpected if you take in consideration how deep the surfing history is in Hawaii comparing to UK. But here we don't look at names, we don't look at countries, we just look at scores. And for now, Kate Eames has the better ones comparing to Wyatt.
Yeah, we've seen some great performances from the UK surfers and a lot of different countries here. I mean, you know, it's like the great Italian race car drivers would say. You ever seen Gumball Rally?
I have not.
Well, the Italian race car driver, he rips off the rear view mirror and says, "What is behind me doesn't matter." And that's a little different application, but essentially, hey, yeah, yesterday's result doesn't matter when the horn blows off.
And this is red up and riding, Mike.
Yeah, big wave for the Japanese surfer. Look away, look away. This wipeout is too harsh to look at. Yeah, just beautiful drop right here. Does this nice, clean, open face turn. Sort of a mid-face cutback. It's not going to score that heavily, but it's a larger wave, so it's definitely going to help his cause and throw away that 1.0. This looks like the end of a ride for Wyatt McHale. A very, very key ride, perhaps, with only 45 seconds left. He needed a 4.5. And here it is. Takes the drop, comes down, nice snap off the top. Unfortunately, just one move. Yeah, he's going to be hoping that was a good enough maneuver. It was a pretty crisp turn.
Wyatt McHale needing a 4.5 to go to second. Last of Red comes out as a 3.6. That's now his backup. There's a bit of a gap between him and Kit Inns now. And Wyatt, his wave just short of what he needed. He needed a 4.8, got a 4.3, and he's up and riding once again.
Well, he gets another chance, but this wave just may not have the scoring potential. We'll see if he gets a double up on the inside. I'd have to say there goes another Team Hawaii surfer relegated to the rep charge.
And that's all she wrote for this heat. Let's watch the replay of this last one wave of Wyatt McHale. That was a 2.47, so not enough for the young Hawaiian. And Mike, hopefully we'll see some better performances from Wyatt and Jose Mayer tomorrow in the report charge rounds. Good to see that our surfer in yellow is sponsored by De Blanc, who's giving away sunglasses for best heat total of the day. And these are the official results of heat 14, with Nyuji Nishi and Kit Inns making it through to the third round, and unfortunately Wyatt and Jose being relegated to the report charge. We're going on a short commercial break, and we will be right back with the interview with the last heat's winner, Red Yuji Nishi, and then we'll say our goodbyes till tomorrow morning. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
The Azores, an archipelago of discoveries in a sea of adventures.
Novo Kia Rio, equipado com sistema de navegação e câmara de estacionamento. Mais segurança acessível a todos. Kia Rio, decida sem olhar para trás.
And we're right back with live action from Praia do Monte Verde in island of São Miguel here in the Azores Islands. We are in São Miguel, one of the 9 islands of the archipelago of the Azores. We have São Miguel, Santa Maria, São Jorge, Faial, Corvo, Graciosa, Pico, Terceira, and those are the 9 islands of the Azores. Team Japan talking with last heat's winner. Hopefully he will be by the interview zone soon, as we sure want to talk with him after winning that one hit. It looks like everyone's going for the scream. There you go, Team Japan celebrating one more hit. I'm so excited about Team Japan in this event. They sure are having fun, having some great results. And this was the last heat of the day. We wrapped it up a bit earlier than we expected. We were hoping to finish the round, but the conditions are getting harder by the heat, and contest organizers opting to stop by now, and we will keep on going. Tomorrow morning by 8 o'clock with the remaining 2 heats of the rounds, and afterwards we're going to boys under 16 4 heats of main round 2, and then we're going to reprecharge round 2 of the boys under 18 division, 16 heats there, and boys under 16 to follow with 9 heats reprecharge round 2. These are the last chances for the surfers in reprecharge rounds. Very interesting stuff in store for us. Tomorrow we will have only one podium, as we see the water patrol getting out of the water. Thanks to everyone involved in this contest, all the ISA officials, medical staff, water patrol, for making everyone feel safe. And congratulations also to the winners of our De Planck giveaways and VISSLA giveaways too. And soon we'll have the interview ready with Lee Bartlett, who might just want to interview Kit Innes from UK, since he's a surfer from UK himself too, and also, of course, Yuji Nichi from Japan.
Yeah, great performance from Yuji from Japan, and congrats out to Kit Innes representing well. Got to say, the battle of the webcasters will be fought at the hotel later tonight. The UK taking out the young Hawaiian. You know we're going to arm wrestle on that one.
Absolutely true. Hopefully we will have a heat with Hawaii, Portugal, and UK soon, so we can triple threat arm wrestle there. And what a beautiful sight. All the flags of the countries here in the Azores for the ISA, VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championship in the island of São Miguel in the Azores. Thank you so much to all our sponsors. especially VISSLA, who presents this event, which is also supported by Azores Tourism, Portuguese Institute of Sport, Azores Airlines, Sumol, Azores Tourism, Ribeira Grande Municipality, Kia, and Portuguese Surfing Federation. While we keep on waiting for Lee to get ready and interview last heat's winner Yuhi Nihi from Japan. Unfortunately, one of Japan's team member being nursing a bit of an injury suffered here today. Hopefully he's feeling better by now, and we'll see Team Japan surfing for their teammate later on tomorrow. Once again, tomorrow we will run only one podium, so all action will be webcasted, with boys under 18 main event, boys under 16 main event, boys under 18 repecharge, and boys under 16 also repecharge. We're going straight to the interview with last heat's winner, who is down there with Lee Bartlett. Take it away, Lee, and don't forget to say our goodbyes to our viewers, as we will be back only tomorrow, because this was our last heat of the day.
I will indeed. Thank you, Diogo. Yeah, I'm here with our last heat winner, Yuji. How was your board after that big floater, and what were you thinking bottom turning? I've got Ren, my translator. 1 second, Ren.
最後っていうか一本一発大きいリップしてからその板の調子とかどんな気持ちだったみたいな。
いや、とても嬉しかったです。
That's it? He was happy. That's it.
I mean, that big floater you did, you disappeared, and everybody along the top all cheered when you popped out. You must have been happy.
あの技メイクした時嬉しかったですかみたいな。
嬉しかったです。
He was happy.
Yeah, I don't speak Japanese, but I thought he might be happy. You did a run around along the beach, paddling out. Too difficult?
走ってからパドルアウトは大変だった？
めっちゃ大変でした。死ぬかと思いました。
Oh, that was really hard, and he was dying.
Okay. Do you want to say hi to all the folks back in Japan? I'll wrap this up so you can say hi to your friends and family.
カメラに向かってメッセージ一言どうぞ。
ファイナル頑張っていくんで応援よろしくお願いします。次も頑張って勝ちます。
That was it. Thank you very much. Do you want to repeat what you just said? No, of course, Ren doesn't want to speak Japanese to me. That's fair enough. Well, congratulations. Moving on through to tomorrow, and we're just going to wrap it up down the beach. And like Diogo said, we're going to move to one podium. So all our surfing tomorrow is going to be the under 18 men's. Don't forget, we'll be going live from 8 o'clock, which is an hour behind the rest of Europe. If you've missed any of the action, get yourself on YouTube or click on the links on the ISA website, and we shall see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Arigato.
And we're off for the rest of the day. Thank you, Ren. Thank you, Yuji, and thank you, Lee. And we'll see you here tomorrow at 8, right, Mike?
Bright and early, we're going to get up and have some more of that Portuguese stew. It's the coffee over here is amazing, so we'll be all bright and chipper in the morning for sure.
Absolutely that. So tomorrow we'll start with the remaining 2 heats of the second round of the main event for the boys under 18 division, and we'll start from 8 a.m. Thank you so much for staying with us, and stay tuned for tomorrow's action here, straight from the VISSLA ISA World Junior Surfing Championships off the coast of Portugal in the Azores Islands in São Miguel. Stay tuned and see you all tomorrow. Yeehaw!
Não, João. Sim. Eu e os guys. Seguimos já para a outra. Mal acaba o outro.